grilled meat. You're insane. So like it was like at the time I loved her more than I didn't want to eat meat. So, but still, at least I hate I hate pork and bacon. So that's always easy to not want to eat.
I've been seen.
What?
Are you still like in a relationship? Are you still like married?
No. She ran off. Yeah, she did. She ran off, divorced me.
So you had kids with her?
Nope. So
11
good.
years.
I'm glad we don't have
11
kids.
years. Like you were married for like
Almost 4 years, and then she ran away. But we were
about 4 years.
But we date on and off for 7 years before that. So altogether, 11 years.
Rabbi,
Yes, sir.
are you married?
No, I'm single by choice.
Me too now. Single by choice forever now, I think.
Rabbi is still dating.
No. I dated a lot
Rabbi
though.
has a special stick that beats the women away.
I've dated a lot of women, and I am proud to say I've never cheated on anybody. I've only had really positive relationships with women, and I'm proud of my behavior with women, and had a lot of fun with a lot of different women, but never settled down with anyone. And I would say this: if I wasn't doing this right now, I would have found someone and been married. I was I had a matchmaker right before I started doing this, and I was in the process of dating to the point of marriage, and then the pandemic hit. Everybody stopped dating for a little while, and then I started doing this, and I've always felt like if I need to, I can go back and get a matchmaker and get set up with someone. But in the meantime, I I don't want a significant other right now. If I had, I can really say this: if I had a a a, a swimsuit model who wanted to date me right now, I would say no. I really am focused on my streaming, and I know that, I mean, unless she was like, "Hey, I'm fine with being on camera 24/7 as well," I wouldn't give this up for any woman in the world. I feel what I'm doing is very important for the history of the world and for humanity in general. And I know that when this goes viral, if and when it does, I'll be able to have any woman that I want. So I'll have the pick of the litter, so to speak. So I just have to be patient, and that's something that I don't really have a hard time with. I I'm very focused on this project, and
Rabbi.
yeah, go ahead, Big Dog.
So you never dated any woman like all those women that you met. You never like had like you've never been to like dates with any woman that it was just friends.
Oh no, I've been on many dates. No, I dated women at length. No, for years, but I at the time didn't want to settle down yet, and but no, I would.
didn't want to get married.
Do I want to get married?
I said you didn't want to get married.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I always kind of knew, or I always felt that, and I would even tell girlfriends this in the past. I wanted to be someone who was in my 40s and got married with a younger woman, and where I could be established in my career, or perhaps be have you know uh, basically sown my wild oats, and then had a family. And I kind of think that's one of the advantages of being a man, is there's not so much of a time limit on when we can reproduce. So you can be a 40, 50-year-old man and have a 30 or 40-year-old wife, and that's not too big of an issue. How about you, Kylie? Anybody's taking your heart? Kylie, did you go to my blog yet?
Yeah, I've visited the blog.
Did you see how big it
The one
was?
that, yeah, I think
Did you go all the way to the bottom?
the one that you sent me before I left.
What's the website you went to? What website did you go to?
And
Kylie, what website did you go to?
the link that you sent me,
I know, which one?
send me the TikTok link.
No, that's not what I wanted you to go to. I have a blog, blog. I want you to go to a browser right now and type Rabbi Rothschild.blogspot.com.
Wait. Rabbi?
Rabbi Rothschild,
Rothschild.
ROTHSCHILD dot blogspot BLOGSPOT
Blog.
dot blogspot BLOGSPOT.com. Rabbi Rothschild dot blogspot.com. Did you go to rabbirothschild.blogspot.com?
Yeah, this tip.
Okay, hold on. Now go to click my face. Do you see there's a picture of my face?
Wait, I've gone to the blog. It says, sorry, the blog you are looking for
No.
does not exist.
No, then you didn't
However,
type it correctly.
Rabbi,
You didn't type it correctly. Okay. I will send you a link that you can just click. Just one moment.
Okay. It's double B. I wrote single B.
Yeah, it's 2 B's. Go to the link that I just sent you. It's rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. Copy it, put it in a browser, and then click my face, and you will see the largest blog entry of your entire life. Kylie, do you see that I sent you a link? rabbirothschild.blogspot.com.
Wait.
Just take the link that I sent you, copy it, and put it in your browser. Kylie, do you see that I sent you a link?
The link. Oh, this Rabbi Rothschild.
.blogspot.com. Do you see that I sent you a link?
Yeah, I've seen the link.
Copy it and put it in your browser.
Yeah, I've seen the blog. I've seen the blog.
Hold on. Did you click my face?
Rabbi, I didn't click my face.
Click my face.
Guinness World Record.
Okay. Do you see how big it is? You have to scroll for pages and pages and pages. Do you see that? No, you don't. The thing that says Guinness World Record, click that.
Nah, I've seen it. I've seen it.
No, you haven't.
That's what I use.
You haven't.
I've seen the whole thing.
You haven't.
Yeah, I've tapped the screen and the Guinness World Record face. Then I've seen you. Then there's like a 1, 2, 3, 4. There's like a blog that goes.
It's very long. Do you see that?
It's very long.
It doesn't end. Yeah, exactly. That's what I wanted you to see. Perfect. So you've been there. All right. Well, read through it. It's important. You don't have to memorize it, but just look at it. It's very important information about health and about sexuality and about food and about the future of humanity. Very interesting topics in there.
Music to clean a barbecue grill. Everything.
Everything. Exactly. You got it perfectly, Kylie. Everything. I wanted to be, and obviously a lot of it is AI, but these are very good questions. How do you extend your life? How do you? What are the healthy? What are all? Give me a list of all the vitamins. It gives you a list of all the vitamins. Everything about humanity is in there, and it's listed, so you can. And do you see how long it is?
Yeah.
Exactly. I have a challenge for you. I have pictures at the very, very bottom of it. Okay? I want you to scroll all the way to the very bottom and tell me what the pictures are. So I'm challenging you. You just keep scrolling and you'll get to the very bottom eventually. And when you do, tell me what the pictures are. I will be very proud of you if you can make it to the bottom. It'll take you a couple minutes. Good man, Kylie. I hear you scrolling.
I've seen the pictures.
What are the pictures?
The pictures on the pot.
Yeah, what are they? Exactly, you got it. You made it to the bottom. Isn't it really long? Show that to your sister when you have a chance. There's a lot of information on food in there. A lot of information she'll probably think is cool.
Yeah, but it's too long.
Oh, I know it's too long. I'm not saying that you have to sit there and memorize it. It's just if you go in there and you press Control F, you can search on any topic and it will come up. You type the word nuclear and it'll have all kinds of stuff on nuclear energy. You type in anti-gravity, it'll have all kinds of stuff on anti-gravity. Whatever you want, you can just search it. Kylie, I know it's too long. I didn't make it so that one person would sit there and read it, although some people may. I made it so that it was a compilation of basically my Chat GPT record, and people can take a look at it, and if it's interesting to them, they can read it. If not, they don't have to. But the thing is, and what I think you're seeing, most people don't have as much data or as much content as I do. You've seen I've got TikToks, I've got YouTubes, I've got Discords, I've got Instagrams, I've got a huge blog. You name it, I have it. I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom.
My sister, she's gonna be.
So as you can tell, Kylie, I've got a lot going on. In the meantime, I've been up all night, so I got to get some sleep. But I am going to have Caspian C's here. I'm going to have the podcast going. So feel free to kick back, relax. I want you to know, Kylie, it's been an absolute pleasure to meet you. And I'm glad to have a new friend. And as you know, I'm always here. So if you ever need anything, I'm here to help you, okay?
Rabbi,
Yes, sir.
Rabbi,
Yes, sir.
have you seen on your Instagram?
Have I seen my Instagram?
Yeah, go check your Instagram.
You got it, big dog. Is your sister Layala?
I sent her the blog too.
You're amazing.
But she's in college right now. I sent her the blog. I said, go through the doors, you can benefit something from it. Hello, Rabbi.
Yes, sir.
I sent her the book. I think
I know. I'm messaging her right now.
Sleep well, Rabbi.
Thank you, big dog.
ya, no te puedo contar un mensaje, ya. Ya, nada. Ay. Alina, Alina, Naya, sister, Papa.
Hey, what's going on, Bree?
Hey, Rabbit, Merry Christmas.
Hey, I hope you're having a wonderful day. How's it going?
Good day, everyone's a good day.
Excellent. I appreciate it.
Everyone?
Oh, life's good. Life's
Rabbi,
yeah. I'm here.
then are you gonna go to sleep right now?
I am.
Do you sleep a lot, Rabbit?
Yeah, I do. It takes a lot of sleep to be this handsome.
How many hours a day do you think you sleep?
8.
What time is it for you?
11, 10 a.m. But I haven't slept. I've been up all night.
Oh, okay. Do you stay up all night every night?
I have been recently. It just kind of depends on how popular I get. How many hours a night do you sleep?
Probably the same.
There you go.
I made an argument as to what I think that general ability is. And so it's happening right now. The amount of information in this room that you could actually pay attention to is combinatorial explosive. The amount of information you have in your memory, long-term memory, and all the ways you could combine it is combinatorial explosive. The number of possibilities you can consider also combinatorial explosive. The sequences of behavior you can generate also combinatorial explosive. And yet somehow you're zeroing in. The right memories are coming up, the right possibilities are opening up, the right sequences of behavior, you're paying attention to the right thing. Not infallibly so, but so much so that you reliably find obvious what you should interact with in order to solve the problem at hand. That's an ability that is still not well understood within AGI.
But filtering out a gigantic waterfall of data.
Right. It's almost like a Zen koan. What makes you intelligent is your ability to ignore so much information. Do it in such a way that it's somewhere between arbitrary guessing and algorithmic search.
And to a fault sometimes, of course, that based on the models you construct, you forget, you ignore things you should probably not ignore.
And that, hopefully, circle back to our thoughts, is related to the meaning issue. It's the very process that make us adaptively intelligent, make us perennially susceptible to self-deceptive, self-destructive behavior because of the way we misframe the environment in fundamental ways.
But to you, meaning is also connected to ideas of wisdom and truth and how we interpret and understand, interact intellectually with the environment.
Yes.
So, what is wisdom? Why do we long for it? How do we and where do we find it? What is it?
Intelligence is what you use to solve your problems. Rationality is how you use your intelligence to overcome the problems of self-deception that emerge when you're trying to solve your problems, so that matter problem. And then the issue is you have just one kind of knowing. I think you have multiple ways of knowing, and therefore you have multiple rationalities. So wisdom is to coordinate those rationalities so that they are optimally constraining and supporting each other. So in that way, wisdom is rationally self-transcending rationality.
Right. So, life kind of process when you jump from rationality to rationality and pick up a village of rationalities along the way that then
Yes, properly coordinated.
You mentioned framing.
Yes.
So, what is framing? Is it a set of assumptions you bring to the table in how you see the world, how you reason about the world? Yeah, how you understand the world.
So it depends what you mean by assumption. If by assumption you mean a proposition, representational, or a rule, I think that's much more downstream from relevance realization. I think relevance realization refers to, um, again, constraints on how you are paying attention. And so for me, talking about framing is talking about this process you're doing right now of salient landscaping, but salient to you, and how is but salient constantly shifting in sort of a dynamic tapestry. How are you shaping yourself to the way that salient landscaping is aspectualizing the world, shaping it into aspects for interaction? For me, that is a much more primordial process than any sort of belief we have. And here's why. If we mean by beliefs, a representational proposition, then we're in this very problematic position. Because then we're trying to say that propositions are ultimately responsible for how we do relevant communication. And that's problematic because representations presuppose relevance realization. So I represent this as a cow. The number of properties it actually has, and that I even have epistemic access to, commonly referred to, I select from those subsets and how they are relevant to each other insofar as they are relevant to me. This doesn't have to be a cow. I could be using it as a hat. I could use it to stand for the letter B. All kinds of different things. So I could say this was the 10 billion object made in North America, right? Representations presuppose relevance realization. They are, right? They are therefore dependent on it, which means relevance realization isn't bound to our representational structures. It can be influenced by them, but they are ultimately dependent on relevance realization.
Let's define stuff. Relevance realization.
Yes.
What are the inputs and the outputs of this thing? What is it? What are we talking about?
What we're talking about is how you are doing something very analogous to evolution. So if you think about that activity isn't in the organism or the environment, but in a dynamical relation. And then what does evolution do? It creates variation and it puts selective pressure. And what that does is that changes the niche constructions that are available to species, changes the morphology. You also have a loop, which is sensory motor loop. And what's constantly happening is there are processes within you that are opening up variation and also processes that are putting selection on it. You're constantly evolving that sensory motor loop. So you might call your cognitive giftedness, which is how you're framing the world, is constantly evolving and changing. I can give you two clear examples of that. One, right? The autonomic nervous system, parasympathetic and sympathetic. The sympathetic system is biased to trying to interpret as much of reality as threat or opportunity. The parasympathetic is biased to trying to interpret as much of the environment as safe and relaxing, and they are constantly doing a point of processing. There's no little man in you calculating your level of arousal. There's this dynamic coupling, a point of processing between them that is constantly evolving your arousal. Similarly, your attention, you have the default mode network, task network. The default mode network is putting pressure on you right now to mind wander, to go off, drift. Right? And then the task focus network is selecting out of those possibilities the ones that will survive and go into. So you're constantly evolving your attention.
Okay, so there's a natural selection of ideas that a bunch of systems within you are generating, and then you use the natural selection. What is the selector, the object that you're interacting with the class? Relevance realization. Once again, you just described how it's happening. You described what the hell it is. So what the goal? What are we talking about? The relevance realization is how you interact with things in the world. It makes sense of make sense of why they matter, what they mean to you in your life.
Yes, what's the language you just used? You're starting to use the meaning of life language.
Good or bad?
That's good. That's good. So, what does that evolution of your sensory motor do? It gives you, and here I'll use the term from moral quantity, it gives you an optimal grip on the world. So let's use your visual attention again. So here's an object. How close should I be to it? There a right visual. Exactly. Exactly. So you have to evolve the sensory motor loop in order to get the optimal grip that actually creates the importance of you getting to the goal.
Yeah, but you're describing physical goals of manipulating objects, but so this applies the task, the process of relevance realization is not just about giving a glass of water and taking a drink. You know? It's about falling in love. Or what else is there?
Well, there's obvious.
Between those two options.
I can show you how you're optimally gripping in an abstract cognitive domain. Okay? So a mammal goes by and most people will say there's a duck. And why don't they say they might, but typically, probabilistically, they'll say there's a dog. They could say there's a German Shepherd, there's a mammal, there's a living organism, there's a police dog. Why that? Why there? Why did they stop have a neurological basic levels? What you find is that's an optimal grip because it's getting you the best overall balance between similarity within your category and difference between the other categories. It's allowing you to properly fit to that object insofar as you're setting yourself up to, well, I'm getting as many of the similarities and differences I can on balance because there's a trade-off relationship that I need in order to probably interact with this man. That's optimal grip. Not right. It's at the level of your categorization.
You evolve these models of the world around you. And on top of them, you do stuff. Like you build representations of stuff.
Yes.
What's the salience landscape? Salience meaning attention landscape.
So salience is what grabs your attention or what results from you directly. So I tap my hand, that's salient, grabs your attention. Your attention is drawn to it, like bottom up. But I can also say you left big toe, and now it's salient to you because you directed your attention towards that's top down. And again, motor processing going on. So whatever stands out to you, what grabs your attention, what arouses you, what triggers at least momentarily some affect towards it, that's how things are salient. What salient, I would argue, is how a lot of unconscious relevance realization makes information relevant to working memory. That's when it now becomes online or direct sensory motor interaction with the world.
So you think the salient landscape, the ocean of salience extends into subconscious mind?
I think relevance does, but I think when relevance is recursively processed, relevance realization, such that it passes through sort of this higher filter of working memory and has these properties of being globally accessible and globally broadcast, then it becomes the thing we call salient. Well, look, that's really good evidence. There's really good evidence from my colleague at the University of Toronto, Lynn Hasher, that's what working memory is. It's a higher order relevance. That's why things like chunking will get way more information through working memory because it's basically monitoring how much relevance realization has gone into this information. Usually you have to do an additional kind of recursive process. And that tells you, by the way, when do you need consciousness, when you need that working memory and that salient landscaping. It's when you're facing situations that are highly novel, highly complex, very ill-defined, that require you to engage with.
Okay, got it. So relevance realization is in part the thing that constructs that basic level thing of a dog. When you see a dog, you call it a dog, not a German Shepherd, not a mammal, not a biological meat bag is a dog. Wisdom. So what is wisdom? We return. I think as part of that we got the relevance realization, and then wisdom is an accumulation of rationalities. Describe the rationality as a kind of starting from intelligence, a bunch of puzzle solving, and then rationality is like the meta problem of puzzle solving, and then what wisdom is the meta problem of puzzle solving.
Yes, in the sense that the meta problem you have when you're solving your puzzles is that you can often fall into self-deception.
Self-deception, right?
Right. So whereas knowledge overcomes ignorance, wisdom is about overcoming foolishness. If what we mean by foolishness is self-deceptive, self-destructive behavior, which I think is a good definition of foolishness. And so what you're doing is you are doing this recursive relevant realization. You're using your intelligence to improve the use of your intelligence. And then you're using your rationality to improve the use of your rationality. That's that recursive relevance realization I was talking about a few minutes ago. Think about a wise person. They come into highly, often messy, ill-defined, complex situations, usually where there's some significant novelty. And what can they do? They can zero in on what really matters, what's relevant, and then they can shape themselves, salience landscaping, to intervene most appropriately to that situation as they have framed it. That's what we mean by a wise person. That's how it falls out of the model of it.
When we see self-deception, I mean, part of that implies that it's intentional. Part of the mechanism of cognition, you're modifying what you should know for some purpose. Is that how you see the word self-deception?
No, because I belong to a group of people that think the model of self-deception of lying to oneself ultimately makes no sense. Because in order to lie to you, I have to know something you don't, and I have to depend on your commitment to the truth in order to modify your behavior. I don't think that's what we do to ourselves. I think, and I'm going to use it in a technical term, and thank you for making space for that earlier on, I think we can bullshit ourselves, which is a very different thing than lying.
So what is bullshit, and how do we bullshit ourselves, technically speaking?
Yeah, Frankfurt, and this is inspired by Frankfurt, other people's work based on Frankfurt.
On bullshit.
Yeah, plastic essay.
Pretty good title.
I think it's one of the best things he wrote. He wrote a lot of good things.
That I don't know the essay.
Yes. It's always an icebreaker at certain academic settings. So let's contrast the bullshit artist from the liar. The liar depends on the human. The bullshit artist is actually trying to make you indifferent to the question of truth and modify your behavior by making things salient to you so that they are catchy to you. So, a prototypical example of bullshit is commercial television. You watch these people at a bar getting some particular kind of alcohol, and they're gorgeous, and they're laughing, and they're smiling, and they're cleared eyes. No, that's not true. And they know you know it's not true. But here's the point. You don't care. Because there's gorgeous people smiling, they're happy, and that's salient to you, and that catches your attention. And so, going to a bar, that won't happen. But you know it. And if you buy the product because it was made salient. And you can't lie to yourself. Salient can catch attention, but attention can drive salient. So this is what I can do. I can make something salient by paying attention to it. And then that will tend to draw me back to it again. Which, you see what happens? Which means it tends to catch my attention more. So that when I go into the store, that bottle of liquor catches my attention. And I buy it.
And that's why is that bullshit?
Because what you're doing is being caught up in the salience of things, independent of whether or not that salience is attractive.
experience has been maybe different. Logically, I can understand, but if there's a bar,
Ask him his name, and he gives a series of 4 cover names: Mothai, Naki, Bunny, and Netzer. These are 4 of the 5 names allotted in the Talmud to the 5 disciples, although in part of the Tal. 24 crowds, Das Leben Jesu, 272, Idem, Nur Ansichten Iber Toldet Jesku, MGWJ. 76, 1932 586 to 603, 77, 1933 44 to 61, 46 to 7. 25 William Horbury, A Critical Examination of the Toldut Shug, PhD Dis, Cambridge University, 1970, 275 to 81, Daniel S. Teokel Ezra, An Ancient List of Christian Festivals in Toledat Yeshub, Polemics as Indication for Interaction, HTR 102, 2009 481 to 96. 26 So for example Canons 15 and 16 in the Syriac Teaching of the Apostles translated by Ben Jamin Plummer Pratton, Syriac documents attributed to the first 3 centuries, Ante-Nicene. Christian Library 21, Edinburgh, T.N.T. Clark, 1871, 41. 27 William Horbury, The Depiction of Judeo-Christians in the Toledat Yeshub, in the Image of the Judeo-Christians in Ancient Jewish and Christian Literature, PBS Peter J. Thompson and Doris Lambers Petrie, WUNT 158, Tübingen, Morsiebeck, 2003, 284-85. The Strasbourg text of the Toledat. 57. Munich textual tradition, represented in Haggadah HaTalmud. There are likewise only 4, but they read like names derived from the Christological proof texts, which Yeshua then quotes. PS 42:2,24:7, Exodus 4:22, Isa 11:1, only to be rebut. Ted by other nearby texts on the principle Teshuvaten Bezidin, enunciated in respect of answers to minim in B Sanhedrin 38b, Bereshit Rabbah 8:9. The messianic and Christological character of the proofs was emphasized by students, including H.J. Schonfield. 28 Hence it was suggested by Ernst Bammel that, as this text of the Toledat Yeshua might indicate, originally the names were simply envisaged as names referring to Yeshua, and Peter Schaeffer somewhat similarly argues that the author or editor of the trial scene in the Babylonian Talmud is giving a rebuttal of Christian claims for Christ under the guise of an account of the trial of the disciples. 29. At present, however, the focus of interest is not so much the interpretation of the Talmudic passage, as its incorporation into a Hebrew text of the Toledat Yeshub, something which is in fact typical not of the other texts of the Strasbourg or Helen type, but of the Aramaic texts and their Hebrew and Judeo-Arabic congeners, in which either 5 or 12 disciples are brought and tried. 30. May be suggested that the Strasbourg text has contact here with the form, perhaps early, of the story given in the Aramaic texts, in which Yeshua did indeed apply the names to himself. In this connection it is at least noteworthy that the Sage on Simeon Sefer in the Strasbourg text, itself probably an addition, gives the Christian authorities Hebrew equivalents of the titles which in the Aramaic texts we find given to Roman or Jewish ones, Hegemon and Yoshish Gadol. 31 inches. The Strasbourg text we then have a possible link between the Hebrew text in the Helen group form which is the most familiar of all, and the story given Tippi Kali in the Aramaic texts. The Strasbourg text thus presents both a well-marked form of the passage on festivals which forms one of the internal associations of the Helen group with the 4th and 5th centuries, and also, in the passage on the names of Yeshua and In the titles given to authorities, material suggesting that this text has had contact during its transmission and development with the story as current in Aramaic. Texts of the Pilot group. Can more be said on the pre-13th century his story of the narrative attested in the Strasbourg text? The beginning of the Strasbourg text, with its tinge of literature and satire, is probably an elaboration of the Toledat Yeshua which was already current. This 28 Schonfield, according to the Hebrews, 153-7. 29 Ernst Bammel, What is Thy Name, in Judaica. Kleinschriften, ed idem, 2 volumes. WUNT 37, Tübingen, Morsiebeck, 1986, repair. From Y7/1970, 12:223-28, 1:210-15, Peter. Schaefer, Jesus in the Talmud, Princeton University Press, 2007, 75-81. 30 Yaakov Deutsch, New Evidence of Early Versions of Toledat Yeshua, Tarbiz 69, 2000. 177-97, 186-89. 31 Hebrew text, F175a, in Krauss, Das Leben Jesu, 49. 58. William Horbury. Particular opening is first attested in the early 13th century, and may of course be earlier, but in any case a closely similar Hebrew text, with or without. This opening sentence, probably circulated earlier in the Middle Ages. Yet clear. Earlier attestations of the narrative as it is presented here as a whole are lacking, and the divergence from it of those forms of narrative which are indeed attested earlier in Aramaic, Disani's Pilot group, is striking not only for the difference in the principal governing authorities concerned, but also for the lack of the birth story in the published texts of the Pilot group, and indeed also in an early witness to the Helen group like that of Raymondus Martinus, here Jesus is of illegitimate birth, but the story of his birth is not told in the text, at least as far as it is translated by Raymondus. Hence it has been suggested that the birth story as it is found at the beginning of the Strasbourg text represents a medieval addition to the Toledat Yeshua narrative, from the 13th century or later. 32. The intensive study of texts which is underway will surely throw more light on the whole question of the pre-13th century antecedents of the Helen group, but some tentative remarks can be made on the basis of evidence already available. The importance of the Toledat Yeshua for the Jewish statements reported by Agabart and Amulo in the 9th century was underlined, now with the suggestion that it formed a significant factor in Carolingian conversions to Judaism, by Bernhard Blumenkranz. 33 Of special note for the Strasbourg text, with its narrative of the conception of Yeshua, is Amulo's Liber Contraludios, issued in 846. Here a connected narrative of the type known from Aramaic texts, concerning deposition from the cross at the request of Joshua, Ben Freya, and atonement, and the dragging of the body through the city is followed by a report that Jews call Jesus the impious son of an impious father, that is of some Gentile. Nescio Quatus Ethnici, whom they call Pandarat, they say that this man commit adultery with the Lord's mother, and that thence he in whom we believe was bomb. 34 This statement implies knowledge not just of the Talmud, which lacks the specification of Pandarat as a Gentile, but also of a form of the Toledat conception narrative, in the context of Amulo's reproduction of a connected account of events after the crucifixion. It suggests a Toledat Yeshua of the Pilot group as known from Aramaic texts, but beginning with the birth story. 35. 32 Disani, 2 Vangelo del Ghetto, 33, 113, 127-29, 218, not mentioning the 13th century attestation of the incipit of the Strasbourg text. 33 Bernhard Blumenkrans, Juleps et Chrétiens dans le monde occidental, 430-1096, Paris. Mouton, 1960, 169 to 71,258. 34 Wage and Sale, Computatio Libri Toldos Jescu, 12 to 13, Kraus, Das Leben Jesu, 13, Oath. Follow the old attribution of the book to Urbanus Maurus. The relevant passages are reprinted. From Pierre Francaric Ois Cipollot, Scriptorum Veterum de Fide Catholica Quinque Opuscula, de John, 1656, 289 to 534 in Hermann Lieberecht Strat, Jesus, Die Herr und die Christen nach. Den Alt East and Judas Chen Angeben, Leipzig, J.C. Hinrichs Buchhandlung, 1910, 17 Start. 35 Blumenkrans, Juleps et Chrétiens, 258 envisaged a recension like, but a little different from, that attested by Agabard. The Strasbourg text of the Toledo. 59. The view expressed here that Pandora was a Gentile was later assumed by Maimonides, and it reappears in Toledotische texts, for example in the Yemen. Possibly now in turn influenced by Maimonides, in Mid-Sassoon 902, the 17th century text cited above for its closeness to the Strasbourg copy. 36. The Strasbourg text itself represents a widespread form in which Joseph van Pan Terah is simply a Jewish neighbor, but Wagenseit's text among others retains with this a vestige of the old assertion that he was a soldier, which is found in the 2nd century in the statements on Christian origins attributed by Celsus to a Jew. 37 Probably at an early stage the description soldier and Gentile were sometimes found together, for the suggestion that the father was non-Jewish already appears in another form in St. John's Gospel. 38. A conception narrative could then reasonably be envisaged for the Helen, as well as the pilot form of narrative in the 9th century, given that much internal evidence suggests that the Helen form had already developed in the 4th and 5th centuries. Krauss dated the story in the Strasbourg text probably to the 5th century. 39 A date near this time is suggested by the character of the account of Nestorius as an addition to an existing narrative, the figure of Helen herself, apparently conflating Helena Augusta, the mother of Constantine, with Helen of Adiabene, in the light of the proliferation of Christian legend on St. Helen and the Jews in the 4th and 5th centuries, and the contacts of the Elijah Paul narrative noted already with Christian accounts, from the 4th century onwards, of apostolic preaching by pious fraud and apostolic instruction, to separate from Jewish ways. The pilot form, it may be suggested, represents a still earlier narrative. It has links with the anti-Christian acts of Pilate which circulated in the late 3rd century, and, like the probably later Helen form known from the Strasbourg text, it is related ultimately, but more closely than the Helen form, to the 2nd century stories which are attributed by Celsus to a Jewish source, and are not without some reflection in rabbinic tradition. 40. 36 Abraham Halkin, ed. Moses Maimonides Epistle to Yemen, New York, American Academic. Amy for Jewish Research, 1952, 12-13. 37 Arjen, Contra Celsum 132, Mary turned out by her betrothed, for she had been convicted of adultery and had a child by a soldier called Panthera, Wage and Sale, Liber Toldos Jescu, 3. Joseph Pandora Giver Milama, discussed with other attestations of soldier and Gentile by Horbury, a critical examination, 405-6. 38 John 8:48 You are a Samaritan, cf 8:41 We were not bomb of fornication. 39 Kraus, Das Leben Jesu, 246. 40 for rabbinic passages as suggesting an early form of narrative on Jesus related to the Toledat Yeshua and current in both Judea and the East. See William Horbury, Rabbinic Perceptions of Christianity and the History of Roman Palestine, Proceedings of the British Academy. 165, 2010 353-76, equals Rabbinic Texts and the History of Late Roman Palestine. eds Martin, Goodman and Philip Alexander. Observations on the Huldreich manuscripts of the Toledat Yeshua asterisk. Adina M. Yoffe. These recension give uns Schwur Probleme auf Text with those words. Samuel Kraus, author of the seminal work Das Leben Jesu nach Gixtisken Quellen, 1902, encapsulated the challenges posed by the Huldreich version of the Toledat Yeshua. Johann Jacob Huldreich, a Christian scholar from Zurich about whom little is known, first published a manuscript of the version in 1705, along with the Latin translation and annotations. 2 Huldreich's manuscript differs substantially from earlier manuscripts of the Toledat in both content and style. It combines some of the earliest and some of the latest Toledat traditions, and its origin remains almost completely obscure. Huldreich said only that a Jew had given it to him. Building on the work of Kraus, his colleague, Eric Bischoff, and scholars recently researching the Toledat, this article closely examines the Huldreich version, exploring its unique narrative and its rewritings of earlier versions. It also offers some thoughts about dating the manuscripts. Kraus delineates some of the unique features of the Huldreich version, which this article will discuss in some detail, but, in short, there are many. It is thus surprising, at least at first glance, that the Huldreich manuscripts have not received more scholarly attention relative to the other versions than they have. There are a number of ways to explain this comparative neglect, including the paucity of manuscripts, the lack of significant differences between the manuscripts, which led Kraus, Ricardo Disani, and others to believe, in my view, correctly, that they are all copies of each other, and the sheer number of dissimilarities. Asterisk, this article would not have been possible without the resources of the Toledat Yeshua project. I would like to thank the attendees of the Toledat Yeshua conference, especially Peter Schaefer, who made the conference and the project possible, and Michael Mearson, my colleague on the project, for their thoughtful comments. I am also indebted to Michael for his answers to my questions while I was turning the paper into an article. One, appreciate Eve Levy Feinstein's and Janenstein's help with my last-minute queries. 1 Samuel Kraus, Das Leben Jesu nach Gixtisken Quellen, Berlin, S. Cavalry, 1902, Repair. Hildesheim, Olms, 1977, 16. 2 Johann Jacob Huldreich, Huldreichus, Sefer Toledat Yeshua Hanatzri / Historia Jestu. Nazarini, a Judaeis blaspheme corruptus / ex manuscripto happenus inedito nuntima medita. AC ver ioni et natus, quibus Judaeorum ni quisii proprius ditiguntur, et autoris asserta in Epciac impietatis convincuntur, illustrata ajo. JAC. Huldreicho, Leiden, J. Vivi, 1705. 62. Adina M. Yoffe. Between the Huldreich version and all the others, which makes it very difficult for the scholar to put it in context. 3. This article aims to situate the Huldreich manuscripts in their historical and geographical contexts, in light of the manuscript's unique features. The parts of the Huldreich that reference earlier versions often echo the earliest extant Hebrew manuscripts, at least one of which is a translation of an even earlier Aramaic manuscript. But but there are much later elements in the Huldreich as well. The Huldreich's description of Mary's grave is nearly identical to that in a Yiddish manuscript. Another account, about Jesus playing ball, is similar to a story common in the latest Slavic versions of the Talmud. Since the author or authors of the Huldreich were familiar with some of the earliest and some of the latest manuscript traditions, the Huldreich version may be dated to the 15th or 16th century, if not even later. The Huldreich is most likely an early modem synthesis of a number of Talmud traditions, with some prominent high medieval features, and with references to microforms approximately half a millennium older than the core text. The manuscript evidence and implications for authorship. Every scholar who has attempted to catalog the more than 150 Hebrew Talmud Yeshu manuscripts has done so slightly differently and has given the manuscripts different names and numbers. Ricardo Disani, author of a 1985 work on the manuscripts, calls the Huldreich group Herod, after the arbiter of Jesus' trial. This is his general classification scheme, with what Krauss calls the wage and sale type being called Helena, etc. for the Princeton University Talmud Yeshu project. Unlike earlier catalogers, has access to digital copies of at least 3/4 of the extant manuscripts. That has made it possible to check the classifications of Krauss and Disani against both the manuscripts and Huldreich's text and, in some cases, to eliminate manuscripts from the Huldreich group. The project has identified 5 manuscripts so far that are nearly identical to the Hebrew text, published by Huldreich in 1705. They are Frankfurt Hebrew 8.249, Frankfurt 249, Amsterdam HSROS 442, Amsterdam HSROS 504, Princeton Firestone, Library 24, Princeton 24, and Manchester Gaster 1989, so called because it was once owned by Krauss's friend, the Reverend M. Gaster of London. The rest are likely to be either copies or translations of those 5, which are nearly identical to each other. Krauss's book lists only 3 Huldreich manuscripts, one of which 3 Ricardo Disani, / Vangelo del Ghetto, Rome, Newton Compton, 1985, 225-36. 4 Disani, 11 Vangelo del Ghetto, 29-42, 216-19, cited by Hillel I. Newman, The Death of Jesus in the Talmud Yeshu Literature, JTS 50, 1999, 59-79, 59, and 5. Observations on the Huldreich manuscripts of the Talmud Yeshu. 63. Was the text published by Huldreich? 5 Disani lists a total of 10 manuscripts of the Herod / E. Huldreich type. That number does not include Princeton 24, of which he was not aware, or Amsterdam 504, which he classifies as belonging to the Helena / E. wage and sale type. Of those 10, he classifies 5 as copies of the Herod / Huldreich version and 4 as translations of it. 3 of the translations are to Judeo-German, 1 is to Judeo-Spanish. 6 citations of the text of the Huldreich manuscript in this article will be to Frankfurt 249, called Father 1 on Disani's 1985 list, unless otherwise noted. It is the most complete manuscript of the 5, although Princeton 24 is almost as complete. Another problem with the manuscript evidence is that it is very late. 7 The manuscript of the Talmud Yeshu that Huldreich used to publish his annotated Latin Hebrew edition of the Talmud has been lost. 8 About that manuscript, Huldreich said, in his introduction to the reader, only that he got it from a Jew. 9 He used No adjectives to describe the Jew, and he gave no indication that his source was a Jewish convert to Christianity, as were the informants of Johann Christoph. Wage and Sale, 1633 to 1705, the other early modem Christian scholar to publish the Hebrew text of the Talmud issue with a Latin translation and commentary. 1681. 10. There was no Huldreich before Huldreich, that is, there are no extant manuscripts of the Huldreich type before Huldreich published his book in 1705. All of the subsequent manuscripts appear to have been copied from Huldreich's book, or perhaps from other manuscripts that were copied from it. Although Huldreich neither said nor implied that his source was a convert, the possibility that the Huldreich was authored by converts must be considered. Jewish converts to Christianity were often involved in telling Christians about the existence of the Talmud, and, as was just mentioned, Wage and Sale had a number. 5. Kraus, Das Leben Jesu, 33 to 35. Dr. Erich Bischoff is the author of the Klassifizierung der text section of Das Leben Jesu, 27 to 37. Pages from the section will be cited as Kraus. Das Leben Jesu, page, Bischoff, dot. 6. For Dissaney's manuscript list, the most recently published one, although Princeton University's Talmud Yeshua project is in the process of producing a newer one, see the bibliograph. FIA section of his Tu Vangelo del Ghetto, 225 to 36. 7. Krauss points out that this is the case for almost all Talmud Yeshua manuscripts. Das Leben Jesu, 19. 8. Krauss, Ibid, 33. Bischoff. 9. Huldreich, Sefer Talmud Yeshua Hanatzri, 4R, Obsecutus ergo qui, et progressus sum. Libellum Solare Impium, quem manuscriptum Judeo olim nactus sum. I, therefore, complied, and I guiltily undertook the impious little book, whose manuscript is from a Jew. I once met 10. Johann Christoph Wage and Sale, Tila Igna Satani, Hoc est, Arcani et Horribles Judaeorum. Et versus Christum Deum et Christianum Religionum Libri Anicatoi, Sunt Vero, R. Litmani. Carmen Memoriale. Libernas ac convetus autoris incogniti. Acta disputationis archchilis. Cum quodam Nicolau. Acta disputationis armosis nationalities cum fratra Paolo Christiani. Et fratra Raimundo Martini. R. Isati Liberchisic Emuna. Libellus Toldos Jescus / Johann. Christophorus Wagens alias ex Europi apresic lateris erudos, in Los Emprotrusive. Alt. Dorp, Johann Heinrich Schners SDT, 1681. 64. Adina M. Yoffi. Of apostate informants. 11. Another feature of the Huldreich that could point to a Christian author, or authors, is its many allusions to the story of Jesus' life in the Gospels, and particularly the Gospel of John. 12. In both texts, Herod is the king at Jesus' birth. 13. Both have a flight to Egypt, 2b, and a slaughter of the innocents, 2b 3r. Jesus is both a student and a critic of the rabbis, 3r, and he has 5 disciples, 3r, as in the Gospel of John, chapter 1. The disciples' leader is Peter, Petrus. John the Baptist, Yehanos, is the first to be killed for following Jesus, 3b. In most of the versions in which John is mentioned, primarily the Aramaic fragments and the early Hebrew manuscripts, he is killed together with Jesus, after the disciples are executed. 14. Jesus wanders in the desert, Al. Though with the disciples, meets people, and makes pithy remarks to them, 3b. The ruler, in this case, Herod, agrees to execute Jesus after some delay, 4b. His executing is by hanging, with no stoning, although his disciples are stoned. 4v, in a marked departure from many other versions, and from the Talmud. 15. Perhaps the most famous 17th century convert connected with the Taladat is Samuel Friedrich Brands of Bavaria. In his Geidisker Abgestriaker Schlangenwald, the Jewish serpent skin strip, 1614, Brands wrote that, on Christmas Eve, the Jews read a book called Mostola, Tale of the Hanged. 1. One of the alternative titles for the Taladat. 16. In that book, Jesus is called. 11. Krauss believed that many Taladat manuscripts were written by converts, das Leben Jesu. 17. On account of what he considered to be their poor Hebrew, 1617, and their utter hostility to Christianity. He cited Johann Weilfer's idea that converts manufactured the entire Taladat in order to incite Christians to harm the Jews. Krauss thought that Weilfer went a bit too far but did not dismiss his argument. 17. I think that Krauss went too far in crediting Weilfer's claims. While converts were involved in the transmission, and likely to some degree in the composition of some manuscripts of the Taladat Yeshiv, there is no reason not to see the Taladat as an internal Jewish response to the Gospels and to Christianity. 12. In the Huldreich, Jesus is called Yeshua at his birth and then Yeshush after his excommunication. In the other Hebrew Taladat Yeshua manuscripts, he is usually called Yeshua, or Yeshai, which is probably the result of a transcription error, after his excommunication. While at birth he may be called Yeshua, Yahashua, or Yeshua. For the sake of clarity, and for ease of comparing with other manuscripts and with the New Testament, this article always refers to him as Jesus. 13. Taladat Yeshua, Ms. Frankfurt 249, 2b. For the remainder of this article, pages from the Huldreich, Ms. Frankfurt 249, will be cited in internal citations in the body of the text. 14. For a transcription of, an introduction to, one of the most complete Aramaic manuscripts. Cambridge 35.87, see Yaakov Deutsch, New Evidence of Early Versions of Taladat Yeshiv. Tarbis 69, 2177-97, in Hebrew. 15. On the execution of Jesus in the Huldreich, see also Krauss, Das Leben Jesu, 34, Bischoff. On Jesus' execution by stoning in the Talmud, see Mishnah, M. Sanhedrin 6:1 and Babylonian. Talmud Sanhedrin, B. Sanhedrin, 43a, quoted in Peter Schaeffer, Jesus in the Talmud, Princeton. Princeton University Press, 2007, 63-65. 16. Elishiva Karlbach, The Anti-Christian Element in Early Modern Yiddish Culture. Braun Lecture in the History of the Jews in Prussia 10, Ramat Gan, Bar Ilan University, 2002. 1-20, 9. Karlbach cites Mark Shapiro, Torah Study on Christmas Eve, Journal of Jewish Thought and Philosophy 8, 1999, 319-53, 332-34. Observations on the Huldreich manuscripts of the Taladat Yeshiv. 65. A bastard and the son of a whore and a menstruating woman. 17. He added that the book was a secret among Jews, and that they were forbidden to print it. 18. Brands went on to give a number of details of the book, focusing particularly on the ineffable name, Shem Hainfarash, which the Jews claim that Jesus stole from the Holy Temple in order to perform his miracles. 19. Bischoff, CIT. King Johann Christoph Wolff, said that the lost Huldreich Codex was consistent with the manuscript from which Brands, in his Geisches Schlangenwald, directly or indirectly drew. 20. It is, therefore, tempting to speculate that Brands could have been involved in the writing of the Huldreich, but, contra Bischoff, His accounts include a number of episodes that appear in many Taladat texts of the Wajan Sale and Slavic types, but not in the Ruled Reach. Those include Jesus stealing the name, Judah later learning the name at the behest of the rabbis, and Judah engaging in a flying contest with Jesus in which Judah renders Jesus impure. 21 In the Ruled Reach, Jesus learns the secret of the ineffable name from his teacher, Rabbi Yehoshua ben Parahia. 3R, he does not have to steal it. There is no flying contest in the Ruled Reach, and although Judah does deprive Jesus of the power to use the name, 4R, Judah never learns the name. So Brands is not a credible candidate for the authorship of the Ruled Reach. 4. Perhaps another convert, or a group of converts, wrote it, but there is another, more tantalizing possibility, / that Ruled Reach wrote it himself. He would not be the first publisher of a found manuscript who was actually its author. Ruled Reach's annotations to the manuscript, however, suggest that he could not have written it. There is no evidence from his book that Ruled Reach had regular contact with living Jews or Jewish converts, as Wajan Sale did. When Ruled Reach discusses Jewish customs, he cites Wajan Sale or Johannes Buxtorf the Elder, 1564-1629. Professor of Hebrew at Basel and author of Juden Shul, 1603, rather than his own observations of, or conversations with, Jews. 22. Then there is the question of Ruled Reach's knowledge of Hebrew. He is a capable translator, but the author of the Ruled Reach was also a talented writer of Hebrew who likely had read a number of different versions of the Taladat before synthesizing and rewriting them to create the final manuscript. Ruled Reaches and notations do not appear to be the work of a talented Hebraist. There is very little. 17 Samuel Friedrich Brands, Giedisker av Gestrichter Schlangenwald, 1680 ed. Reprinted in Johann Wieelfer, Theriaca Judaica ad examen revocata, Altdorf, Andreas Norzius, 1681, 2. 18 The Taladat Yeshua status as a secret book made it both suspicious and tantalizing to medieval and early modem Christians. See Elishiva Karl Bach, Attribution of Secrecy and Perceptions of Jewry, Jewish Social Studies 2, 1996, 115-36. 19 Brands, Giedisker av Gestrichter Schlangenwald, 2. 20 Kraus, Das Leben Jesu, 33, Bischoff, citing Johann Christoph Rule, Bibliotheca He. Brea, 2, number 740 Nick Mer Vorhanding, Codex Ruled Reach S, Ivory and Stein and MIT Dem. Ms. AUS Dem Brands Insanum G. Schlangenwald Direct Odor in Direct Scope. 21 Brands, Giedisker av Gestrichter Schlangenwald, 2-3. 22c, Example Ruled Reach, Sefer Taladat Yeshua Hanatzri, 3, Annotations 1 and 2. 66. Adina M. Yofi. Hebrew in them, and his statements about what the Talmud says could have been taken from Wajan Sale, Buxtorf, or an author of a Latin compendium of Talmudic statements about Jesus. Such compendia circulated in the early modem Western European scholarly world. The picture of Ruled Reach that emerges is one of a fairly conventional, bookish, early modem scholar, with good Hebrew and Latin, who sprinkled his notes on the Taladat manuscript with references to the many books he read. 23 Nowhere is the creativity or linguistic skill of the Ruled Reach. Author evident. With the existing evidence, therefore, the identity of the author. For authors of the Ruled Reach remains a mystery. Preliminary efforts at dating the Ruled Reach. Despite all of these difficulties, it is possible to date the Ruled Reach, at least AP. approximately,
There's a
by
dam
gleaning clues from
physically
close
that
readings of the manuscripts.
this process.
A significant portion of the manuscript seems to have originated in a high medieval Western European milieu. The manuscript's echoes of other Western European manuscript types, including the Wagenseil, Rossi, and Slavic, and, in one case, the Yiddish version, indicate that the Huldreich is an early modem creation, comprised of disparate elements from a series of Toledat Yeshu traditions. Krauss suggests an origin date of the 12th or 13th century. 24. He notes that, during Jesus' trial, the Sanhedrin in Jerusalem sent letters to the community of Wormiza or Germiza, also known as Wormiza, in the land of the Caesar, /Eretz Kisra. The community advised against the execution. In the High Middle Ages, a number of Jewish communities, including Worms and Regensburg, had letters that their leaders claimed proved their long ago opposition to Jesus' execution. 25. Krauss thus argues that the city of Wormiza must be Worms, Germany, in the Holy Roman Empire, a city that did not even have a Jewish community until the 10th or 11th century. 26. His conclusion. 23. On early modem bookish learned culture, c. and M. Blair, The Theater of Nature. Jean Bodin and Renaissance Science, Princeton University Press, 1997, 49,71,96. 24. Krauss, Das Leben Jesu, 13th century, 247, 12th century. As Sid Zieleman has pointed out, even within Das Leben Jesu, why Krauss demonstrated a fair amount of equivocation regarding the provenance of the Huldreich. He admitted thinking, in large part because of its wretched, Erbarmlichen, Hebrew, that the text had been created by a Christian or Jewish renegade. 16. He then changed his mind, because all of the manuscript's Hebrew was pretty wretched, and especially because he saw traces in the text of very old traditions. 17, and 1. Over 200 pages later, he argued that the manuscript that Huldreich published could be dated to the 12th century, 247. See Sid Zieleman, The Scroll of Fasts, the 9th of Tevet, JQR 74. 1983 174 95, 190, and 48. 25. Krauss, Gibbon, 18, on Worms, 247, on Regensburg. 26. Krauss, Gibbon, 16 to 18. Observations on the Huldreich manuscripts of the Toledat Yeshu. 67. Is that the Huldreich version must have developed in Germany no earlier than the 13th century. 27. Another piece of evidence brought by Krauss is the use of Latin in the Huldreich, which would place its author in a high medieval, or later, European milieu. Krauss says that the new alphabet written for the Christians, 5R, is a Latin one, which I have also found to be the case. 28. Krauss and Bischoff note the use of Latin in proper names in the Huldreich, the most prominent of which is I, Y, which is short for year, T, city, metropolis, and thus for Rome. 29. In most of the versions of the Toledat Yeshu, Jesus is called Yeshu, YLPO, an anagram for me. His name and memory be erased Yuma Shemo ve Zikro. In the Huldreich, the anagram is may his memory and his name be erased Yuma Zikro ve Yuma Shemo, resulting in the name of Yeshush, which is very close to both the Latin and German pronunciations of Jesus. Krauss's origin date is too early, for reasons that will be discussed below, but the manuscript has a prominent element that may be described as high medieval. In addition to the Latin and the reference to Worms, another indication of this high medieval European segment of the Huldreich is the strong anti-Marian strain running through it. The Huldreich is the only manuscript type that portrays Miriam as totally complicit in her adultery. She is clearly a suspect character. Even to her husband, here called Paphos, as in the Talmud, rather than Yochanan, or Yosef/Joseph, as in most other versions containing an account of the birth of Jesus. 30. Paphos locks her in the house so that the Peritzim, men of violence. An allusion to Daniel 11:14, here a reference to Joseph Pandora and his family. Members cannot engage in acts of harlotry, zinat, with her. 2b. 31. When Joseph Pandora comes along, she eagerly assents to his plan to carry her off. 2b. She lives an apparently happy life with him, first in Egypt and then in Nazareth, bearing him additional bastard children. 2b3r. After Miriam dies, Herod has Jesus' siblings hanged, and mother and children, except for Jesus, buried together under a headstone saying, "Here were hanged children of harlotry," and their mother is buried beneath them. Your Ms. Princeton 24, LOV, their mother is a disgrace. 5r. Jesus' relatives and followers then knock down the marker and put up a different one, indicating that she had ascended to heaven. 32. Herod orders its destruction and the killings of over 100 of Jesus' relatives. 5r 5b. 27. Kraus, Ibid, 18. 28. Kraus, Ibid, 18 to 19. The alphabet is very close to the Latin one, although there is also a bit of Greek in it, such as tau or tau for t. 29. Kraus, Ibid, 22, 34, Bischoff. 30. Kraus, Ibid, 34, Bischoff. 31. On the word Peritzim and Daniel 11:14, see William Horbury, the depiction of the Judeo-Christians in the Taladat Yeshuv, in the image of the Judeo-Christians in ancient Jewish and Christian literature, eds Peter J. Thompson and Doris Lambert Petrie, Tilbington. Moore Seebeck, 2003, 280-86, 283. 32. See below for further discussion of this tombstone. 68. Adina M. Yoffe. Anti-Marian sentiment among Jews in the West also dates to the High Middle Ages. It arose in response to the cult of the adoration of Mary and its anti-Jewish elements. The veneration of Mary, which was visible in the doctrine of the Eastern Church as early as the 5th century, became increasingly vibrant in Latin Christendom in the 10th and 11th centuries and reached its peak in the 12th, especially in France. 33. Peter Schaeffer has traced a number of popular Eastern Christian stories of Jewish maltreatment of Mary to the West. While the stories were initially the province of monks and lay Christians with the means to buy illustrated books of hours, they soon reached a wider audience by being represented in church windows. One account of the Jews attempting to disrupt Mary's funeral and knock her body to the ground was depicted in stained glass. In the second half of the 13th century in southwest Germany. 34. Another story, in which Mary saved the Jewish boy who was thrown into a furnace by his father after taking the Eucharist, appeared in stained glass church windows in France, as early as 1241, and in England. 35. Schaeffer shows that even if it can not be proven that Jews were familiar with Christian literary representations of those anti-Jewish stories, they must have seen the windows of the churches of their towns, just as they would have witnessed the processions of venerators of Mary walking through the streets. 36. In light of the negative images of Jews promulgated by Christians in Mary's name, Schaeffer has expressed surprise that most versions of the Taladat Yeshu do not cast her in a more negative light. 37. The dominant Taladat Yeshu manuscript type circulating in high medieval Western Europe was the Wagenseil, which portrays Mary as the victim of a rapist she thought was her husband. 38 That the Huldreich manuscript, also a product of Western Europe, does depict Mary as an adulterer and whore is much less remarkable. It suggests a date of origin, at least for those parts of the manuscript, involving Mary, in the 12th or 13th century, when the Marian cult, and thus the need to respond to it, would have been most salient for Jews. In the style of its narrative, the Huldreich is sometimes more reminiscent of medieval Europe than 1st century Palestine. Sid Zieleman has said that it abounds with anachronisms and reads much like a late medieval romance. 39. He is probably referring to Joseph Pandaras placing a ladder against Mary's window in order to free her from captivity in Paphos's house. 2v. Jesus giving romantic advice to a shepherdess. 3v. And Jesus outsmarting Peter and Judah out of a goose at a desert tavern. 3v. The latter story, as has been noted by 33 Peter Schaeffer, mirror of his beauty, feminine images of God from the Bible to the early Kabbalah, Princeton University Press, 2002, 147-48. 34 Schaeffer, Ibid, 189. 35 Schaeffer, Ibid, 204. 36 Schaeffer, Ibid, 179-80, 239. 37 Schaeffer, Ibid, 211-12. 38 On the prevalence of the wage and sale, see Krauss, Das Leben Jesu, 27, Bischoff. 39 Lemon, The Scroll, 187. On the Huldreich's romantic style, see also Krauss, Ibid, 12. Observations on the Huldreich manuscripts of the Toledat Yeshua, 69. Scholars, is also in the Decameron. None of these stories appears in any of the other manuscripts. The role of Worms as a major Jewish city in the Huldreich manuscripts, the Latin names and alphabet in the text, as well as the prominent anti-Marian sentiment, point to a 12th, or, most likely, 13th century context for at least a significant part of the Huldreich. But there are later elements still. When Mary dies in the Huldreich, Herod wants to have her buried under a monument, describing her as the mother of children of whoredom. Her family's response is to steal the monument and replace it with one saying Hine Sulam Mutsav. Arts of Vero show Magia Hashemima Ve Hina Malach Elohim * Olim Ve Yurden Bo Emabanem Smha, Hallelujah, 5v. The first sentence's words are those describing Jacob's ladder in Genesis 28:12. This account is in none of the Hebrew manuscripts, but, as Michael Stanislawski has shown, there is an almost identical incident in a Yiddish manuscript, JTS 2221, owned by the Jewish Theological Seminary. The manuscript was written in the 17th century, but, as with the manuscripts of the Hebrew Toledat, the composition dates of surviving manuscripts are not accurate indications of the text's origins. That being the case, the European Yiddish manuscripts are generally later than the European Hebrew manuscripts. It is possible that the Yiddish author could have been familiar with the Huldreich, rather than the other way around, but that would still put the Huldreich manuscript in the world of Central and Eastern European Jewry before Huldreich published it in the 18th century. There is also one similarity between the Huldreich and the elaborate modem Slavic version, which Krauss and Bischoff consider to be the latest manuscript. Type 40. As will be discussed in the next section, the rabbis get a number of clues that Jesus is a bastard. The most common is that Jesus does not cover his head in front of them. The Huldreich also has him playing ball inappropriately close to the Holy Temple. In at least 8 Slavic manuscripts, Jesus also attracts the attention of the rabbis by playing ball, in those cases in a way that violates the Sabbath. 41. The Huldreich is so unique that it is tempting to say that it has no parallels in any manuscript types, except perhaps the earliest ones that draw heavily from the Talmud. But such a statement would be too rash, as it ignores the type Krauss and Bischoff call Derasi. 42. The Derasi is also quite unusual. Perhaps its most noteworthy characteristic is that Miriam's husband is called Joseph and her 40. Krauss, Ibid, 35 to 37, Bischoff. 41. There are 7 manuscripts, all Slavic, in which Jesus violates the Sabbath by throwing the ball in the public domain more than the allotted 4 cubits. Amsterdam HSROS 467, page 15. Jerusalem JNULB 263 to 8228, 14. Jerusalem Yad Bensby 961, 16b, Leeds University. Library Mizrath, 3R, New York JTS 2503, 8b, Princeton Firestone Library 22, 21, and St. Petersburg OI 244, 1 LR. Jerusalem JNULB 242 to 865, 4b, also has him throwing the ball in the public domain but just says that he threw it too far. 42. Krauss, Das Leben Jesu, 31 to 33, Bischoff. 70. Adina M. Yofi. Rapist is called Yochanan, rather than the other way around. The Derasi's NAR. Redu, while not precisely echoing the Huldreich, at least contains some similar elements. 43. The Derasi also mentions Herod, in addition to Tiberius Caesar, as one of the rulers at Jesus' birth. 50R. In the Derasi, Jesus learns magic in Egypt. 60R. After he loses the power of the divine name. 57b. In the Huldreich, he spends his childhood in Egypt before learning Sod Shem Hampers H in Jerusalem. 3R. The figure attempting to split the Judeo-Christians from the Jews, called Elijah/Eliyahu in the Derasi, aims to separate the two peoples. Linguistically as well as religiously, the main thing that Jesus wants from you is for you to separate from the Jews, in Torah, in language /in commu, 90, in Sabbaths, and in festivals. 65b. Eliyahu does not specify how this should be done and does not offer an entirely novel alphabet, as Shimon HaKopas does. In the Huldreich, 5R, but the theme of linguistic separation appears in both verbs. Zions. Dating the Derasi is beyond the scope of this paper, although Krauss considers it earlier than the Huldreich, but no earlier than the 10th century. 44. Some scholars before Krauss dated the Huldreich to the Reformation or later. 45. One scholar currently working on the Talagot, Yaakov Deutsch, has suggested an origin date of the 15th century. I have found no evidence of anything particularly Protestant in the Huldreich, but I argue that the author of the Huldreich was aware of the dominant European Talagot Yeshu manuscript type, the Wage and Sale, as well as the earlier Eastern manuscripts, with their many Talmudic allusions and corresponding maltreatment of Mary, the Derasi manuscript type, and possibly a considerably later Yiddish manuscript and a Slavic tradition. The fact that the Huldreich brings together so many different Talagot traditions from a wide variety of manuscript types, with a significant part of it originating as late as the 13th century, indicates that the Huldreich very likely dates from at least the 15th, and probably the 16th, century, if not even later. The uniqueness of the Huldreich, rewriting old traditions. What is really striking about the Huldreich is the fact that, as Krauss and others have pointed out, its text incorporates older traditions about the life of Jesus, some of them pre-Toledot, into a largely new, i.e., high medieval/early modem narrative framework. Krauss says, the content of the H. Aldrich turns back. 43 in this article, I will cite pages from one particular de Rossi manuscript, Parma 2083 to Rossi 96, and I will use internal citations in the body of the article. 44 Krauss, Das Leben Jesu, 31, Bischoff, 247. 45 Lehmann, The Scroll, 189 to 90, and 190, and 48. Lehmann mentions J. Basnich, History of the Jews, London, 1708, 375 to 81, Sabina Baring Gould, Lost and Hostile Gospels, London, Will. Liams and Norgate, 1874, 115, and William Henry Burr, Revelations of Antichrist Concerning Christ and Christianity, New York, Amo Press, 1879, 394 to 407. Observations on the Huldreich manuscripts of the Toledot Yeshiv. 71. To old sources, Huldreich has in common with the Cairo, the individually older version, for example, that a Caesar is arbiter, as in the Acts of Peter, etc. 46. This article has already discussed the story of Miriam's romantic escape with Joseph, Pandora and the tale of the innkeeper and the goose, but those are not the only elements that are found in the Huldreich and not in any other Hebrew manuscripts. Unique incidents include the rabbi soaking Jesus' head in mibolit, some kind of water that prevents hair from growing, 3r, a practice his disciples then voluntarily adopted, 3b, Jesus killing his father, Joseph Pandora, when he finds out about Miriam's harlotry, 3r, Jesus wandering through the desert with his disciples, 3r, the new alphabet and scriptures written by Simon as a means of further separating the Jews and Judeo-Christians, 5r, and the morning of Simon's death on 9 Teves, 5b. This list is not exhaustive, but it gives a sense of the level of divergence from other versions. Despite the significant differences in the details, the Huldreich is thematically similar to the rest of the Hebrew manuscripts of the Toledot. All of the Hebrew Toledot Yeshu manuscripts follow the same general storyline, except for the fact that the earliest ones do not have the story of Jesus' birth. They start amidst his heresies or his interrogation or trial on account of those heresies. In all of the manuscripts with the birth story, Jesus is conceived through some kind of forbidden sexual contact between Mary, who is menstruating, and a man not her husband or fiancé. After Jesus is bombed, Mary sends him to be educated in the Jewish community, where his strange and impudent behavior leads the rabbis to suspect he is a bastard. Mary admits to the rabbis that Jesus is a bastard, and he is excommunicated. Jesus gains disciples by performing various miracles, which are made possible because of his mastery of sorcery and or the ineffable divine name. The Jews, upon hearing of Jesus' exploits, seek cooperation from the authorities to put Jesus on trial for sorcery and heresy. Jesus claims that he is the Son of God and or the Messiah, using proof texts from the Hebrew Bible. After one or more trials, Jesus is executed by the Jews according to Jewish law. He is buried, but his body is stolen and reburied somewhere else by a Jew concerned about the disciples' behavior. The disciples, in turn, complain to the authorities, who begin to wonder if, perhaps, Jesus ascended to heaven, as he had prophesied. The Jews discover the reburial and produce the body. at which point the authorities realized that Jesus was a fraud and conceded the Jews' victory over him. Many manuscripts, including the Huldreich, have other sections after this, explaining how, through a Jewish agent masquerading as a messenger of Jesus, the Jews successfully separate the Judeo-Christians from their community. 46 Kraus, Das Leben Jesu, 17, and 1, d. Inhalt von H. Huldreich, auf ALDE Quellen Zurich. Weiss. Huldreich hat sie mit Cairo die uns Zweifel hoch Alter Fassung Gemein, das ein Kaiser. Cheats Richter ist, wie in den Akte Petri U.S.W. 72. Adina M. Yoffe. Those general similarities are not the only ones between the Huldreich and other Toledat Yeshu manuscripts. Parts of the Huldreich are close to some of the earliest extant Hebrew manuscripts. Those earlier manuscripts, in turn, are similar to the Babylonian Talmud, Babli, a small number of stories about Jesus. The Babli's accounts of Jesus' life are linked to the early Hebrew manuscripts by even earlier Toledat Yeshu fragments, which are in Aramaic. The Aramaic fragments were discovered in the Cairo Geniza and have been dated to approximately the 9th or 10th century, although there is no great consensus about the dating. The Babli sections about Jesus are echoed, sometimes word for word, in the Aramaic fragments, and at least one of the earliest surviving complete Hebrew manuscripts, JTS 8998, Middle Eastern, from the 13th to 15th centuries, or earlier, is a word-for-word translation of an Aramaic manuscript. Two other early Hebrew manuscripts, St. Petersburg 274 and JTS 6312, have no birth story, but they are not complete, so it is impossible definitively to conclude that they never had one. The Hebrew manuscripts traveled to Western Europe after the year 1000. Little is known about the process of textual transmission, and were edited there. Extra sections, including the birth story and the account of the Christian separation, were added, and the Western European manuscripts increasingly diverged from their Middle Eastern counterparts, although they retained older microforms. The Huldreich, by contrast, contains many of the Babli's names, places, and events, but there are no sections that are produced word for word. Everything was rewritten by the Huldreich's author, S. In the Aramaic fragments, which do not have the birth story of Jesus, his mother, Miriam, is a hairdresser, her husband is called Paphos, and Jesus is Fa. There is Pandarot or Ban Pandarot, as in the Babli, Shabbat 104b. Jesus performs miracles using sorcery, and he has 5 disciples, who are executed soon before he is. In St. Petersburg RNLEBR 1.274, St. Petersburg 274, one of the earliest Hebrew manuscripts, Jesus admits under questioning from the rabbis, another feature common to the Babli and the Aramaic fragments, that his mother, Miriam, is a hairdresser, and her father's name is Paphos, 23b. His disciples are executed in myriad ways, 24b 25r, and then he is first hanged and then stoned. For sorcery, 26r. The section on the interrogation of the disciples in St. Peter's, Berg 274, 24b 25r, which is very close to the Babli's description of the event. B. Sanhedrin 43ab, is translated into Hebrew from accounts in the Talmud, and the Aramaic fragments, although parts of the section remain in Aramaic. St. Petersburg 274, like almost all of the rest of the Hebrew manuscripts, also has other sections not in the Aramaic fragments, such as the birth story of Jesus. The
foundation.
birth story, in which Miriam is raped by the wicked Joseph while her husband, Yochanan, is at the house of study, Bet Midrash, takes place during Herod's reign, 21b. But the interrogation of the disciples is also approved by Pilate the governor, Philetus Hegemon, 24r24b, a key figure in Jesus' interrogation in the Aramaic fragments as well. Observations on the Huldreich manuscripts of the Toledot Yeshuv. 73. The two different rulers in St. Petersburg 274 and the text switch from Hebrew to Aramaic and back again both reveal that St. Petersburg 274 is a transitional text between the Eastern and Western versions of the Toledot. By the 12th century in Western Europe, the dominant version of the Toledot Yeshuv was the so-called Wagensale or Hellenist type, in which the seam between the Hebrew and the Aramaic had become almost invisible. There is much less Aramaic, although words and phrases remain. The birth story, with Yochanan the husband and Joseph the rapist, in the Darasi manuscripts, as noted above, the names are reversed, is in every manuscript of that version. Miriam is described as a beautiful, modest woman who refuses Joseph's advances until he pretends that he is her husband/fiancé, and even then most manuscripts have him forcing himself upon her, since she is menstruating and will not violate the rules against sexual contact. There is only one ruler, Queen Helena, often further described as the wife of Constantine. Jesus' disciples are called Peritzim, an allusion to Daniel 11:14, but they are only very rarely named, and they are not executed as a group. It is a bit surprising, then, that the Huldreich, a Western European manuscript, in a form that is later than at least most of the Wagensale, would be more similar to the Talmud stories of Jesus than the Wagensale is. There are, however, a number of similarities between the Huldreich and the Babli. Miriam is a hairdresser. In both the Babli, Shabbat 104b, and in the Huldreich, 2b, the profession is, for some reason, disreputable. 47 in both texts she is also a soda, an adulterous woman, b. Shabbat 104b. The story in the Huldreich of Rabbi Akiva coming to her Nazareth house to ask about the circumstances surrounding Jesus' birth, 3r, appears to be based on Masekhet Kala 15b 16a. 48 Although the Kala version names neither mother nor child, the story later, according to Louis Ginsburg and others, came to be associated with Jesus. Jesus is buried in a sewage ditch, as opposed to a water channel, the text announces, in order to fulfill the words of the sages. Everyone who mocks the words of the sages is judged in boiling excrement. 49 This is not just an allusion, but, rather, a quotation from the Babli. B. Gideon 56b 57a, which tells the stories of the punishments of the worst Jewish and Gentile sinners. Jesus, in some versions, the sinners of Israel, is forced to spend eternity in boiling excrement, 4b. 50. With the exception of the quotation just cited, the Huldreich almost always incorporates Talmudic stories and Toledot traditions by rewriting them, at least slightly. As has been discussed, the forbidden sexual relationship that produces Jesus' voluntary adultery, rather than rape or mistaken identity. Jesus born 47 Schaeffer, Jesus in the Talmud, 16 to 18. 48 Kala is a minor tractate with only a Gemara, no Mishnah, and the numbering of it varies. By addition, Bischoff cites Kala 18b, Krauss, Das Leben Jesu, 33 Bischoff. 49 milliseconds Princeton 24 has razor instead of Hakamim, 8r. 50 Schaefer, Jesus in the Talmud, 83 to 86. 74. Adina M. Yafi forms miracles using the ineffable name, 2R3B, but he does not steal it from the temple, which is by far the dominant story in the other manuscript types. Instead, he learns Ma'aseh Merkava and Sod Shem Hainperish from Rabbi Yehoshua ben Parahia, his teacher, 3R. The rabbis capture him not by depriving him of the name, but by tricking him into drinking the waters of forgetfulness. Mishaki Ha, 4R, not by ritually contaminating him or cutting the parchment containing the name out of his body. In addition to assigning Jesus' followers new holidays, the post-Jesus prophet in the Huldreich takes the unusual step of writing an entirely new alphabet and scriptures for them. Not content merely. To separate them from the Jewish people, he murders a group of them, by preferring to give them a ride on his flying cloud and then throwing them from it in mid-air, 5R. In order to show how the Huldreich rewrites texts and traditions, 2 brief adjacent sections of the Huldreich will be analyzed. Of all the sections in the Huldreich, these two are closest, in terms of wording, to comparable sections in the other versions. Jesus uncovers his head, and the rabbis declare him a bastard. In nearly every Western European Toledat Yeshua manuscript, from the wage and sale onward, one of the ways in which Jesus reveals that he is a bastard is by ignoring the custom to cover his head in the presence of the sages of Israel. He does this not by accident but, rather, purposely and arrogantly. In a fairly typical wagon seal manuscript, Harvard Houghton Library Ms. 57, the story goes as follows. One day, the boy passed before the Sanhedrin in Jerusalem, and it was the custom in those days that everyone who passed before them would cover his head and kneel and bow to them. And this boy, when he passed before them, uncovered his head and, insolently, bowed to his rabbi alone. And everyone answered and said, since he is singularly contemptuous, one may deduce that he is a bastard. And one of them answered and said, surely he is a bastard and the son of a menstruant, 23R. The expression since he is singularly contemptuous, one may deduce that he is a bastard, midi utsitkul ha'i shemamina mamzerhu, is a slight modification of a sentence that appears in the Babli /Babamitzia 83b, since he is singularly contemptuous, one may deduce that he is a wicked man, midi utsik. Kul ha'i shemamina rashahu. The motif of the rabbis concluding that a young boy is a bastard and the son of a menstruant based on whether he covers his head is in Masikate Kala, 15a16b. The Mamzer version of the quote, with or without the Golach Ae, is in nearly every wage and sale manuscript, as well as in the Slavic manuscripts. 51. 51 Kraus, Das Liber Jesu, 35 to 36, Bischoff. Observations on the Huldreich manuscripts of the Toledat Yeshua. 75. The analogous Huldreich passage is slightly different. Jesus does two things to convince the rabbis that his legal status in the community must be suspect. First, he plays ball near the temple. In the other manuscripts that have him playing ball, which are all Slavic, his sin is playing on the Sabbath and throwing the ball in the public domain outside the allotted 4 cubits. He is wearing priestly garments, and, when his ball goes astray, he becomes despondent and throws his mitre onto the ground. The boys playing with Jesus say to him, cover your head, to which he responds, and is it not true that Moses did not command that head covering in the Torah, and that the words of the sages are wordless? The rabbis are not directly involved in this conversation, but 3 of them, Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Yehoshua ben Levi, and Rabbi Akiva, are sitting nearby, and they hear the exchange. Rabbi Eliezer suggests that Jesus is the son of immense truant, Midi Utsav Kul Sig Ha-Ishem Amina Ben Nidahu asterisk 2, which Rabbi Joshua responds that he is the son of a prostitute. Rabbi Akiva says that he is a bastard. 3r. In order to capture the Huldreich's melding of different texts, it is necessary to take a close look at the Masikate Kala text. In the Kala passage, the primary sin of the young boy, later identified with Jesus, is, as in most of the Toledot Yeshua texts, but not in the Huldreich, failing to cover his head in front of great rabbis. In the Huldreich, but not in the other versions of the Toledot, the rabbis in question are the same three named in the Kala text. In the Kala passage, Rabbi Eliezer suggests that the boy is a bastard. Rabbi Yehoshua ben Levi says that he is the son of immense truant, and Rabbi Akiva, bringing their charges together, concludes that he is a bastard and the son of immense truant. In the Huldreich, however, the charges are that Jesus is the son of immense truant, the son of a prostitute, and a bastard, with the result that the symmetry of the Kala text is lost. There is no clear narrative reason for this change, and the change is even stranger in view of the fact that the Huldreich, unlike the rest of the Toledot ver Zions, continues with the story, as the Kala passage does. In both the Huldreich and the Kala, Rabbi Akiva approaches the boy's mother for confirmation of the manner of her son's conception. He swears to her that if she tells him the truth, she will be granted a share in the world to come. But Rabbi Akiva, we are told, did not mean his vow. He swore with his lips/mouth and nullified the vow in his heart. 52. The mother admits the truth to him. In Masikate Kala, it is that, without her knowledge, her husband's friend slept with her on her wedding night, while she was menstruating. In the Huldreich, Miriam admits sleeping. 52. The Huldreich reads, and, behold, I put you under oath, Mishpai Ephach, by God, the Lord of the heavens, tell me what your deeds have been, and I am a surety, Arab, for you for the world to come. And Rabbi Akiva swore with his mouth and nullified in his heart. 3r. The Kala reads, my daughter, if you tell me the thing I am asking you, I will bring you to the life of the world to come. Hey Olam Haba. Rabbi Akiva swore with his lips and nullified in his heart. 15a 16b. 76. Adina M. Yafi. With another man without divorcing her husband. The Huldreich text is more elaborate than the short Kala passage. Rabbi Akiva goes to Nazareth and talks to Miriam, who has changed her name to Karaha, a play on the word for bald, which Jesus soon will be, because of the Mibolet. 53. After he swears falsely to her, and she admits that Jesus is a bastard, he excoriates her. 3r. For this section, then, the Huldreich weaves together three texts: the passage from the Bavli, Bava Mitzvah 83b, which appears, with the substitution of bastard for wicked one, in most Toledot manuscripts, the account of Jesus not covering his head in front of the sages, leading them to conclude that he is a bastard, which is in Masikate Kala and also in most Toledot manuscripts, and the longer Kala narrative of Rabbi Akiva securing confirmation of the fact that the boy is a bastard from his mother. It also adds new material, Jesus dressing in priestly clothes and the story of Rabbi Akiva's visit to Nazareth. The result is an account of the discovering of Jesus' status that is similar to, yet also noticeably different from, the dominant one in the Toledot Yeshua manuscripts. 2. The words of the sages are worthless, Jesus and Moses. After being urged by his peers to cover his head, Jesus replies, and is it not true that Moses did not command that head covering in the Torah, and that the words of the sages are worthless? 3R. This statement, one of the strongest possible critiques of rabbinic authority, and the final confirmation the rabbis need that Jesus is a bastard, is a simple one in comparison to the speech attributed to Jesus in many of the manuscripts. In most Darasi and Slavic manuscripts, Jesus critiques the rabbis' claim to having the ultimate authority over sacred texts, with a clever midrashic analysis of the comparative intelligences of Moses and Jethro. Here is a fairly typical text, from Parma 2083, the Darasi manuscript, from which I cited above. Afterwards, his rabbi went to his study house and was teaching his students from Tract Tate Nezikin. And the bastard came to the house of study and began to teach law to the students. One of them answered and said to him, "Did you not learn that everyone who teaches law in the presence of his teacher is liable for death?" B. Irat 3 towns. And you are teaching law in the presence of your rabbi like a bastard and the son of a menstruant. The wicked one answered insolently, "You are the wicked ones, offspring of falsehood, children of whoredom." Hosea 2:6. You see a book and do not know a thing about it, not who is the rabbi and who is the student, who is righteous and who is wicked, who is the scholar and who is the ignoramus. And if you have knowledge, tell me, who was wiser, Moses or Jethro? If you say to me, Moses, you are giving false testimony, since Moses learned practical knowledge and good counsel from Jethro. And if you say Jethro was wiser than Moses, Moses' greatness is nullified and his prophecy is delegitimized. 4. The scriptures said about him, "He is faithful in all of my house," Numbers 12:7, and 53 on Miriam, Karaha, and baldness, see Krauss, Das Leben Jesu, 23. On the same page, Krauss speculates on the origins of the term Mibolet but comes to no firm conclusion. Observations on the Huldreich manuscripts of the Toledat Yeshua. 11. There never again arose a prophet like Moses in Israel, Deuteronomy 34:10, I speak to him face to face, Numbers 12:8. This clever reply appears, with slight variations, in at least 50 Hebrew Toledat Yeshua manuscripts, mostly of the Darasi and Slavic types. It is far more sophisticated than the Huldreiches, and is it not true that Moses did not command that head covering in the Torah, and that the words of the sages are worthless? I would argue, however, that that sentence constitutes a rewriting of Jesus's longer speech. Manuscripts that do not have this speech generally contain no discussion at all about the rabbi's understanding of texts as compared to the commandments of Moses. The rabbi's only indication that Jesus is a bastard is his failure to cover his head in front of them. The Huldreich's treatment of this matter, though different and far more brief than the dominant one, indicates that the author was probably aware of the Toledat tradition that Jesus questioned the rabbis' authority to interpret the Torah and impose their interpretations on the Jews. Conclusion. The Huldreich version of the Toledat issue is both unique and problematic. The paucity of manuscript evidence, even by the standards of the Toledat issue, the unusual narrative elements, and the combination and recasting of old and newer traditions have made it difficult for scholars to date the work or otherwise put it in context. These difficulties probably explain the comparative neglect of the Huldreich version in the scholarship so far on Toledat Yeshua. This article has tried to address some of the problems by comparing and contrasting the Huldreich to other Toledat versions, examining Huldreich's own notes to the manuscript he published, and offering close readings of sections of the most Complete manuscript. The Huldreich echoes, in some parts, the earliest Hebrew manuscripts, and, by extension, the even earlier Aramaic fragments. In other parts, it has high medieval themes, including anti-Marian sentiment, and still others show awareness of the later, Slavic, tradition of Jesus throwing the ball too far on the Sabbath and of the Yiddish account of Miriam's 2 tombstones. Based on this evidence, it seems most likely that the Huldreich was composed in the 15th or 16th century, at the earliest, by an unknown author, or group of authors. The authors knew many Toledot Yeshua traditions and combined and rewrote them, thus creating a recognizable, but unique, Toledot version. A preliminary study of a Yiddish life of Jesus. Toledot Yeshua JTS Ms. 2211. Michael Stanislawski. My research into the Yiddish versions of the Toledot Yeshua stems from my continuing fascination with the popular religion of early modem Ashkenazic Jewry, especially as reflected in the plethora of unstudied Yiddish texts from this period. In previous studies, one have focused on Yiddish translations of Hebrew originals, teasing out of them what one have semi-playfully termed their Ashkenazation, i.e., the conscious and unconscious inclusion of cultural markers which clearly reveal their implication in the religious universe of early modem Central and Eastern European Jewry, and the transformation both by Commission and Omis Zion of aspects of the Hebrew originals deemed unsuitable for the audience of Yiddish translations, presumed to be meant for, as the texts themselves claim, women and unlearned men. In this study, I will attempt to adapt this approach to the early modem Yiddish manuscripts of the Toledot Yeshua, taking my cue from my colleague Elisheva Karlbach, who so aptly argued that deep within its structure, early modem Ashkenazic Jewish culture had built-in strategies of internal resistance to the religious narrative of Christian society, trenchant, polemic in the guise of folklore. 2. My analysis, I must emphasize from the start, is not only preliminary, but beset by several fundamental problems. First, we do not possess an accurate list of extant Yiddish manuscripts of the Toledot Yeshua, something I hope to redress in a tentative manner below. Secondly, until we have a reliable bibliography and analysis of all the extant Hebrew versions of the texts, it is impossible to discern to what extent the Yiddish manuscripts differ from their presumptive Hebrew sources. Thirdly, despite all the scholarship that has been produced on the two, one see my the Yiddish Shevet Yehuda, a study in the Ashkenazation of a Spanish Jewish classic, in Jewish history and Jewish memory, essays in honor of Yosef Haim Yerushalmi, eds Elisheva Karlbach, John M. Efren, David N. Myers, Hanover, New Hampshire, University Press of New England, 1998, 134 to 149, and Toward the Popular Religion AF Ashkenazic Jews, Yiddish. Hebrew texts on sex and circumcision, in mediating modernity, challenges and trends in the Jewish encounter with the modern world. Essays in honor of Michael A. Meyer, eds Lauren B. Strauss and Michael Brenner, Detroit, Wayne State University Press, 2008, 93 to 106. To Elisheva Karlbach, The Anti-Christian Element in Early Modem Yiddish Culture, Braun. Lectures in the History of the Jews in Prussia 10, Ramat Gan, Bar Ilan University, 2003, 9. 3. Only 2 of the extant Yiddish manuscript that I know of, that in the Val Madonna collect. 80. Michael Stanislawski. Ledot Yeshua. In the last century, there has been virtually no scholarly work done on the Yiddish versions. Even Eric Bischoff's 1895 publication of Ein Judis Deutsches Levity Jesu for a more or less accurate transcription of the original and translation into German of a manuscript in the Bodleian Library at Oxford, Con. Contains a very minimal scholarly apparatus, and Gunther Schlichting's excellent monograph on the Hebrew manuscripts contains only 4 paragraphs on one Yiddish manuscript held in Amsterdam. 5. First things first, there are to my knowledge 15 extant Yiddish manuscripts of the Toledat Yeshiva, all but one of which have copies deposited in the Institute for microfilmed Hebrew manuscripts in Jerusalem. 3 of these are from libraries in Amsterdam, 2 at JTS in New York, and 1 each to be found in Göttingen, Paris, Frankfurt, St. Petersburg, London, Zurich, Oxford, Prague, Harvard, and Jerusalem. 6-8 of these manuscripts date from the mid-to-late 18th and 4 from the 19th centuries, and hence do not interest me in this particular project. Thus, only 3 of the known manuscripts can be ascribed to the early modem period. The Oxford manuscript mentioned above is early 18th century, but it is nearly identical to the Harvard manuscript, dated by its scribe to 1652, and JTS 2211, to which I will return in depth below, is undated but clearly stems from the 17th century, probably the 1670s or 1680s. Bischoff already determined that the Oxford manuscript belongs almost entirely to what he termed the wage and sale tradition of the Hebrew Toledat Yeshiva, though with elements of the typus de Rossi, with virtually no disschemable difference traceable to its having been translated into Yiddish. But this is definitely not the case of JTS 2211, which differs substantially and expansively from the Oxford/Harvard texts and does not adhere clearly to any heretofore defined Hebrew textual tradition or indeed any single or stable Hebrew text. As I shall explicate below, its scribe himself expounds on the fact that he had access to and used several different and often contradictory sources for his tale, and the Shin and Jerusalem 8228 are found in collections that include Hebrew versions, from which they seem to differ in minor, though interesting ways, but even here, 1 am loath to speculate about the originality of these discrepancies until I feel more secure about the variations in the Hebrew manuscripts themselves. For Eric Bischoff, ein Judis Deutsches Leben Jesu. Zum erste Mal nach dem Oxforder Manuskript herausgegeben, Leipzig, Wilhelm Friedrich, 1895. 5 Gunther Schlichting, ein Jüdisches Leben Jesu, die Verschollen Toledatische Fassung. Tamuad, Tübingen, Morsiebeck, 1982, 1415. 6-1, JTS 2211, 17th century, 2, Harvard, 1652, 3, Oxford, early carrot century copy of number 2. 4, Valmadonna, 18th century, Hebrew and Yiddish. 5, Zurich 18th century. 6, Amsterdam 233, 18th century. 7, JTS 2219, 18th century. 8, Prague 18th century. 9, St. Petersburg, 1756. 10, Amsterdam ETS Haim, 1764. 11, Frankfurt AM, 1771. 12, Amsterdam 467, 19th century. Yiddish and Hebrew. 13, Jerusalem 8228, 19th century. 14, Paris, 1838. 15, Göttingen, 1892. A preliminary study of the Yiddish life of Jesus. 81. Result displays ample examples of Ashkenazation and other deviations from the other Yiddish and Hebrew texts I have studied. Before proceeding to this textual analysis, a few words are necessary about this manuscript as a whole. First, It is far longer than any of the others I have examined. 152 pages. The Oxford/Bodleian manuscript, in contrast, is 48 pages long, i.e. 3 times shorter, the length directly related to the already mentioned citation of different versions of the same tale, and the scribe's constant and self-conscious editorial hand at play throughout the work, in which he speaks to his readers in the first person. In this chapter one shall recount the tale of, and enumerating, often inaccurately, which version of the Miriam or Yeshua story will follow. My very tentative hypothesis is that this narrative intervention is, if not unique to, then certainly redolent of, its specific cultural context. It is common not only in the specific early modem Yiddish texts I have previously studied, but throughout the contemporary genre of Mays Beaker books of stories, whose most famous creations were the Bogavut verse, composed in Venice in 1501, a rhymed Yiddish version of the English romances of Bevis of Hampton, and most importantly for our purposes the anonymous Mays book, first published in 1602 and then repeatedly through the next century, Rise, which purported to be a collection of Aggadah and Midrashim from works stretching from the Talmud to Sefer Hasidim and beyond. Indeed, since the most important alternate title to the Taladat Yeshua was Mays told, the story of the Hanged One, it is no stretch whatsoever to include the Yiddish translations of the Taladat Yeshua into this Mays Beaker genre and tradition. To what extent this narrative strategy was borrowed from, or at least influenced by, the nascent genre of what we may call the proto-novel in European societies in the 17th century, witness, for example, Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress, first published in 1677, is not directly relevant here. For the sake of clarity and brevity, one will summarize here under separate RU breaks, not following precisely the narrative order of the text, the most important and interesting characteristics that I have so far identified in JTS Ms. 2211. 1. The editor's knowledge and citation of different narrative traditions. While there are many examples of this throughout the text, the most important pertains to the issue of Pandara's sexual intercourse with Mary. All the variants of the story identify Pandara, rather than Joseph, as the true biological father of Jesus, but the disagreement in the sources is about whether Pandara's intercourse with Mary was consensual or rape. Some say that the first time Pandara came to her to have sex, she thought this was Joseph and screamed at him, "Get away from me, since I am Porsnita, ik ben Tom, I am menstruating and I." Pure 7, while others present her essentially as a whore, either enticing Pandara or 7. All references to Ms. JTS 2211 will be cited by folio number F382. Michael Stanislavski, at the least succumbing to his entreaties, a fourth option tells us that Divarhit is Gavezne ZZI Hotniks Kizog Su Arkosnes. The truth is that she said nothing to her betrothed, i.e. that she was herself guilty of having sex while in Nida, not just once, but twice, clearly implicating Mary in mortal sin, though this latter scenario makes little sense, since it is unclear then how Joseph learns about her earlier intercourse with Pandara, crucial to the rest of the story. 2. Talmud and trial of Jesus. Almost as incendiary as the charge that Jesus was a bastard bomb in menstrual blood is this manuscript's repeated insistence that it was the Jews, and not the Romans, who ordered Jesus' death. At very start of our manuscript we read, in Hilpul indigamor Sanhedrin Iverdem Yeshua, on, Zain Mida, Vio Sanhedrin. Hab den Yeshulas dan Zain Ketas Poraznu 60 Rashider Veltner for Farzint 9. A debate in the Talmud Sanhedrin over Jesus and his death, and how the Sanhedrin judged him according to the law of our Torah, since the evil one misled the world through his sins, and our scribe, as is his wont, returns to give a longer version of the verdict of the Sanhedrin that Jesus be put to death according to Jewish law. These references to the Talmud are not found in the Oxford/Harvard manuscripts, nor in the Hebrew versions I have read. 3. Historical inaccuracy. In analyzing the Yiddish Shevet Yehuda, I noted that book began with historical errors, an inaccurate account of the story of Anthony and Cleopatra, and a conflation of the destruction of the first and second temples. 10. Here the basic historical error pertains to the year of Jesus' birth. Our narrator begins the text with Zweihundert 6 nach regiert hat der Kaiser Augustus an Zane. Kanijan 11, in the 42nd year of the reign of Emperor Augustus and his queen. However, since Augustus became emperor in 27 BCE, the 42 ND year of his reign was 15 CE, a date without, at least any obvious, significance in the Jesus narrative. 12. Similarly, the entire, and odd, story of Queen Helena's reign in Judea is presented in different versions that contradict one another in dating and in regard to the extent of her power, and, perhaps more significantly, in regard to Pontius Pilate's appointment and functions as procurator in Judea, and most importantly, to his role in the trial of Jesus. Due to the multiplicity of sources available to and used by our scribe, this is presented in even more confusing. 8f3b 9f law 10c Stanislavski, the Yiddish Shevet Yehuda, 139 mf lobby 12. The Zurich manuscript has this as the 52 ND year of Augustus's reign. This calculation is shared, however, by the Harvard manuscript, though not in the Bodleian variant. One have not found other differences between the Harvard and the Oxford manuscripts shared with JTS 2211. A preliminary study of a Yiddish life of Jesus. 83. And contradictory versions than in the other versions of the Toledat Yeshua I have thus far examined, not to speak of the contradictions in the Gospels themselves. Indeed, whether there is any correlation between the dichotomy on this count, between the Passion narratives in Mark, Matthew, and Luke and the different birth Zions of Toledat Yeshua from antiquity on is an important desideratum in scholarly analyses of this work. 4 linguistic markers of the distinctions between Jews and Gentiles. As opposed to the other Hebrew and Yiddish texts of the Toledat Yeshua I have thus far examined, our narrator frequently employs the traditional usage of the term Eli Havdil to distinguish between Jews and Gentiles, or sometimes good Jews and bad Jews. This first occurs, interestingly, in the genealogy of Jesus, in which we read, "Un Eli Havdil de Miriam is der Yohanan is gewesen von der Geschlecht von Beis David," i.e. Joseph was from the house of David, as opposed to Eli Havdil, Mary, thus indicating not simply the hoary theology, conundrum of Mary's lack of relationship to the Davidic dynasty, but more subtly, her apostasy, later described in detail in the text. 13. Later, Jesus himself is distinguished from other Jews by the term Eli Havdil, as are, quite naturally, his followers after they are termed Nosrim, i.e., Christians, and thus we often read variations on Yehudim on Lehavdil Nosrim, and our text reads 44, the latest union. Lehavdil de Sanhedrin. 14. In the same vein, when Jesus himself decides that he could no longer learn anything more from the rabbis and so begins to act derisively towards them, he is described as acting 16.5, like a Gentile, and a strange story is told that one of his derisive acts was playing with a ball in the presence of the Sanhedrin, and throwing it up and down in the air, an act characterized 16 boyish, kind like a Gentile child. 5. Halacha. In a different vein, our narrator is clearly troubled by the contradiction between Jewish law in his time and in ancient Palestine regarding sexual intercourse. Between Arison and Kiddushin, on the one hand, he writes, at that time the rule was in all of Israel that when a virgin became betrothed to a man they could have sex like a husband and wife. 16 While, on the other hand, in a passage again not present in the Oxford/Harvard version, Mary immediately realized that it was Pandora and not Joseph who was attempting to, and then succeeding in, having. 13 Parenthetically, in the Valmadonna manuscripts, it is Mary who is described as descended from the house of David, a fascinating claim I cannot deal with in this paper. 14F2F, 15F8B, 16F2F, 84. Michael Stanislawski. Sex with her since the latter was so foreign that he refused to have intercourse with her before they were married. 6 Attitude to Kabbalah. In my study of early modem Yiddish translations of Hebrew manuals on sex and circumcision, I noted a persistent excision of all the references to Kabbalistic sources abundant in, and crucial, to the originals, and this in the decades immediately preceding the spread of Lurianic Kabbalah throughout Ashkenazic Jewry. Thus, we might have expected our translator here to have been wary of repeating some of the magical acts attributed to members of the ancient rabbin. 8. Including most provocatively the astonishing scene in which Judas defeats Jesus in their celestial battle by rendering him impure through anal sex. But this scene is preserved in our manuscript and the other Yiddish texts I have thus far examined. Indeed, our text refers to the magical acts performed by the rabbis as Rois Kakam B'Kabbalah 17, Great Wisdom and Kabbalah, and goes so far as to state that Jesus was Boki in Kol Hatmar Kuloan in Kabbalah 18, an expert in the entire Torah and in Kabbalah. This claim is not made in the other Yiddish manuscripts I have examined. On the other hand, there is a hint, I think, of a negative attitude to some aspects of early modem Kabbalistic practices disapproved of by the rabbis, attributed to the Sabbatean heresy and its later offshoots already in the late 17th century, and then again a century later in regard to the emergence of East European Hasidism. Jesus and his followers are described in clearly derogatory terms as engaging in Springnun Zingnun Tanzan 19, jumping up and down, singing and dancing during prayers, customs associated with what the popularization of Kabbalah and its antinomian potential. 7 Ashkenazation. Far more abundant in our manuscript are examples of the transposition of the story as a whole from 1st century Judea to early modem Central/Eastern EU. Rope. Here I will cite only a few of the relevant examples. A. Many cases of what I would term pure or simple Ashkenazation. When Jesus begins to sprout his heresies, he is referred to as Grois Trafe Malamed, a very unkosher teacher, and the schools in which Jewish children study are referred to as Katarines. 20. B. Our scribe does not follow the strange tradition of rendering Armenia one of the places to which the apostles are sent, as Deutschland. He seems to know, if not where Armenia is, that he is living in something called Deutschland. See, other examples have, I would argue, far more profound cultural reference. 17F15A, 18F7A, 19F7B, 20 of it. A preliminary study of a Yiddish life of Jesus. 85. Joseph is described as remaining in Bismedresh Mamash Mishaves Leshaves 21. In the study hall really from one Shabbat to the next, again, not only a linguistic change but connected to the resonant claim that Joseph was so dedicated to his Torah studies that he had no interest in, or lust for, Mary, during the week and came to have sex with her only on Friday nights, and only because that was required by Jewish law. D. Perhaps with even more specific cultural resonance, after the Christians begin to persecute the Jews, our text reads, Hazoi haben the Sanhedrin geschickt ira. Shamashim in el bot midrashim unclain katarim the rabonum measure. Suzane dos claim bekurim individuals zal nivertig asagayan 22, and so the Sanhedrin sent their sextons to all the study halls and small headers to warn the rabbis and the young boys and girls not to go out on the streets. This seems to be a clear anachronistic retrojection of the fear of letting Jews in general and children in particular out on the street on Christian holidays, and particularly on Easter night, for fear of attacks by Christians. Indeed, we may here have a hint of the alleged practice of reading Toledat Yeshu on Christmas Eve, as reported in 1614 by the former Jew and now Christian Samuel Friedrich Brands, 23. He, after the split between the Christians and the Jews, covertly led, of course, by Paul and Peter, many Jews saw the errors of their way, did teshuvah, commit themselves again to halakha and died from a 24 again. The issue here is not simply the obvious linguistic change, but the connection to a very complex issue, the interjection here of early modem Ashkenazic notions of Kiddush. Hashem, when Saul/Paul accepts his mission, he is not only promised, as in the other versions, eternal life, but he is described as performing an act of Kiddush. Hashem 25, just as the successful search for Jesus' corpse after it disappears from its grave, thus raising the dangerous veracity of the claim of resurrection, is also accorded the status of an act of Kiddush. Hashem 26. 8 differences in narrative itself. A. After Mary gives birth to Jesus and has him circumcised, the narrator first relates the standard account that he was named after her brother, but then adds that she chose Yeshua, aka Yeshai, to emphasize that she was from the house of David, not Joseph, thus solving, as it were, the profound genealogical 21F2b, 22F28, 23 Samuel Friedrich Brands in his Giedisker Abgestriaker Schlangenwald, Nuremberg, Cell. Published, printed by Andreas Norzius, 1681, 2. On this see Elishiva Karlbach, Divided Souls, converts from Judaism in Germany, 1500 to 1750, New Haven and London, Yale University. City Press, 2001, 213 to 214, and Mark Shapiro, Torah Study on Christmas Eve, The Journal of Jewish Thought and Philosophy 8, 1999 319 to 53, 24F39b, 25F30b, 26F59b, 86. Michael Stanislawski. Conundrum that led to so many reams of Christian exegesis, moreover, that in so doing, she wanted to protect him, since she knew in advance that he would die a mice mission, a horrible death since he would be termed a Mamzer ben Nida. Thus, in our manuscript, it is Mary, not the rabbis, who raised this claim. First, i.e., far earlier than in the Harvard/Bodleian manuscripts and the Hebrew texts of the Wagensale tradition, and not because of his behavior toward rabbis. This version challenges, if not subverts the, I think correct, overarching and far-reaching reading of the original link in the earliest and later accounts between Jesus' disrespect towards the rabbis and his obvious characterological, if not ontological, status as a Mamzer ben Nida, and thence all the crucial analyses of the deep structure of the misogynist rabbinical view of menstrual blood. Here, Jesus' status as a Mamzer ben Nida is merely a genealogical truth first, articulated by Mary herself. B. Pontius Pilate, as noted above, he is presented in several different guises. In the various traditions of the Toledat Yeshu, Here he appears as a benevolent ruler, indeed to some extent a proto-Jew who learns how to love God from the children of Israel. 27. C. In the list of calendrical changes introduced by Christianity, in our Manu script Shemini Esrog is added to the list of holy days abolished by the Christians, a festival omitted in the Bodleian/Harvard Yiddish version. 28. D. The central issue of the Christian abandonment of circumcision is explained here as stemming not from Paul, but from Jesus himself, and specifically, though hardly logically, from the fact that he hated Jewish children, so instead of Mila, he introduced baptism, though that is done with Mayim Tome. 6. 9. Portrayal of Mary. A. Mary's role in the narrative is fundamentally different from the standard Taladat Yeshua version. Here, example, it is she who informs Jesus after he returns from his missions abroad about the rabbinic proclamations and shofara which have broadcast his illegitimacy throughout Palestine, and when he does leave the truth, he goes so crazy that even Mary is shocked and pleads with him to calm down. They will find a revoir. When he still continues his manic fit, Mary deliberately shuts a door on her own breast to hurt herself to get sympathy from him. The question then poses itself, I think, of whether this story was influenced in any way by the highly popular practice of self-mortification in medieval and early modern European Catholicism, and particularly among women, indeed, as my colleague Caroline Bynum has argued, constitutive of a highly original, gendered form of female Christianity. 29. 27 F47b. 28 F72a. 29 C. E.g. her Jesus as mother, studies in the spirituality of the High Middle Ages, Burt. Lay, University of California Press, 1982. A preliminary study of a Yiddish life of Jesus. 87. B. Mary herself engages in a Christological interpretation of Isaiah 7:14. She herself is the Alma Hara Yoladet Ben, but crucially, she explicitly defines Alma as meaning a virgin. 30. C. She compares herself to Miriam the prophet after crossing the sea. She cites Exodus 15:20, V'atika Miriam Hanivia, but substitutes a hot Agaron with M. Yeshua. 31. D. Finally, and perhaps most bizarrely, we have here a very strange description of Mary's death missing in the other manuscripts I have examined. Her death is described in the words of Genesis 28:12, Va Yishhak Miriam Va Makam Ha. Uvihi hine sulam mutseb artsa Vero sho magia hashamema Vihi hine. Mat ephak Elohim olam Vihi yurdim Bo. 32. And Miriam lay down in that place, and behold, there was a ladder resting on the earth, with its top reaching to heaven. And the angels of God were ascending and descending on it. But then, in sharp contrast to the Jacob story, the Sanhedrin had her grave destroyed. From the last two stories one is tempted to ponder to what extent this portrayal of Mary as a prophet is gone wrong, absolutely parallel to the basic narrative of the Taladat Yeshua, Jesus the Talmud Haxam gone wrong, is a time-bound subversion of the Marian cult exceedingly prevalent in the Christianity of Central and East Europe in the period in which this manuscript was written. The counterclaim that the Jews did not know enough about the religion of the Christians among whom they lived is, to say the least, itself subverted by the intimate knowledge of Christianity demonstrated by the scribe of JTS 2211, as well as the Harvard and Bodleian manuscripts, and it seems very safe to assume that they were not alone in passing on built-in strategies of internal resistance to the religious narrative of Christian society, trenchant polemic in the guise of folklore. 30 FF 31A 32B 31 IBIT 32 F63A. The Taladat Yeshua and Christian apocryphal literature. The formative years. Luigi Piavanelli. This book is not now common, though at one time it had a wide circulation, in Hebrew and Yiddish among the simpler-minded Jews, and even more educated Jews, used to study the book during the nights of Natal, Christmas. Our mothers knew its contents by hearsay, of course with all manner of corruptions, changes, omissions and imaginative additions, and handed them on to their children. Different versions of the book exist in Ms., some expanded to greater length and others abbreviated. But though such changes are sometimes great, as a rule they affect only details, especially names. Some versions added longer or shorter episodes, while in others certain episodes are omitted. But the general tenor of the story, its general spirit, and the outstanding features remain the same in all asterisks. The discovery of a strange Jewish anti-gospel in 1985. It was through the pages of Yeshua HaNatzri, the seminal monograph by the Israeli scholar Joseph Klausner, 1874 to 1958, that I became aware, in 1985, of the existence of a strange and fascinating medieval Jewish anti-gospel known as the Toledat Yeshua, or Stories about Jesus. One at the time I was carrying out extensive research on the Paralipomena of Jeremiah, also called 4 Barak, carried the 2 ND century Christian reworking of a Jewish Haggadah Midrash on the destruction of the First Temple and the Babylonian captivity. In particular, I was preparing a new critical edition of the Ethiopic version of the Paralipomena of Jeremiah, which was initially published in 1866 by August Dillman, and subsequently translated into modem Hebrew in 1901, within the pages of Ahad Hayam's periodical Ha. Joseph Klausner, Jesus of Nazareth, His Life, Times, and Teaching, trans. Herbert Danby. New York, Block, 1989 First edition, 1925, Original Hebrew edition, 1922, 48.1 Would like to thank Peter Schaefer and Yaakov Deutsch for inviting me to participate in an intellectual adventure as stimulating as the first international conference ever organized on the Toledat Yeshua. 1 Klausner, Jesus, 47 to 54, provides an accurate summary of the evidence available in his day, mainly on the basis of Samuel Krause's admirable edition and commentary, Das Leben Jesu. Nach Judith and Quellen, Berlin, S. Calvary, 1902, Repair. Hildesheim, Olms, 1977. On Klaus. Ms. critical attitude concerning the historical value of the few traditions about Jesus found in rabbinic sources, see John P. Meyer, The Roots of the Problem and the Person. Volume 1 of A. Marginal Jew, Rethinking the Historical Jesus, ABRL, New York, Doubleday, 1991, 95 to 8. Peter Schaefer, Jesus in the Talmud, Princeton University Press, 2007, 5 and 147. 90. Pierluigi Piavanelli. Shiloh by Klausner himself. 2. Aside from the philological aspects of my quest, I must confess that I was naively curious to uncover the motivating factors that had pushed a young Zionist historian to investigate such an obscure text. It took me years of study and experience to realize what Klausner had already brilliantly understood, that is to say, that the Paralipomena of Jeremiah is one of the most important 2 ND century texts for the history of Jewish-Christian relations and the construction of a specifically Christian identity. 3. Returning to 1985, even if I quickly forgot those bizarre Toledat Yeshua, the reading of Klausner's book helped me to better appreciate the Jewishness of Jesus and this new awareness left a deep and durable mark on every aspect of my research on antique and late antique religions and cultures. The rediscovery of a strange Christian gospel in 1998 In 1998 I began studying and translating the Ethiopic version of the Book of the Cock, a Christian apocryphal text from late antiquity, that was originally written 10 in Greek, probably in a monastery close to Jerusalem, between the years 451. August 2nd Gilman, Liber Vera, in idem, Chrestomathia et Diopika, Leipzig, Weigel. 1866, 8x and 1-15, Joseph Klausner, The Book of Barak in Ethiopic Language, Shiloh 8, 1901 236-52, in Hebrew, reprinted in idem, Murarim Hadashim Umakoro. Avikim, Tel Aviv, Masada, 1957, 90-117. For a new critical edition of the Ethiopic version, see Pierluigi Piavanelli, Research Sigli Apocryphae Veterodestamentari Ethiopici, Tessi de Loria. Florence, Università degli Studi di Firenze, 1986, 109-231. 3. My major contribution was the Italian translation and commentary, Paralipomena di Ger. Emia, Quarto Libro di Barak, Storia della Catavita Babilons, Apocrypho Copto di Jeremia. In Apocryphae del Antico Testamento, 5 volumes, ed. Paolo Sacchi, Biblica, Testi e Studi 7, Brescia. Paideia, 1999, 3:235-381. Also see Pierluigi Piavanelli, L.E. Samail Seculare di Avimela. Dansby his tuire de la captivite Babylonienne et les paralipomines de Jeremy. Texts, inter. Texts, contexts, in intertextualites. La Bible and Echoes, eds Daniel Margaret and Adrian. H. W. Curtis, L. E. Monde de la Bible 40, Geneva, Labor et Fides, 2000, 73-96, and idem. Avimelech in Visita de Eusebio, Eugenio Montale Letteri di un frammento dei Paralipomene. Di Jeremia, in collaboration with Claudio Zamagna, Studi e Problemi di Critica Textual 61. 2157-88. For it is not by chance that Klausner is hailed as one of the most significant forerunners of the present-day quest for the Jewish Jesus. Thus, for example, according to Ed Parrish Sanders, Jesus and Judaism, London, SCM, Philadelphia, Fortress, 1985, 53, t. E. General Line Fall. Load by Giza Burmese, is in important respects similar to Klausner's. Concerning Klaus, in his perspective on Jesus, special attention should be given to Donald A. Hayner, the Jewish Reclamation of Jesus, an analysis and critique of modern Jewish study of Jesus, Eugene. 4. Swift and Stock, 1997 first edition, 1984. Hassim, Clinton Bennett, In Search of Jesus. Insider and Outsider Images, New York, Continuum, 2001, 261-63, Dan Jaffe, Jesusullah. Plume de historiens juifs du XX siècle. Approche historique, perspectives historiographiques. Analyses méthodologiques, Patrimoine, Judaisme, Paris, Serve, 2009, 56-72 and 338-39, as well as David Fox Sandmel's unpublished PhD thesis. Into the Fray, Joseph Klausner FSAP. Approach to Judaism and Christianity in the Greco-Roman World, Philadelphia, University of Pennsylvania, 2002. The Toledat Yeshua and Christian Apocryphal Literature, 91 and 479 of the Common Era. 5. In the Book of the Cock we encounter a text that is easily as fantastic as the Toledat Yeshua. One has only to think of the astonishing episode that gives the work its title, the resurrection of the cooked rooster from the Last Supper that Jesus sends to spy on Judas' clandestine activities in Jerusalem. It should be obvious that such stories, the narratives that we find in the Toledot Yeshua, the Paralipomena of Jeremiah, the Book of the Cock, and many other ancient writings that did not always make into the official canons, are neither weird, ridiculous, creepy, or disgusting. 6. In any case, they are no more odd or shocking than some of their canonical counterparts. 7. They simply need to be taken with a minimum of professional seriousness and placed within the context of their ancient and late antique environments. It was in doing so that I realized that the Book of the Cock was, so to speak, at the center of a complex web of intertextual connections shared not only with other late antique Christian apocryphal texts such as the Greek and Latin Acts of Pilate, or Gospel of Nicodemus, the Arabic and Ethiopic Lament of Mary, properly called the Gospel of Gamaliel, or the Coptic Book of the Resurrection of Jesus Christ by Bartholomew the Apostle, 8. But also and especially with the 5. See the French translation and commentary by Pierre-Luigi Piavanelli, Libre du Coq, in Écrits apocryphes chrétiens, 2 volumes, eds Pierre Géologie Train and Jean-Daniel Caestli, Biblio. Fect de Lafayette 516, Paris, Gallimard, 2005, 2:135-203, as well as idem, exploring the Ethiopic Book of the Cock, an apocryphal Passion Gospel from late antiquity, HTR 96, 2003 427-54, and idem, the Book of the Cock and the Rediscovery of Ancient Jewish Christian Traditions in 5th century Palestine, in the changing face of Judaism, Christianity, and other Greco-Roman religions in antiquity, eds Ian H. Henderson and Jervam Esagima. Study and Ziuden Judas Jan Schriften AUS Hellenistische Rotmeisterze 2, Geatir Slow, Uter Slower. Verlag Schaus, 2006, 308-22. 6. As Janet E. Spittler, Animals in the Apocryphal Acts of the Apostles, The Wild Kingdom of Early Christian Literature, WUNT 2.247, Tübingen, Morsi Beck, 2008, 133-40, makes sufficiently clear, besides the illustrious examples of Balaam's ass, number 22:2035, and Akel. Less horse, //19.404-18, talking animals were not uncommon in ancient literature. In this connection, one should not forget the speaking eagle in 4 bar. 7. This is especially evident in the case of apologetic readings of the Bible, both ancient and modern. Thus, Josephus preferred to omit some embarrassing episodes such as the Judah Tamar affair, Gen 38, from the volumes he wrote for a non-Jewish audience. For a list of such passages, see Louis H. Feldman, Josephus' Jewish Antiquities and Pseudo-Philos Biblical Antiquities, in Josephus, the Bible, and History, eds Louis H. Feldman and Goe Hata, Leiden. Brill, Detroit, Wayne State University Press, 1989, 59-80, at 74, reprinted in idem. Studies in Hellenistic Judaism, Ajekija 30, Leiden, Brill, 1996, 57-82, at 78-79. As for the pop sages that are perceived by the standards of present-day sensibility as politically incorrect, one could refer to, example John Shelby Spong, The Sins of Scripture, exposing the Bible's texts of hate to reveal the God of love, San Francisco, Harper San Francisco, 2005. 8. On these and other Christian apocryphal texts, see, in general, Maurice Girard, Clavies. Apocryphorum Novae Testamenti, Corpus Christianorum, Tumhout, Brepols, 1992, Wilhelm Schneemelker, ed. New Testament Apocrypha, trans. Robert M. C. L. Wilson, 2 volumes, Cam. Bridge, Clark, Louisville, Kentucky, Westminster/John Knox Press, 1991-92 based on the 6th German edition, 1989-90, J. Keith Elliott, The Apocryphal New Testament, a collection of apocryphal Christian literature in an English translation, Oxford, Clarendon, 1993 revised. And newly translated edition of Montague Rhodes James, The Apocryphal New Testament. 92. Pierluigi Piavanelli. Toledat Yeshuv. With respect to this connection, the reading of Hillel I. Newman's study on the death of Jesus in the Toledat Yeshu literature 9 was particularly enlightening. In his article, Newman argues, with reason, that one of the goals of the narrators of late antique Christian Passion Gospels was also to respond to and neutralize polemical Jewish stories about Jesus similar to those found in the Toledat Yeshuv. Thus, for example, the character of Philogenes the gardener in the Book of the Resurrection of Jesus Christ by Bartholomew the Apostle can be considered to be a narrative reply to the figure of Rabbi Yehuda Ganina, i.e., the gardener, in the Toledat Yeshu 0. A few examples taken from the Book of the Cock will help to confirm the soundness of Newman's judgment. In the Book of the Cock as in the Toledat Yeshu, and here I will be referring primarily to the Old Cairo Geniza fragments. In Aramaic 11, Jesus' adversaries explain his extraordinary powers as the result. Oxford, Clarendon, 1924, Hans Joseph Klauft, Apocryphal Gospels, an Introduction, trans. Brian McNeill, London and New York, T.N.T. Clark, 2003 original German edition, 2002. 9 Hillel I. Newman, The Death of Jesus in the Toledat Yeshu Literature, JTS 50, 1999. 59-79 Other useful readings include Stephen Jarrow, The Nestorius Legend in the Toledat Yeshu, or CHR 59, 1975 108-20, idem, Jewish polemic in the Martyrium Pioneer and a Jesus. Passage from the Talmud, JJS 29, 1978 164-68, idem, The Stem Master and His Wayward Disciple, a Jesus story in the Talmud and in Christian hagiography, JSJ 25, 1994 287-311. Clemens Thomas, Jesus dans la polémique de l'Antiquité tardive du Moyen Age, in Jesus de Nazareth. Nouvelles apprx d'une énigme, eds Daniel Margarat, Enrico Norelli. And Jean-Marie Poppet, Le Monde de la Bible 38, Geneva, Labor et Fides, 1998, 477-87, Rob. R.T.E. Van Boers, Jesus Outside the New Testament, An Introduction to the Ancient Evidence. Grand Rapids, Michigan, Eerdmans, 2000, 104-29. Ken Newman, The Death of Jesus, 67-68, who concludes, Bartholomew reads like a Christian rejoinder to the antagonistic claims of Toledat Yeshu, after the Jews turned the gospel of John on his head. Bartholomew tries to write him again, though not quite as he was before. 68. Such a connection was originally made by Hugh J. Schonfield, according to the Hebrews. A new translation of the Jewish life of Jesus, the Toledat Yeshu, with an inquiry into the nature of its sources and special relationship to the lost gospel according to the Hebrews. London, Duckworth, 1937, 127-28. 11 For the extremely complex textual history of the Toledat Yeshu, see the classification proposed by Riccardo Disani, La Tradizione Testuale del Toledat Yeshu, Manuscritti, Edizione. A Stampa, Classificazione, La Racina Mensile di Israel 50, 1984-83-100, who singles out a pilot, comprising the Aramaic fragments and Agabart of Lyons's testimony, in the 9th Century, a Hellene, including the large majority of medieval versions, and a Herod group, consisting of the single ruled Reach manuscript, edited in 1705. The Aramaic fragments have been translated by William Horbury, a critical examination of the Toldut Shuk, Ph.D. Dis. Cambridge University, 1970, 75 to 151, Jean-Pierre Auger, L'Evangile du Ghetto. La Legend de Jesus du IPOJP siècle, l'autre rive, Paris, Berg International, 1999 first edition, 1984, 121 to 28, Riccardo Disani, to Vangelo del Ghetto, Rome, Newton Compton. 1985, 45 to 50, Herbert W. Vassar, The Acts of Jesus, in the Frank Talmadge Memorial Vol. UME, 2 volumes, ed. Barry Walfish, Haifa University Press, 1993, 1:273-82. An extremely late representative of the Hellene group, originally published in Breslau, in 1824, has been edited by G. Interschlichting, ein Jiidisches Leben Jesu. Die Verschalen Taladat Jesku. Fassungtam Umuad. Einleitung, Text, Übersetzen, Kommentar, Motive Synops, Bibliograph. B. WUNT 1.24, Tübingen, Morsiebeck, 1982, and summarized by Clout. Apocryphal Gospels, 2:11 to 20. The English translations of the Wagenseil text and the Strasbourg manuscript. The Toledat Yeshu and Christian Apocryphal Literature. 93. Of the practice of black magic. 12. Thus, when Jesus has Judas' felony denounced by a flying and speaking stone pillar, Judas accuses him of being a magician. 1:19-20, at the moment of Jesus' interrogation in the palace of the high priest. The servant Phalasida, daughter of the Levi, identifies Peter as one of the followers of the Galilean magician, 5:26. Finally, the Jewish leaders attribute the benevolence that Procla, Pilate's wife, shows toward Jesus to the action of Jesus. Magic, 8:11. In the book of the Cock as in the Toledat Yeshu, Judas Iscariot is the person chiefly responsible for Jesus' arrest, even if, in the case of the Aramaic fragments of the Toledat Yeshu, Rabbi Yehuda Ganina seems to be someone other than the Iscariot, at least in CA3 manuscript TS Nusir 298.56, while in the book of the Cock, Saul of Tarsus plays a considerable role as well. 13. In the book of the Cock as in the Toledat Yeshu, Jesus escapes from his persecutors for a short time and runs into the temple, as in the Strasbourg manuscript, under the portico of Solomon, before once again being captured by Rabbi Yehuda in the Toledat Yeshu, while in the book of the Cock, 6:8-14, he is betrayed by a relative of Judas that he immediately transforms into a rock. With respect to this connection, it is also striking that, according to the Aramaic fragment CA1, manuscript TS, miscellaneous 35.87, of the Toledat Yeshu, the runaway Jesus transforms himself at first into a bird, and then into a rooster who flies up onto Mount Carmel, but Rabbi Yehuda Ganina, who has followed him into the air, seizes him by the shashapah, not the comb, as per the usual translation, but the scarf. 14, just as Judas, at the moment of the betrayal, seized the bikar, in Ethiopic, girdle, belt, towel, vestment of a priest, that was around the 2 other witnesses of the Hellene group, originally published in 1885 and 1903, have been reprinted as Appendix A and B in Frank R. Zindler, The Jesus the Jews Never Knew, Sefer Told of Yeshua and the quest of the historical Jesus in Jewish sources, Cranford, N.J., Ameri. Kin Atheist Press, 2003, 347 to 450. 12 On this accusation, see Graham N. Stanton, Jesus of Nazareth, a magician and a false prophet who deceived God's people, in Jesus of Nazareth, Lord and Christ. Essays on the Historical Jesus and New Testament Christology, eds Joel B. Green and Max Turner, Carlisle. Paternoster Press, Grand Rapids, Michigan, Beardmans, 1994, 164-80. 13 C. Piavanelli, Exploring the Ethiopic Book of the Cock, 445-46, idem, Ancient Jewish Christian Traditions, 311-13, idem, Elenimi est Parmi News. Presences Rhetoriques etnar. Redivs de Paul dans les pseudo-clémentines et autres écrits apparents, in Nouvelles Intrigues. Pseudo-clémentines, plots in the pseudo-cementine romance, acts du Colombe. International sur la littérature apocryphe chrétienne, Los Angeles, 30 out 2 September 2006. eds Frederick Amsler, Albert Frey, Charlotte Twaitot, and René Girardet. Publications de Elmstead Roman de Sciences Bibliques 6. Verheens, ch. Zebra, 2008, 241-48. 14 Following the advice of Louis Ginsberg, the first editor of CA1 in Ginzay Schechter. Genisa Studies in Memory of Dr. Solomon Schechter. 3 volumes, New York, The Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 1928, 1:32438, at 326. The Aramaic Shushabot is rendered as Home by Ogier, El Evangile du Ghetto, 126, Law Creek, and Disani, 2 Vangelo del Ghetto, 49. La Cresta, as cropped by Vassar, The Acts of Jesus, 279, is cropped, but correctly as cloaked. By Samuel Krause, Ura Ansichthanuber told at Jeslu, MGWJ 16, 1932 586-603, 77. 1933 44-61, at 48-49 Mantle, and Horbury, A Critical Examination, 85, is cloaked. Even if the latter acknowledges that a translation with crest is also possible by analogy with 94. Pierluigi Piavanelli, Neck of Our Savior in the Book of the Cock, 414, 5:11-12. 15 Then, CA1 carries on with Rabbi Yehuda, who brings Jesus back to Rabbi Joshua ben Perea in order to have him hung up and crucified, reading with William Horbury Kiruta. As in CA2 manuscript TS. Miscellaneous 35.88, and not Barosha, on a cabbage stalk. 16 Needless to say, the speaking rooster of the Book of the Cock is more the Christian antithesis of the Jewish Ziz, Psalm 50:11, or Tarnagal Bara, the wild rooster of the Jewish legendary traditions, than Jesus' alter ego. 17 However, it is this kind of reasoning that is presupposed in the Toledat Yeshua, that is, Jesus. The deceiver who claimed that he would ascend to heaven, has been caught and killed like vulgar poultry, or, as Jean-Pierre Augier maliciously puts it, the one who would like to fly as an eagle, but who is not an eagle, will end his flight as a chicken. 18, and it is exactly this type of reasoning that is at the origin of the beautiful story found in the Book of the Cock and the parallel versions of the Book of the Resurrection of Jesus Christ by Bartholomew the Apostle, Manu. Script A, 1:1-3, and the Greek B recension, forms B2 and B3, of the Gospel of Nicodemus, 1:3. 19. Thus, it seems to me that the new evidence provided by the Book of the Cock serves to demonstrate that a more or less well-developed first edition of the two Ledat Yeshu was already circulating at the end of the 4th or the beginning of the 5th century. Since the publication of CA1 in 1928 by Louis Ginsberg, 20 it has the two meanings of Karbalda, Ibid, and 1. Also see Willem F. Smolik, the Aramaic dialect, S. Of the Toldat Yeshu fragments, Aramaic Study 7, 2009 39-73, at 67. 15.1 would like to thank Michael Sokolov for pointing out the exact meaning, in this context, of the Aramaic Shushaba. This made possible the discovery of such a new and extraordinary parallel between the Toledat Yeshu and the Book of the Cock, a detail, the seizing of Jesus by his own stole, cloak, or kafia, that is completely unattested elsewhere. 16 Horbury, a critical examination, 86 and 90. Also see Smolik, the Aramaic dialect, S. 68-69. 17 Both birds are similar to, or even identified with, the Sequoia, the rooster endowed with foreknowledge according to Job 38:36, a verse that is traditionally repeated among the Big Rothschild at the beginning of the Shaharit morning service. Blessed are you, O Lord, our God, King of the world, who gives the cock intelligence to distinguish between day and night. See Iavanali, Exploring the Ethiopic Book of the Cock, 442-44, Idem, Ancient Jewish Christian Traditions, 314-15. 18 Ozier, El Evangile du Ghetto, 21. 19 C. Iavanali, Exploring the Ethiopic Book of the Cock, 437-38. A new critical edition of the Greek B recension of the Gospel of Nicodemus has been recently published by Rabbi. Downel, Les Recensions Byzantines de l'Evangile de Nicodème, CCSA, Instrumenta 3, Tum. Out, Brefols, Brahms, CH, Z Pound 3, 2008. 20 C above, and 14. CA1 was edited anew by William Horbury, The Trial of Jesus in Jewish Tradition, in the Trial of Jesus, Cambridge Studies in honor of C.F.D. Moule, F. Ernst. Bammel, Naperville, Allenson, 1970, 103-21. Other fragments have been published by Avra Hamharkaviv, Lavan Yezu, Hebraic Bibliographic 15, 1875-15, Elkin Nathan Adler, on. Fragment Aramean du Toldat Yeshua, Reg 61, 1910 126-30, Samuel Krause, Fragments. Arameans du Toldat Yeshua, Reg 62, 1911 28-37, new edition of the fragments previously published by Adler and Krause himself. Das Leben Jesu, 36-37 and 143-46, Zeev W. Bach. A new fragment of the Jewish life of Jesus * Tarvis 46, 1977 319-22, in Hebrew, Idem. The Toledat Yeshu and Christian Apocryphal Literature. 95. Become clear that the Geniza Aramaic fragments are the best witnesses to such an urtext, even if I am not entirely certain that they have faithfully preserved all the details of the original cycle of stories. The plural is de rigueur here, the Toledat Yeshu being anything but a fixed and crystallized text. 21 For example, does the narrator of CA1 explain why and how Rabbi Yehuda, not to mention Jesus, has learned the exact pronunciation of the explicit name that he uses to fly after Jesus? Or, what are the reasons given for the extraordinary use of a cabbage stalk as the support for Jesus' body? But if the loss of some episodes and the omission of others make the recovery of that late antique first edition fairly difficult, what could we say, then, about a hypothetical prehistory of the Toledat Yeshu in the 2 ND and 3 RD centuries of the Common Era? 22. The rediscovery of a strange Gnostic gospel in 2006-07. Ernst Famel and William Horbury are the two scholars that have most strived, in my opinion convincingly, to demonstrate the existence and early circulation of some polemical proto-Toledoc Yeshua traditions, or, as Ricardo de Sani puts it, some of their original kernels. 23 as Horbury aptly summarizes it, the outspoke. A new fragment of the Jewish life of Jesus, IMM 8, 1978-72-79, Daniel Boyarin, ed. Revised version and translation of the Toledoc Yeshua fragment, Tarbis 47, 1978 249-52. New edition of the previous fragment in Hebrew. 21 additional evidence about the missing sections of the Aramaic Toledoc Yeshua can be found in the report of the apostate Avner Alfonso summarized by Shem Tov ben Isaac ibn Shaprat. In his polemical treatise Ibn Bohan, written at the end of the 14th century. On this Spanish, Rabbi, his work, and the sources he used, see George Howard, A Primitive Hebrew Gospel of Matthew and the Toledoc Yeshua, NTS 34, 1988 60-70, Vassar, The Acts of Jesus, 273-74, and 280, Livy Garshowitz, Shem Tov ben Isaac ibn Shaprat's Gospel of Matthew, in the Frank Talmage Memorial Volume, 1:297-322, Jose Vicente Niclos, Shem Tov ibn Shaprat. La Piedra de Toque, Evan Bohan. Una obra de controversia judeo-cristiana. Introducción. Edición crítica, traducción y notas al libro I, Biblioteca Hispana Bíblica 16, Madrid, Constjo. Superior de Investigaciones Científicas, 1997. Moreover, Yaakov Deutsch, New Evidence of Early Versions of Toledoc Yeshua, Tarbis 69, 2177-97, in Hebrew, has published the Hebrew version of the Toledoc Yeshua from the manuscript EBR I-274 of the Perkovich collection in St. Petersburg, which is particularly close to the text of the Aramaic fragments. 22 as Newman, The Death of Jesus, 61, insightfully reminds us, and addressing the slip furry question of the provenance of the pilot group, we must remember to distinguish between related but distinct problems, the pre-literary history of the narrative, a putative original leader, a recreation, and the version or versions found in extant manuscripts. 23 see especially Ernst Famel, Christian Origins in Jewish Tradition, NTS 13, 1966-67. 317-35, reprinted in Idem, Judaica. Kleinschriften, 2 volumes, WUNT 37, Tübingen, Moore. Seebeck, 1986, 1:220-38, Idem, Origin contra Celsum I-41 and the Jewish Tradition, JTS. 1968 211-13, reprinted in Judaica, 1:194-95, Idem, Der Jude de Celsus, in Judaica. 1:265-83, William Horbury, Tertullian on the Jews in the Light of the Spectral X13, JTS 23. 1972 455-59, reprinted in Idem, Jews and Christians in Contact and Controversy, Edinburgh. T.N.T. Clark, 1998, 176-79, Idem, Christ as Brigand in Ancient Anti-Christian Polemic. In Jesus and the Politics of His Day, eds Ems Famel and Charles F. D. Moule, Cambridge. 96. Pure Luigi Piavanelli. Can Jewish polemic in the Toledoc Yeshua appears to presuppose the importance gained by Tiberius under the Jewish patriarchs, i.e., in late antiquity, from the 3 RD century onwards, but its agreements with the speeches of the Jew of Celsus. In Origen, with Tertullian on Jewish claims, and with passages in the probably 3rd century Commodian, indicate the currency of Jewish anti-Christian traditions in the 2nd century and later. 24. But can we have at least an approximate idea of their contents? I would like to suggest that one of their main features, even at this early stage, was the extremely positive depiction of Judas as the Jewish hero of the story. Such a hypothesis is indirectly corroborated by 2 facts. The first is that many of the traditions found in the 5th century Book of the Cock, including those about Judas, seem to be, or actually are, much older, and of Jewish Christian origin, as is certainly the case for the description of Paul as the most ruthless persecutor of Jesus. 25. The second is that the popularity, so to speak, of the Iscariot at least among 2nd century Gnostic, probably Stian, Christians has been now fully vindicated by the recent rediscovery and publication, in 2067, of the famous Gospel of Judas. 26. It is not my intention to reopen the fiery debate that surrounds the interpretation of Judas's figure in the Gospel that bears his name. It is well known that the original editors and commentators of the Gospel of Judas perceive him as an extremely good guy, while the subsequent translators tend. Cambridge University Press, 1984, 183-95, reprinted in Jews and Christians, 162-75, item. Jews and Christians on the Bible, Demarcation and Convergence 325-451, in Christ-like Exeges Swisken Nicaea und Chalcedon, eds Johannes van Oort and Ulrich Wickert, Kampen. Koch Peras, 1992, 72-103, reprinted in Jews and Christians, 200-25, idem, the depiction of Judeo-Christians in the Toledat Yeshu in the image of the Judeo-Christians in ancient Jewish and Christian literature, eds Peter J. Thompson and Doris Lambert Petrie, WUNT 1.15a. Tübingen, Moore Seebeck, 2003, 280-86. Also see Disani, Tu Vangelo del Ghetto, 216-19. Newman, The Death of Jesus, 61-63. 24. Horbury, Jews and Christians on the Bible, 76-77, 203-4 of the reprint. Also see item. A critical examination, 437, it is submitted, that a compilation directly related to the later Tolduf existed in the 3rd century, in written form. It formed the core of later texts, to which additions, especially in proper names, were made. The outline of the trial scene of the 3rd century Tolduf is exhibited in the Aramaic texts, emphasis added. 25 see above, and 13. In this connection, one should note that Marvin Meyer's useful anthology, Judas, the definitive collection of Gospels and legends about the infamous apostle of Jesus, New York, Harper 1, 2007, is far from being either exhaustive or definitive. 26 initially translated by Rodolphe Kasser, Marvin Meyer, and Gregor Wurst, The Gospel of Judas from Codex Chacos, Washington, D.C., National Geographic Society, 2006 2nd edition, 2008, then edited by Rodolphe Kasser et.al., The Gospel of Judas, critical edition. Together with the letter of Peter to Philip, James, and a book of Allogenes from Codex Chacos. Washington, D.C., National Geographic Society, 2007, 177-252 and 341-70. Worst spree. Preliminary transcription of some new, unpublished fragments, together with Meyer's English translation, is available online. http://dozen/hist_theol/ ////nui_fragment_4.pdf #nui fragment lb. The Taladat Yeshu and Christian Apocryphal Literature. 97. To see him as being, in April D. Deconic's words, as evil as ever. 27. As far as I am concerned, I will simply say that the protagonist of the Gospel of Judas is neither Dr. Judas nor Mr. Iscariot. On the contrary, he is a more well-rounded figure, the only disciple who is initiated by Jesus to the mysteries of the kingdom, whose final and dramatic destiny will be to sacrifice his master, without being allowed to ascend to the holy generation. 28. The only compensation for the terrible task he has to accomplish will be perhaps, in Deconic's opinion, to finally join Eel Dabaoth in his cloud, becoming assimilated with Eel Dabaoth in some way. 29. The only ascent to heaven that the narrator of the Gospel of Judas could eventually grant to the wayward disciple. Be that as it may, the triangular reading of the Gospel of Judas, before 108 CE, the Book of the Cock, 3rd quarter of the 5th century, and the Aramaic fragments of the Taladat Yeshuv, at least before the beginning of the 9th century, seems to confirm that some elements of the Judas traditions embedded in texts as late as the Taladat Yeshuv and the Book of the Cock are, in fact, much earlier, even datable to the 2nd century. Here and now, the absence of a strange Jewish Christian gospel. Until recently, the simple possibility of identifying a series of older elements, motifs, or traditions in a given text, was immediately converted into the systematic study of its written sources. Even worse, the actual meaning of that text was generally neglected, especially if its narrative was deemed to be too repetitive, nonsensical, or simply distasteful, in order to give priority to the study of its original edition and its sources. 30. Now, we do not need to go back to Roland Barthes and French structuralism in order to acknowledge the basic fact that every text is, up to a certain extent, a tapestry of linguistic and literary echoes. For that biblical and parabiblical memorial traditions, to borrow Jean-Claude April 27th D. Daconic, the 13th Apostle, what the Gospel of Judas really says, Lon. Don and New York, Continuum, 2009 first edition, 2007, 45-61 and 185-87. One can have an idea of the wide spectrum of interpretations from a reading of the different contributions. Published by Madeleine Scopolo, ed. The Gospel of Judas in Context, Proceedings of the First International Conference on the Gospel of Judas. Paris, Sorbonne, October 2nd 7-28th. 2006, NHMS 62, Leiden, Brill, 2008, and April D. Daconic, ed. The Codex Judas Papers. Proceedings of the International Congress on the Chacos Codex held at Rice University, Houston, Texas, March 13-16, 2008, NHMS 71, Leiden, Brill, 2009. 28 C. Pierluigi Piavanelli, Rabbi Yehuda versus Judas Iscariot, The Gospel of Judas and Apocryphal Passion Stories, in Daconic, ed. The Codex Judas Paper, 223-39. 29 Daconic, The 13th Apostle, 119. 30 A simple survey of the literature on, example the Paralipomena of Jeremiah, the Pseudo Clementine homilies and recognitions, for the Orthodox Apocalypse of Paul will reveal many examples of such a scholarly proclivity to identify pre-existing editions and sources at the expenses of the understanding of the available texts. 98. Pierluigi Piavanelli. Picard's categories, especially when they are open and subject to endless variations, as in the case of many Christian apocryphal stories and the Taladat Yeshuv, constantly reperforming and rewriting themselves. 31. 80 years ago, however, it was only natural to expect that the publication of the Aramaic fragments CA1 and CA2 would encourage some specialists to engage in a new quest for other parallels in ancient literature in order to identify the sources or to understand the genesis of the Toledot Yeshua. Thus, in 1932-33, the great Samuel Krauss was able to compare the newly discovered episode of Jesus, the rooster that Rabbi Yehuda Ganina seizes by the Shushapah 32-1 quotation of the presently lost gospel according to the Hebrews found in the works of Origen, twice, and Jerome, 3 times, in the gospel according to the Hebrews. The Savior himself says, "A moment ago, my mother, the Holy Spirit, took me by one of my hairs and brought me to the great mountain Tabor." Origen, com. J. 2.12, 33. According to Krauss, this episode was modeled after the description of Ezekiel's vision of the abominations in the sanctuary. He stretched out the form of a hand and caught me by a lock of my head, and the Spirit lifted me up between earth and heaven and brought me in the visions of God to Jerusalem. Ez 8:3, which contains the Hebrew term tzitzit that means both hair lock, as in the patristic quotations, and fringe, from which eventually developed the cloak of the Geniza fragment. In his opinion, the existence of such a strong connection, together with the presence of what he considered to be Syriac influences in the Aramaic language of the fragments, proved that the Toledot Yeshua was a parodic rewriting of the Jewish Christian gospel according to the Hebrews, that Jerome had translated from Syriac, into Latin. 34. In spite of the objections immediately raised by Bernard Heller in the same volume of the Minneschrift für die Geschichte und die Wissenschaft des Judentums. 31. See Jean-Claude Picard, Les Chemins de la Mythologie CHRNDN, 1993, in idem, L.E. Continent Apocryphe. Essay sur les littératures apocryphes JVT Cretan, Instrumenta. Patries Tika 36, Tumhout, Brett Holes, 1999, 247-64, and for a most holistic and sensitive AP approach towards ancient texts, Vernon K. Robbins, Exploring the Texture of Texts, A Guide to Socio-Rhetorical Interpretation, Valley Forge, PA, Trinity Press International, 1996, idem. The Tapestry of Early Christian Discourse, Rhetoric, Society, and Ideology, London and New York, Routledge, 1996. 32 see above, and 14. 33 see the edition and commentary of Albertus Frederick Johannes Klein, Jewish Christian Gospel Tradition, VC sub 17, Leiden, Brill, 1992, 52-55, even if he does not mention the possible parallel in the Toledot Yeshua, as well as Simon C. Maimoni, Les Fragments Evang. Lex Judeo-Chrétiens, Apocryphasis. Recherches et Perspectives, CAHRB 66, Paris, Devalda. 2006, 27-29. 34 Krauss, Nura Ansikin, 54-55. Actually, Jerome was referring to a gospel according to the Hebrews written in the Chaldean and Syrian language, but in Hebrew characters, and used by the Nazarenes to this day. Galag 3.2. These Nazarenes were the members of a Jewish Christian community living in Beroea, near Aleppo, Bir. 3.3, a region in which Western Aramaic dialects, not Syriac, a language that belongs to the eastern branch of Aramaic, were spoken. The Toledot Yeshua and Christian apocryphal literature. 99. Krauss's fascinating theory managed to at least convince Hugh J. Schonfield, who defended it in the extremely well-documented monograph he published in 1937-35 today, the idea of any special connection between the Toledat Yeshua and the rather mysterious Gospel according to the Hebrews is rarely mentioned, and, even so, with skepticism. 36 Krauss and Schoenfield were certainly going beyond the evidence in concluding that the Toledat Yeshua is quoting from or even paraphrasing a written version of a Jewish Christian gospel. However, as the abundance of elements in the Book of the Koch that point to a Jewish Christian milieu could suggest, what if the earliest Toledat Yeshua stories were the oral product of Jewish communities that were living, probably in Syria Palestine, in close contact and connection with a group, or multiple groups, of Jewish Christians? 37. Such a polemical debate between Jewish and Jewish Christian believers, carried out through the medium of popular, oral retellings of the Gospels, both canonical and extra-canonical ones, this distinction being largely anachronistic and / or irrelevant in the milieus that were in conversation, was going to result, on the Christian side, into a series of orthodox apocryphal writings produced. 35 Bernhard Heller, über das Alter der Jüdischen Judaisage und die Toledat Jesu, MGWJ. 77, 1933 198-210, Schoenfield, according to the Hebrews, 256-69. Interestingly enough, Schoenfield did not follow Krauss in his comparison between this quotation of the Gospel AC, according to the Hebrews, and the CA1 fragment of the Toledat Yeshua, but preferred to put it into relation with another passage, and Jesus pronounced the great name, and the Spirit came and set him up between heaven and earth, found in the Wagenseil type of the Toledat Yeshua. That does not include the detail of Jesus' transformation into a rooster. 259. 36 C. Disani, to Vangelo del Ghetto, 153-55 and 216-17. Nonetheless, as argued by Pio Vanelli, Ancient Jewish Christian Traditions, 315-16, intertextual echoes with the Gospel, according to the Nazarenes and other Jewish Christian traditions, are still detectable in the Book of the Koch. 37 It is here that linguistic, social, and historical considerations come into play. Thus, AC. According to Ginsburg, Ginzey Schechter, 325-26, the Aramaic language of the earliest Aramaic fragments of the Toledat Yeshua, with its mixture of Eastern, Babylonian, and Western, Palestinian, Aramaic elements, seems to be perfectly artificial. On the contrary, Oyarin, a revised version, 249, thinks that it could betray an imperfect Eastern adaptation of a text originally written in a Western Aramaic dialect. More recently, Smolik, the Aramaic dialect, S. 69-73, has concluded that there are persistent Palestinian characteristics in the Aramaic language of, at least, Ca2, T, is implies that the Toledat Yeshua has its provenance in Palestine in the 3rd, 4th century CE, while, T, the preponderant Babylonian features of the remaining fragments indicate that the tradition was transmitted to Babylonia at some point in history in oral or written form. 71. For a different view, see Michael Sokolov's contribution to the present volume. In any case, the fact observed by Schaeffer, Jesus in the Talmud, 113-22 and 181-85, that the large majority of the rabbinic traditions about Jesus are preserved in documents that are, as in the case of the Babylonian Talmud, of Eastern origins, does not exclude the possibility that many other oral and / or written stories have been circulating in Syria, Palestine, and elsewhere among more popular milieus. As for the interconnectedness of Jews and Jewish Christians in those regions until, at least, the end of the 4th century, one can refer to the evidence highlighted in e.g., the volume edited by Adrian H. Becker and Annette Y. Reed, The Ways That Never Parted. Jews and Christians in Late Antiquity and the Early Middle Ages, Minneapolis, Fortress, 2007. First edition, 2003, for the monograph of Daniel Boyarin, Borderlines, The Partition of Judeo-Christianity, Philadelphia, University of Pennsylvania Press, 2004. 100. Pierluigi Piavanelli. In the 4th, 5th, and 6th centuries, during the period that I defined elsewhere as the small globalization of late antiquity. 38. If the sudden explosion of Christian apocryphal texts such as the Acts of Pilate, the Lament of Mary, or the Book of the Resurrection of Jesus Christ by Bartholomew the Apostle, to which we can now add the highly instructive Book of the Cock, has any special meaning and any polemical raison d'etre, to what kind of Jewish oral traditions, stories, and or written texts were they responding? 38. C. Pierluigi Piavanelli, L.E. Recyclage de textes apocryphes allure de la petite monde. Dialyzation de l'antiquité tardive, ca. 325-451. Quelques perspectives littéraires et histo. Greeks, in Posiers de Christianisme et de Judaïm antiques. Études réunies en Nur. De Jean Daniel Castly et Eric Junet, eds Remy Gaunel and Albert Cray, Publications de Constitut Roman de Sciences Bibliques 5, Perhines, ch. Zebra, 2007, 277-95, idem, v. Reception of early Christian texts and traditions in late antiquity apocryphal literature, in The Reception and Interpretation of the Bible in Late Antiquity, Proceedings of the Montreal Colloquium in honor of Charles Cannon Giesser, 11-13 October 2006, eds. Lorenzo di Tom, Masso and Lucian Tersescu, Bible in Ancient Christianity 6, Leiden, Brill, 2008, 429-39. Toledot Yeshub, Folk Narrative. As Polemics and Self-Criticism. Eli Yosef. Few Hebrew narratives from the Middle Ages have been the subject of such extensive and diverse research efforts as Toledot Yeshub. There are many reasons for the enormous interest in this work, not least of which is the mystery surrounding it in terms of time and place of origin. Moreover, the fact that more versions have been found for Toledot Yeshua than for any similar text has led to philological studies comparing the different versions, analyzing their language, and attempting to identify the period of their composition. The connection between Toledot Yeshua and the New Testament, as well as the responses to the text in medieval Christian society, has also attracted considerable research attention, as has the book as counter-history in Jewish historical memory and in the copious Jewish polemical literature against Christianity. One yet despite the large body of research devoted to the work, its basic character as a Hebrew narrative from the Middle Ages has been largely ignored. Before being a polemic against Christianity, a parody of Christian myth, or a subject of philological study, Toledot Yeshua is first and foremost a long narrative, written in Hebrew, that was produced in the Middle Ages. This definition of its essential nature generates different questions than those raised thus far in the research literature, and the attempt to answer them may lead our investigation in new and unexpected directions, helping us to better understand the meaning of this fascinating work and its place in medieval Jewish society. 1. A detailed description of research until 1970 in William Horbury, A Critical Examination of the Toledot Yeshua, Ph.D. Dis, Cambridge University, 1970, 1-37. On recent research compare, Yaakov Deutsch, or Toledot Yeshua in Christian Eyes, Reception and Response. To Taladat Yeshua in the Middle Ages and the early modern period. Ma thesis. The Hebrew. University of Jerusalem, 1997 in Hebrew. On the concept of counter-history in regard to Taladat Yeshua, see, Amos Funkenstein, Anti-Jewish Propaganda, Pagan, Medieval and Modem, Jerusalem Quarterly 1980 156-72, David Weil, Counter-History and Jewish Polemics Against Christianity, the Sefer Toldat Yeshua and the Sefer Zerubbabel, Jewish Social Studies 6, 1999 130-45. 102. Eliasif. Origin. Before we can even speak of the literary character and structure of Taladat Yeshua, we must first address the complex and controversial issue of the time and place in which it was created. The dates that have been suggested range anywhere from the 4th to the 16th century CE, and the places proposed for its composition reach from Islamic Babylonia in the east to Christian Europe in the west. Close examination of the various theories, however, reveals no reliable evidence of the existence of the full narrative before the beginning of the 9th century. Motifs of the life of Jesus appear in much earlier Jewish sources, but they are sporadic and don't come in full narrative form. The direct testimony of Agabard of Lyon and his disciple Amulo in 826 is the first unimpeachable source. We have 2. The statements of the bishop and his followers, which appear together, indicate that his library had a copy of Taladat Yeshua as early as the first quarter of the 9th century. However, and here we enter the realm of speculation, from his comments it seems clear that Agabard was not referring to a new work, but to a familiar existing text which, most likely, was not written in France, but elsewhere. Thus, the latest date for the origin of Taladat Yeshua would appear to be the second half of the 8th century. We must also remain within the realm of speculation, well grounded though it may be, in the attempt to establish the earliest possible date for its composition. It is difficult to imagine that such a provocative work, with such major historical and theological implications, would have been totally ignored for very long. I am not referring here to the fragmentary episodes and distorted motifs from the Gospels which had been circulating in oral and written form since the period of early Christianity. Evidence of these tales can be found not only in Christian literature, but in the Talmud and early Islamic writings as well. But as Peter Schaeffer's study of Jesus in the Talmud demonstrates, surviving evidence in the Babylonian Talmud and the few Palestinian references indicate a lack of familiarity with any complete narrative of the life of Jesus from birth to death. At least at the time of the Babylonian Talmud in the 5th, 6th centuries. 3. None of the texts that can be identified with certainty as direct quotations from Taladat Yeshua, such as those recorded by Agabard and Amulo or found in similarly really able surviving Geniza fragments, dates from before the 8th century. Thus, on the basis of solid evidence and judicious speculation, we can conclude that Taladat Yeshua was most likely written in the 8th century CE. Further support for this conclusion comes from analysis of the narratives. Place of origin. The little evidence we have in this regard, as well as simple logic, points to the Jewish community in Babylonia. The first indications of this. 2. On this most important evidence, see Peter Schaeffer's article in the present volume. 3. Peter Schaeffer, Jesus in the Talmud, Princeton University Press, 2007. Taladat Yeshua, folk narrative as polemics and self-criticism. 103. Origin can be found in the earliest textual references to Taladat Yeshua, the Geniza fragments. Ginsburg, Bach, and Boyarin, all of whom studied these manuscripts, were unable to determine with any certitude whether the Aramaic in which they are written was Palestinian or Babylonian, although all three seem to lean in the direction of either the Babylonian idiom or the synthesis of the two dialects typically used in Babylonia. However, Michael Sokoloff, whose analysis of the language of the Aramaic manuscripts in the present volume is the most meticulous and authoritative to date, concludes unequivocally that it is early Genetic Babylonian. For moreover, in his detailed study of references to Jesus in rabbinical literature, Schaeffer shows that the large majority of these allusions appear in the Babylonian Talmud and not in Palestinian sources. His investigation reveals that the Jewish community in Babylonia was familiar with the stories in the New Testament, and displayed considerable interest in Jesus' character and deeds. 5. Common sense leads to the same conclusion. The freedom to retell a derogatory story of the birth and death of Jesus by using bits and pieces of motifs and narratives from oral and written sources, and then to prepare it in manuscript form and disseminate it, or in medieval terms, to copy it out again and again at the request of interested readers, would not have been possible in Byzantine Palestine, which by this time was largely Christian. Such a manuscript would have been rightly considered a deliberate attack on Christianity, an act of heresy. 6 inches. Sassanid, and later Islamic Iraq, a story of this sort could have been created and circulated orally and in writing without sanctions or risk to individuals or to the Jewish community. Schaeffer also reveals another aspect of Talmudic literature that is surprisingly apt for Toledat Yeshua. While interest in Palestine was mostly directed to the rise of the new sect and its tenets, the Babylonians were mainly intrigued by the life of Jesus himself. 7. Furthermore, in my opinion, previous discussions of the origins of Toledat Yeshua did not give proper consideration to the cultural context, that is, to its creation not only as a polemic and ideological treatise, but as a literary work for on the other hand, Willem F. Smolik, the Aramaic dialect, of the Toledat Yeshua Mance, Aramaic Studies 1, 2009 39-73, argues that the Aramaic of these fragments originates in Palestine, an argument that is definitely rejected by Michael Sokoloff in his article in the present volume. 5. Schaeffer, Jesus in the Talmud. 6. Samuel Kraus, Das Leben Jesu nach Geistigem Quellen, Berlin, S. Calvary, 1902, Repair. Hildesheim, Olms, 1977, 10-11, prints one of many introductions to 77, which express the fear of the copyist that this work will fall into the hands of Christians. On the other hand, Elchin and Reiner emphasizes that in some earlier versions of 77 the main episodes, the birth, education, the trial, crucifixion, burial, and return, all take place in the Upper Galilee, which is an evidence, according to him, that the composition was created in that area. See Elchin and Reiner, The Seal of Christos and the Potion That Failed, in Continuity and Renewal, Jews and Judaism in Byzantine Christian Palestine, ed. Israel L. Levin, Jerusalem, Zalman Shazar Center, 2004 in Hebrew, 355-86. 7 Sch Ber, Jesus in the Talmud, 115-22. 104. Eliasif. 12. Comparing the Talmudic texts relating to Jesus with Toledat Yeshua reveals 2 distinct differences. The first, as noted above, is the fragmentary nature of the Talmudic references as opposed to the full narrative form of the Toledat Yeshua. The second is the halakhic and midrashic context of the former as opposed to the textual autonomy of the latter. The story in Toledat Yeshua stands alone, with no halakhic or midrashic trappings or pretexts. As Joseph Dan and I both describe elsewhere, these two features of Toledat Yeshua are typical of the early Hebrew narratives first produced in the Middle Ages. In this period, the episodic texts strewn throughout the Talmud and Midrashim in reference to events and characters from biblical times or later, such as the Exodus from Egypt, the destruction of the temple, Abraham, Moses, or Alexander the Great, were being replaced by full-scale literary narratives that told a whole story. They incorporated both the fragments in rabbinical literature and narrative motifs and episodes whose source was in medieval society. The other major feature of early Hebrew narratives at this time was their autonomy. Rabbinical literature contains no independent tales whatsoever. In other words, there are no stories that do not exist within, and by virtue of, a particular context, whether it be halakha, ethical teachings, or homily. In contrast, from the very beginning medieval narrative sought to remain free of any such restraints, to constitute independent stories that existed in and of themselves rather than to serve the purposes of one context or another. As I have long maintained, this important characteristic is associated with a major cultural development in the medieval Islamic East, the emergence of distinct disciplines. Thus, starting in the 8th century we find works devoted to specific disciplines, including prayer and liturgy, history, linguistics, philosophy, and commentary. The first autonomous narratives, such as Midrash Siri, Hadabrot and the alphabet of Ben Sira, belong to this category, and the same can be said for Toledat Yeshua. I therefore believe that it originated in Islamic Babylonia in the 8th century, not only because of its language and the lack of any credible earlier evidence of it, but because the cultural genre to which it belongs, a full autonomous story independent of any literary context, did not exist prior to this place and time. Support for this contention can be found in evidence portraying the cultural milieu in Iraq in the Jinnik period, particularly the Majlis, convocations of scholars, some of which were closed while others were open to the public. Later, testimony to this custom and spirit comes from a 10th century Muslim traveler from Spain. Describing a visit to Baghdad, he relates, "I twice attended there, the philosophers' assemblies. At the first session there were present not only Muslims of all sects, but also agnostics, Parsi, materialists, atheists, Jews and Christians, in short, infidels of all kinds. Each of these sects had its spokesman, who had to defend its views. As soon as one of these spokesmen entered, the audience stood up reverently, and no one sat down until the spokesman took his seat." Toledat Yeshua, both narrative as polemics and self-criticism. 105. Earlier evidence of the Majlis dates from the 9th century. 8. These public convocations would undoubtedly have been a fitting opportunity for a Christian scholar to present the story of the birth and death of Jesus. And as the traveler suggests, he would most probably have had to defend its views before the other participants, perhaps the Jews in particular, in respect to issues such as the virgin birth, the identity of Jesus as the Son of God and Messiah, and the resurrection. In other words, it may very well have been at cultural events like the Majlis that exposition of the Christian doctrine gave birth to the sporadic motifs that were later brought together in what we know as Toledat Yeshua. Viewing it as a narrative that took shape largely in oral form in the course of debate with agents of the Christian narrative and Muslim scholars, rather than as the work of a Jewish writer taking one of the Gospels and deliberately distorting it to CRE. 8. A counter history may better explain the existence of such a wide variety of different versions of Taladat Yeshua, a fact that is apparent even from the earliest references to it. It is interesting to note the connection between Taladat Yeshua and another narrative created in the same cultural milieu, the earliest work attributed to Ben Sira in the Middle Ages. Quite some time ago, in 1975, I dubbed this book Taladat Ben Sira, perhaps due to some as yet unarticulated sense of a link to the Taladat Yeshua. 9 others before me have noted the similarity between the two, particularly in respect to the opening episode in Taladat Ben Sira. Ben Sira is said to have been bombed to the prophet Jeremiah's daughter through impregnation in a bathhouse by her father's semen, which had earlier been emitted into the water. Clearly, this tale might have suggested an explanation, and one that could. 8. The quotation is from Salo W. Barron, A Social and Religious History of the Jews, New York, Columbia University Press, 1959 v. 83. Further evidences and additional bibliography. In Rena Drori, The Emergence of Jewish Arabic Literary Contacts at the Beginning of the 10th Century, Tel Aviv, The Porter Institute, 1988 in Hebrew, 122, brings another example to a similar event from the 19th century. Other supporting evidences to these type of events are brought by Stephen M. Wasserstrom, Between Muslim and Jew, The Problem of Symbiosis under Early Islam, Princeton University Press, 1995, 167-9, Wadi Z. Haddad, Continue. ITY and Change in Religious Adherence, 19th Century Baghdad, in Conversion and Continuity. Indigenous Christian Communities in Islamic Lands #H to 18th Centuries, EDS Michael Gerbers. And Ramsey Gibran B. Hazer, Toronto, Pontifical Institute of Medieval Studies, 1990, 33-54. And his clear conclusion in this matter, contact between the Christian and Muslim community ties by the 9th century appears to have become widespread. Internal evidence from these writings reveals that intimate discussion concerning matters of faith were engaged in on several levels, both official with clergy as well as on the street level by youth gangs, radical groups and others of the rabble. P. 49. In the 9th century, David Ibn Marwan al-Muqammas, who was intimately integrated into the Christian Arab milieu of Haran, produced the first Jewish work of Kalam theology, the Ishran Makala, which was considered a major work in its field at least until the 13th century. David E. Sclair, Samuel Ben Hophni Jayon and His Cultural World, Leiden, Brill, 1996, 48. On the Majlis, Convocation for Debate or Study, see Ibid. 73-74, 99-104. 9. Eliasif, Tales of Ben Sira in the Middle Ages, Jerusalem, Magnus Press, 1985 in Heath. Brew. 106. Eliasif. Purport to be more logical, or the virgin birth of Christ in a counter history or parody of the Christian story. As we have seen, in 9th century Babylonia, the time and place in which Taladat Ben Sira originated, Jewish and Muslim shoal ours, as well as the general public, were familiar with the Christian narrative. It is thus difficult to imagine someone reading or hearing the Hebrew text at that time without being reminded of the virgin birth. However, the connection between the two Hebrew compositions goes beyond the opening episode, which has been the sole focus of the comparison thus far. Both are also characterized by overt, at times brazen, eroticism, a fact that incurred the rage of religious leaders, especially in the case of Taladat Ben Sira. Both describe homosexual encounters between the evil descendants of Ephraim in a bathhouse in Ben Sira. Judah defiling Jesus in this manner in several Zions of Taladat Yeshua, the spilling of semen in vain, Jeremiah in the bath house, Judah spraying it on Jesus as he chases him in the sky, and adultery and illegitimate relations, Lilith, the queen of Sheba, and the animals in the ark in Ben Sira, the impregnation of Mary by a lustful adulterer and later her own acts of adultery in Toledat Yeshua. Furthermore, like Ben Sira, Jesus is discovered to be a child prodigy as soon as he is brought before his teacher, and like him, he treats his teachers with arrogance and disdain. 10. The similarity between these two works and yet a third composition lends further support to my contentions regarding the origins of Toledat Yeshua. In the early studies of Toledat Ben Sira, Moritz Steinschneider, Israel Levi, and Louis Ginsburg 11 already noted its resemblance to an apocryphal work known as the Arabic Gospel of the Infancy of the Savior, particularly in an episode that features prominently in both the hero's first introduction to his teacher. This is the description in the Arabic Gospel. There was, moreover, at Jerusalem, a certain man named Zacchaeus, who taught boys. He said to Joseph, "Why, O Joseph, dost thou not bring Jesus to learn his letters?" Joseph agreed to do so, and reported the matter to the Lady Mary. They therefore took him to the master, and he, as soon as he saw him, wrote out the alphabet for him, and told him to say Aleph. And when he had said Aleph, the master ordered him to pronounce Bet. And the Lord Jesus said to him, "Tell me first the meaning of the letter Aleph, and then I shall pronounce Bet." And when the master threatened to flog him, the Lord Jesus explained to him the meanings of the letters Aleph and Bet, also which figures of the letter were straight, which crooked, which drawn round into a spiral, which marked with points, which without them, why one letter went before another, and many other things he began to recount and to elucidate, which the master himself had never either heard or read in any book. The Lord Jesus, moreover, said to the master, "Listen, and I shall say them to thee." 10 in the Strasbourg manuscript, Kraus, Das Leben Jesu, 39, the name of Jesus is Yehosh. / after his uncle, and right after his birth, his mother seated him in from of a primary school teacher, Melamed, and he was very clever, learned in the Torah and Talmud. He behaves rudely to his teachers, exactly as did Ben Sira. 11 See Yosef, Ben Sira, 34-36, and especially note 18. Toledat Yeshua, both narrative as polemics and self-criticism. 107. And he began clearly and distinctly to repeat Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Daleth, unto Tef. And the master was astonished, and said, "I think that this boy was born before Noah." And turned to Joseph, he said, "Thou hast brought to me to be taught a boy more learned than all the masters." To the Lady Mary also he said, "This son of thine has no need of instruction." 12. This is very similar to the episode in Toledat Ben Sira in which he is brought before the elementary teacher, and in response to each letter he is taught, the child utters an aphorism that reveals the teacher's lascivious thoughts. Most scholars agree that reliable evidence of the existence of the Arabic Gospel dates from the 9th century, although it was probably based on earlier traditions which it brought together in a single volume in Arabic for Eastern Christian believers. The two Hebrew compositions also show similarities to another classic era big text, the Quran. In the Surah Mary, number 19, Mary is accused of adultery and prostitution as a result of her pregnancy and the birth of Jesus, and it is the child who explains how he was conceived and that he is the Son of God. The very same scene appears in both Toledat Yeshua and Toledat Ben Sira. A further connection between the two Hebrew texts can be found in relation to a subject of central importance to both Jewish and Christian culture, the mess Saya. According to the story of Ben Sira, Jeremiah impregnates his daughter in Jerusalem, that is, before the destruction of the temple, when Ben Sira is bombed, and immediately afterwards when Nebuchadnezzar sends his soldiers for him. Jeremiah is no longer mentioned and Palestine is already under the rule of the Babylonian king. In other words, these events take place after the fall of Jerusalem. Ben Sira was therefore bombed at the time of the destruction of the temple, when according to Jewish tradition, the Messiah would be bombed. 13. If we add the divine wisdom of Ben Sira, which is apparent throughout the book, we cannot ignore the possibility that its author regarded him as a parody of the Messiah, similar to the figure of Jesus in Toledat Yeshua. Furthermore, Ben Sira's name was Shua or Shua, as is the name of the hero of Toledat Yeshua. 14. And this might even explain the choice of the ancient poet Ben Sira, Ecclesiasticus, as the subject of the latter text. And there is more. One of the most intriguing episodes in Toledat Ben Sira is an animal tale. And he, Nebuchadnezzar, asked him, Ben Sira, horse and mule, and asked, why do they this where others do and sniff their dung? He said to him, when the three of them were created and given to the first man, he began to work them very hard. The mule said to the 12. The Arabic Gospel of the Infancy of the Savior, trans. Alexander Roberts and James Donaldson, The Ante-Nicene Fathers 8, 404-15, PAR 48. See also, James K. Elliott, The Apocryphal New Testament, a collection of apocryphal Christian literature in an English translation, Oxford University Press, 1993. 13. Midrash on Lamentations 1:16, and to variants and discussion see, Galit Hassan Rokum, Web of Life, Folklore and Midrash in Rabbinic Literature, Stanford University Press, 2146-90. 14. On the names of Jesus see, David Flusser, Jesus, Jerusalem, Magnus Press, 1997. 24-25. 108. Eliasif, horse and the ass, all the animals rest from their labor and we have no rest from our labor. Let us ask God when our toil will end, and if our seed will not vanish from the world. They answered him, well said. Right away they went to the Holy One, blessed be he, and said to him, Lord of the universe, when will our toil be lifted from us? He said to them, when your waters turn to grindstones and your dung has the fragrance of perfume, at that time will I end your toil. Their temper appeased, they instructed their offspring that wherever they see water they were to piss so that a great river would form and turn the grindstones, and when they dropped dung they were to sniff it to see if it had the fragrance of perfume. When that happened, they would be released from slavery into freedom. And so they continue to do so. 15. It is hard to imagine of a more scathing satire of Messianism. On the overt level, it contains sharp criticism of those impatient for the coming of the Messiah, those who urge God to hasten the redemption and are always looking for signs of its imminent arrival. But it is also no less critical of those who believe the Messiah has already come, those who see the water and perfume that herald his arrival, but do not realize that they are deluded fools, that what they see is only piss and dung. The public, familiar with Christian rites, would not have missed this far from subtle allusion to the baptismal font and incense of the church. Thus, according to the text, what was perceived as tokens of the Messiah was only filth. Nevertheless, the most important feature to emerge from a comparison between Toledat Yeshua and Toledat Ben Sira is not that they contain similar motifs or stories, but that they are written in the same tone and belong to the same leader. Airy genre, the parody. Both make use of the lowest elements, principally the hu, man organ situated below the belt, to explain the central myths in each of the two religions, the heroes of the Bible, the prophet Jeremiah, King David, King Solomon, the Son of God, the virgin birth, and the Messiah. The contrast between the sacred theological source and its elucidation by means of genitalia and bodily excretions creates a tension known in the theory of humor as incongruity, producing the psychological response of derision and laughter. This is precisely the literary technique employed in both texts, and in both cases it characterizes the entire work, not merely certain motifs or episodes. In regard to Taladat Ben Sura, it has been claimed, and rightly so, that this combination of familiarity with the sources, sexual explicitness, and base humor was most likely the work of youngsters, probably students in the large yeshivas in Babylonia in the Genetic period. For them, this type of composition would have represented a midrash-like creativity, retelling an earlier text, and subversive criticism of contemporary attitudes, Christianity, religious hypocrisy, messianism, as well as a release from the pressure of the strict regime of studies and discipline in the yeshiva. 6. The same. 15. Yosef, Tales of Ben Sura 240-4 / 16. David Stem, The Alphabet of Ben Sura and the Early History of Parody in Jewish Literature. In the Idea of Biblical Interpretation, Essays in Honor of James L. Kugel, eds Hindi. Taladat Yeshuv, Folk Narrative as Polemics and Self-Criticism. 109. Could be said of Taladat Yeshuv, the similarity between the two compositions in terms of cultural context, literary genre, and distortion of the story of the virgin birth, the attitude toward messianism, and the crude humor would seem to lead to an obvious conclusion that they were created in the same time, place, and milieu. Thus, a significant accumulation of textual and contextual elements in Taladat Yeshuv point to Jewish Iraq in the 2nd-3rd century of Islam. We can therefore conclude that it was written by young Jewish scholars, in and around the Babylonian yeshiva in the 8th century. I believe this determination answers the majority, although admittedly not all, of the cultural, philological, and historical questions raised in the scholarship of Taladat Yeshuv over the years. 17. Taladat Yeshuv as a Volksbuch. In 1982, Gunter Schlichting classified Taladat Yeshuv as a Volksbuch, or folk book. 18. Unfortunately, he did not offer a precise definition of this genre or explain why he categorized Taladat Yeshuv in this way. We can only assume that his opinion was based on the extensive German research into this genre of folklore, which includes popular tales such as the Nibelungenlied, Faust, the Chivalric R.O. Manses, and the Wandering Jew. They are defined as short narratives published as small inexpensive books which generally contain folk tales that had previously been spread orally. 19. The fact that Schlichting's book is devoted mainly to a comparison of the Volksbuch Tamuad with the many earlier versions of the story suggests what may be the overriding feature that convinced the author to ascribe Taladat Yeshuv to this genre, its numerous versions. In the field of folklore research, different versions, or multiple existence, is considered a prerequisite for defining a story as a folk narrative. The many verb. Naaman and Judith H. Newman, Leiden, Brill, 2004, 423-48. An earlier perspective on 7 Watt as a parody was suggested by Morris Goldstein, Jesus in the Jewish Tradition, New York, The Macmillan Company, 1950, 163. 17. The strongest objection to this conclusion is that of Elchin and Reiner, who suggest Palestine/the Upper Galilee in the early Byzantine period as the origin of the work. Compare Reiner. The seal. As explained earlier, I cannot accept this proposition, as there are two strong arguments against it. 18 Unterschlichting, ein jüdisches Leben Jesu, die Verschalen Taladat Jeske Passung. Tamu to Vingen, Moore Seebeck, 1982, 1-2. Both Krauss, Das Leben Jesu, and Hort. Very, a critical examination, although not using directly the term Volksbuch, treated, in large portions of their studies of type, the work as such. 19 Lutz Mackensen, Die Deutschen Volksbücher, Leipzig, Kell and Meyer, 1927, Hans. Joachim Kreutzer, Der Mythos vom Volksbuch. Study and zur Wirkungsgeschichte Frühen. Deutschen Roman Seit der Romantik, Stuttgart, Metzler, 1977. Benny Peary, Some Traces of Lost Medieval Story Books, in Humanura, Essays in Literature, Folklore, Bibliography. Honoring Archer Taylor, E.D.S. Wayland D. Hand and Gustavo Arlt, Locust Valley, N.Y., J.J. Augustine, 1960, 150-60, describes the route that folk books written in the East made, through southern Italy and Spain, into Europe. One suggests that a similar route was made by Thai as well. 110. Eliasif. Zions of Taladat Yeshua, along with the fact that it is anonymous, indicate that it was regarded by the society that told the story as part of its cultural property, and its members therefore gave themselves permission to change it and adapt it to their own life and beliefs. In the early period of folklore research, this approach was applied only to stories told orally. However, it later became clear that folk literature was disseminated no less by written texts, with the same principles remaining valid. 20. This gave rise to the critical term Volksbuch, which contribution to our understanding of the nature of folklore in literate societies from the Middle Ages onward. Taladat Yeshua indeed fulfills the criteria for its definition as a Volksbuch, and, most conspicuously, the basic requirement of multiple existence. 21. This aspect of the work is not merely a matter of critical jargon, but is of central importance in comprehending the text and its social significance. Thus far, the countless versions of the book, appearing from the early Middle Ages on in nearly every Jewish community, have been treated in research as a philological hurdle that must be overcome by tedious comparisons and detailed diagrams. While this approach may provide work for scholars, it does little to advance our understanding of the text. Defining it as a Volksbuch, however, may change our perception entirely. As noted above, in folklore theory, multiple exists a challenge for scholars, but a cultural marker. It indicates that for the society or community which has introduced changes into a text it received from written or oral sources, that text has become part of its cultural legacy. The nature of the changes reveals the way the society perceives itself and its values. Thus, the different versions of Taladat Yeshua should not be seen as textual mutations of some urtext, but as the products of cultural interactions, whether with the Gospels, among the various versions themselves, intertextuality, or between the texts and diverse historical, social, and cultural realities. Each version of the story should therefore be regarded as an autonomous composition that arrived in a particular community and underwent a process of acceptance and adaptation to its worldview and the issues on its cultural agenda, oikotypification. Consequently, here too, as we consider the major differences between the versions regarding the character and childhood of Jesus, the sources of his miraculous powers and charisma, his complex relationship with the Jewish community, his battle with Judas Iscariot, and the separation of Judaism from Christianity, we will relate to them not as deviations from an early authoritative version, but as independent negotiations. 20 on the history of research and the contribution of Albert Weselski in general folkloristics. And Moses Gaster to the Jewish field. See Eli Yosef, the folk writer, in the Golem of Prague. And other tales of wonder, ed. Eli Yosef, Jerusalem, the Bialik Institute, 1991 in Hebrew. 7-72, Idem, Moses Gaster, pioneer in folklore and Jewish studies, PEMM 100, 2004. 113-24, in Hebrew. 21 on the concept and its implications. See Eli Yosef, the Hebrew folk tale, history, genre. Meaning, Jerusalem, the Bialik Institute, 1994 in Hebrew, 5-6, 565, Note 6. Toledat Yeshub, folk narrative as polemics and self-criticism. In through which medieval Jewish communities express their attitudes toward issues central to their lives and toward the dominance of Christianity. Defining Toledat Yeshua as a Volksbuch has other important implications as well. Studies have pointed to the main difference between this book and the Gospels, not in respect to specific episodes, but in terms of the composition as a whole, the exclusion of any non-narrative textual elements, such as homilies, moral lessons, parables, instruction, or aphorisms. Toledat Yeshua ignores these components entirely, confining itself solely to the narrative elements. Research generally refers to this as omitting parts or pruning the lush text of the Gospels. However, classifying it as a Volksbuch may provide a different explanation. The early Perkavish version 22 bears the subtitle, A Book of Fables, about Jesus Christ, and concludes with the words, and thus ends this book with the fable of Jesus Christ. This version makes explicit use of the genre label fable in its medieval sense of a narrative, fabula, thus indicating that its author, and other scribes, did not view Toledat Yeshua as a moral or polemic work, but as a story. Indeed, one of the defining principles of folk literature is the law of the epic plot, 23, whereby non-narrative forms of expression, such as description or reflection, are absent and the focus is mainly on the narrative plot. This is not to say that folk tales contain no descriptions or ideas, but that these are expressed primarily through the plot. Based on this principle of folk narrative, the differences between the Gospels of the New Testament and Toledat Yeshua can be seen, not as an attempt to omit or ignore the tenets of Christianity, but as a deliberate choice of storytelling over religious homily, that is, as the decision to narrate the Christian gospel as a folk tale. The fact that this principle is maintained in every one of the dozens of versions of the book indicates that the writers/tellers applied it instinctively, as did storytellers of folk tales throughout the ages. In order to fully understand the significance of defining Toledat Yeshua as a Volksbuch, it may help to compare it with another work from the same domain. The Arabic Gospel of the Infancy of the Savior mentioned above. The earliest testimonies to the existence of the Arabic Gospel also come from the 9th century, and it was also created within an Islamic culture. Moreover, it too appears in a multitude of versions, and was apparently popular, in both oral and written form, among Eastern Christians. Thus, the Arabic Gospel has much in common with Toledat Yeshua. However, the value of the comparison derives not from the similarities, but from identifying the differences and their meaning. Indeed, the distinctions in structure and content between these two works of folk literature are very telling, although they both draw on the same source. 22 Yaakov Deutsch, New evidence of early versions of Toldat Yeshu Tarvis 69, 2000. 177 to 97, in Hebrew. 23 Axel Ulrich, Epic Laws of Folk Narrative, in the Study of Folklore, ed. Alan Duns. Englewood Clips, and J. Prentice Hall Incorporated, 1965, 138 to 40. Tie combines, actually, two integral. Epic laws, the unity of the plot, and concentration on the leading character. 112. Eliasif. The Gospel tradition, if not the New Testament itself, Taladat Yeshua adopts the narrative frame of Jesus' life from birth to death, while the Arabic Gospel born rose only the episodic tales of Jesus' miracles and adds dozens more of its own making. And according to the Arabic Gospel, all these miracles take place in a short period of time, when Jesus' family is fleeing from Herod to Egypt, and he is still an infant in the cradle. The text contains the tales of dozens of lepers, people possessed by demons, the lame, and other wretched souls of all sorts who are healed by touching Jesus' body or clothes. In other words, while Taladat Yeshua tells one continuous and comprehensive story with a coherent sequential connection between the parts, the Arabic Gospel tells numerous stories with no link between them save for the identity of the miracle worker. Moreover, the order or number of the stories is immaterial, as any one of them could have been omitted without interfering with the sequence, and more could have been added without changing the character of the composition. Thus, the Arabic Gospel is a collection of folk tales, whereas Taladat Yeshua is a folk epic that tells one single story of a biographical nature. Since the Gospels themselves belong to both literary genres, 24 each of the two pieces of folk literature could take from this rich tradition the form and content that best suited its purposes. The Arabic Gospel wished to stress the divinity of Jesus in the most basic sense. His very body was holy, and so from the moment he was bombed, merely touching it brought about a miracle. On the other hand, Taladat Yeshua totally ignored this aspect of the story, focusing instead on its own objective, to contract over the frame story itself. To do so, it retold the whole narrative of Jesus' life from birth to death. The two works represent the two major forms of the Volksbuch, anthologies, that bring together in writing a collection of folk tales previously told orally, and books that tell a single epic story. Both categories were designed for a large audience. Consequently, in our case, both books deliberately ignored the non-narrative portions of the gospel tradition, homilies, moral lessons, parables, prophecies, and focused solely on the plot in accordance with the poetics of folk literature. Each opted for the narrative technique that best promoted its objectives, whether a series of tales each of which added to the wonders of the Savior, for an audience of his worshippers, or an epic chronology of his life written as a subversive parody for the enjoyment of his deniers. 24 Already the form criticism approach to the New Testament considered large portions of it as independent novellen, and thus compared it to narrative tendencies of the pagan culture and rabbinic literature. Compare Martin Dibelius, Die Formgeschichte des Evangeliums, to Vingen. Moore Seebeck, 1961, 66 to 100, and David B. Dowler, The Cria, in the Historical Jesus. In context, eds Amy Jill Levine et al., Princeton University Press, 2006, 132 to 48. Who sees in the evangelical miracle tales short anecdotes similar to the Greek Cria. On the other hand, other scholars emphasize the epic, unified narrative of the New Testament, Den. NISR MacDonald, Imitations of Greek Epic in the Gospels, in Levine, ed. The Historical Jesus Y 372 to 84. Idem. Does the New Testament imitate Homer? 4 cases from the Acts of the Apostles, New Haven, Yale University Press, 2003. Toledat Yeshub, Book Narrative as Polemics and Self-Criticism. 113. This comparison between the two works demonstrates that Toledat Yeshub clearly belongs to the category of folk literature. Like other medieval Hebrew folk books, such as Midrash / Asirat Hadabrot, the Midrash of the Ten Com, Mand Mens, the alphabet of Ben Surai, and Hibber Yafemi HaYeshub / Ah, an elegant composition concerning relief after adversity, which omitted the halakhic or homiletic context of Talmudic tales. Toledat Yeshua omitted the religious context of the New Testament narrative. This fact has considerable social significance, indicating that it was aimed at large sectors of society who had no interest in the theological debate. Just as the humorous tales in Midrash Eker Rabbi, the Midrash on Lamentations, reveal how the general public, as opposed to scholars, dealt with the threat of Hellenism. 25 So Toledat Yeshua presents a convincing answer to one of the questions that has occupied research into medieval Jewish culture since its inception: how is it that Jews in the Middle Ages seem to have contended with rising Christianity initially through stories, rather than theological polemics? Understanding that the writers and tellers of Toledat Yeshua created a folk narrative or folk book in accordance with the epic conventions of that genre sheds new light on this phenomenon. First and foremost, they wish to tell a story, not to write a polemical essay. 26 The story could be widely disseminated both orally and in writing, providing the general public with answers to their questions about the powerful religious adversary that had emerged out of Judaism itself. The choice of the genre of Volk's book thus had both literary and social ramifications, from victim to villain. As we are relating here to Toledat Yeshua as a literary text, it is only proper that we consider one of the most basic features of any work of literature: characterization, and most particularly, the characterization of the protagonist. From this perspective, the different versions of the book can be divided into two distinct categories. In the first, which contains what appear to be the older versions, Jesus is presented in the early stages of his life as a positive, complex, and even tragic figure. He is bombed, at no fault of his own, into a hapless reality as the illegitimate child of a menstruate woman. The first time his mother brings him to a teacher, we are told, the wicked one was an exceptionally bright and studious pupil. For that reason he was well loved. 27 Similarly, the St. Petersburg version, 1. 25 Eliasip, the Hebrew folk tale, history, genre, meaning, trans. Jacqueline Teitelbaum, Bloomington, IND, Indiana University Press 1999, 177-79. 26 On this characteristic C. Orolimer, Judaism looks at Christianity, the debate of Nestor the priest and Toledat Yeshua, PEMM 75, 1998, 109-25, in Hebrew. 27 Samuel Kraus, on Nouvelle Recension Hébraïque du Toledat Yeshua, Reg 103, 1938. 77. 114. Eliasib, of the earliest known to us, relates, and Jesus studied well and was great in the Torah and was keen and clever. 28 Yet however hard he tries to free himself of his dark past, he cannot escape his fate. The wicked one was disporting with the boys outside as lads do, and he provoked the boys in their game, and they said to him that he was the illegitimate son of a menstruate woman. You think you are the son of Yochanan? You are not his son, you are the son of Yosef Pandora, who lay with your mother when she was menstruate and sired you, the depraved son of a depraved man. When the wicked one heard that, he ran home to his mother in rage and shouted a great and bitter shout, saying, Mother, mother, tell me the truth. When I was a young boy, the children said to me that I am the illegitimate son of a menstruate woman, and I thought it was an idle taunt, and now the lads yell at me every day, all of them as one, illegitimate son of a menstruate woman, and they say I am the son of Yosef Pandora, who came to you when you were menstruating. 29. Where could the children have heard this malicious gossip about Jesus' birth? From their parents, of course. According to the story, the boy had to cope with these ugly rumors from the time he was a little child and until he was a young man. His dash home to his mother, his bitter cry in search of truth, and the need to contend with his dark past are nothing less than tragic. 30. We must remember that this is a work of literature, not a historical document. And this is the manner in which the creators of these versions of the story chose to characterize the early life of their protagonist. Just how complex his figure is in these versions can be seen by comparing them to the second group of texts, in which Jesus is evil and is depicted as such from the very beginning. One typical example begins with the following description. Jesus Christ was arrogant from the time he learned to talk, and he was devious and cunning, and argumentative and known for his foul language. He spoke of the prophets and Torah scholars displaying envy and greed and conceit, and sought tribute, and was disdainful of the Torah and Moses, and when the rabbis heard of it they said, because he was so disrespectful, he was scrutinized. 31. In all the versions in the second group, Jesus' status as illegitimate manifests itself in his personality. When the boy grew older, his mother took him to the Bet Midrash to learn Torah. And the illegitimate one was clever and would learn in one day what others could not learn in a year. And of this the rabbis said, bastards are clever, and especially this one who was the illegitimate son of a menstruate woman, and he spoke with such conceit that showed contempt for his rabbi and for the sages of Israel. 32. 28 Deutsch, New Evidence, 183. 29 Kraus, on Nouvelle, 78. 30 So argued already Orolimer, Judaism looks at Christianity, 120. 31 Michael Higger, The Story of Jesus, Chorev 3, 1936/7 144. 32 Kraus, on Nouvelle, 66. Toledat Yeshub, both narrative as polemics and self-criticism. 115. Even when the authors of these versions laud Jesus' intelligence and study skills, they present these qualities as deviations deriving from the sin of his birth as the illegitimate son of a menstruate woman. In other words, whereas the first group describes him as an innocent child, attributing his hostility to Jewish society to the cruelty he suffered at its hands, the second group depicts his villainy and hatred for the Jews as inborn traits resulting from his conception in sin. Indeed, the narrative development in the two categories is utterly reversed. In the first group of versions, Jesus is accused from early childhood of being a bastard and the son of a menstruate woman, although he himself is blameless. While in the second group, because he was so disrespectful, he was scrutinized. It was only after his villainy became apparent, when he was still a child, that the rabbis looked into his past and discovered what there was to discover, so that Jewish society was in no way responsible for his fate and actions. The complex characterization in the earlier versions is even more impressive at the point in the story when Jesus' family returns from Egypt. And it happened in those days that the Bet Din, rabbinic court of law, in that place presided Over trials of the people and their judgments were influenced by bribery and favoritism. And Jesus Christ would sit with them and lecture them on the justice, and they were menaced by him for it, and he prevailed over them in the argument. And they loaded him for it and sought a pretext to remove him from among them. And between the hearings the judges called for his mother Mary after the death of her husband Joseph and made her swear in the name of the Lord, "Tell us from where this man Jesus came to you. Whose son is he that speaks to us with such imperiousness?" When Jesus returned from the village and came to take his accustomed place, the judges rose and pushed him away, saying, "A bastard shall not enter the congregation of the Lord." He said to them, "Even if it is, as you say, I am wiser than you and God-fearing, and I will not spare you rebuke." They answered, "From now on we do not accept your words, and you will not sit among us, for you are a bastard." He appealed to them, and they would not be appeased until he wearied and went off vehement, and Jeroboam went astray. 33. This episode, which appears in one form or another in all the versions in the first group, is an indication of their literary and ideological complexity. In a manner not very different from the gospel narrative, the events are recounted from the point of view of Jesus. He sees deep-rooted corruption in Jewish society, not among the people, but among the judges and rabbis who are meant to be its moral compass. He tries to rise up against it, admonishing, arguing, but his foes fight back with the basest means, gossip and the exposure of the dark past of his family in which he had no part. What is more, he attempts to appease them, to win favor with the leaders of Jewish society, but in their fanaticism and corruption they push him away, and consequently, it is the unscrupulous judges and rabbis who are primarily responsible for the fact that he left the fold. 33 Deutsch, New Evidence, 184, Ms. St. Petersburg 274. 116. Eliasif. As the rest of the story unfolds, Jesus is depicted as a wicked man who deceives his followers, presenting himself as the Messiah and the Son of God, and thus his execution is justified according to the internal logic of the narrative. However, this does not detract from the literary and ideological complexity of these versions. Jesus is characterized as a person who develops, not as a negative character from the beginning as in the second group of versions. His fate is not determined by the sinful circumstances of his birth, but by the decisions and actions of the society in which he lives, and the Jesus of the start of the story is not the Jesus of its end. It might be said that the first group of versions of Toledot Yeshua took from the Gospels not only the frame narrative of Jesus' early public activities, but also the tone, criticism of the moral conduct of Jewish society, j.e., his fight against corruption, and his being expelled from the Jewish community, rather than making a personal decision to withdraw from it. Naturally, the theme of the insults hurled at Jesus for being the son of an adulteress, presented as the underlying cause of his suffering and tragic fate, does not appear in the Gospels, since any mention of it could give credence to rumors of this nature that were already circulating in the period of early Christianity. 34 These versions of Toledot Yeshua employ the theme as an effective and sophisticated literary means of delineating the protagonist as a round character, in contrast to the flat character that features in the second group, a man who struggles in his youth with the bitter fate he cannot escape, just like every tragic hero in world literature. The turning point. Toledot Yeshua also displays a connection to the genre of the novella, the long, short story which relates unusual events in a person's life and is generally of an erotic nature. 35 This comes to bear as early as the introductory episode, the seduction of Mary. To judge by the early versions of Toledot Yeshua, example St. Petersburg, Strasbourg, etc., in all of which it appears in one form or another. This novella-like opening episode was most likely an integral part of the text. From the very beginning, the various elements of the story, the adulterer, lusting after a beautiful wife, appealing to her elderly mother to help him in his scheme, laying in wait until her husband, or betrothed, has left the house, sneaking into the house, disguising himself as her husband and fornicating with her throughout the night, and the way in which her husband learns of the simple deed, all sound as if they came straight out of a story by Boccaccio. 34 See among others, Goldstein, Jesus in the Jewish Tradition, 147 to 66. 35 From the rich research on the novella C. Robert J. Clements and Joseph Gibaldi, eds. Anatomy of the Novella, New York, New York University Press, 1977, Corr Adina Caprello. Zickman, The Boccaccian Novella, The Creation and Waning of a Genre, New York, Peter Lang, 1990, and the rich bibliography in each. See also below, Note 37. Taladat Yeshub, both narrative as polemics and self-criticism. 117. And are equally typical of the tales in the classic Persian Arabic anthology 1001 Nights and the popular tales of Sendevar, or Seven Sages, which emerged in Arabic or Persian in the same time and place where I believe Taladat Yeshu originated. A story from the tales of Sendevar can be a valuable example of such stories, which was undoubtedly known to Jewish readers, or listeners. It is told as a separate tale of the type known in research literature as Ayuvanis Femina. There once was a man who had a most beautiful wife. Lusting for her was a young man who could not attain her because her husband was jealous. So jealous that he used to lock her in a room every day and he'd carry the key of the room with him. Now this merchant was old and the youth became bedridden because of his great love. Now an old crone came to him and asked him, "What manner of illness have you?" So he told her why he had fallen sick. And she said to him, "Will you do all that I command you?" He replied, "Yes." So she told him, "You get up and shave off your beard and put on women's clothes and cover your face with a veil right up to the eyes." This he did. Now the old crone went to the aged man and said to him, "I pray you, my lord, I am a widow, and I've got a one and only daughter, who's very virtuous, and I wish to go on a trip to another city. Now I've heard how virtuous your wife is, and I was afraid to leave my daughter in a strange place. So now, if it pleases you, I'd like to bring her here, with her expenses, and let her serve your wife till I get back." Replied the old man, "Bring her expense money and let her lie in the same room as my wife." Whereupon the crone went for the young man, fetched him thither, and he lay with her. 36. This story can be found in all medieval Hebrew translations of Tales of Sendevar, although the translations we know of, not the text itself which is much earlier, admittedly date from a later period, indicates that the Jews were familiar with it, whether from earlier versions of the book in Persian or Arabic or from oral traditions taken from it. Whatever their source, however, the story demonstrates that typical novella-like elements found their way into the Taladat Yeshub. One of the basic structural characteristics in the theory of the novella is the unexpected turning point or Wendepont. 37 This refers to an imposing, frightening, erotic, or tragic event that changes the life of the protagonist and shifts the direction of the plot. In Taladat Yeshub, the turning point comes at the moment that Jesus goes from a persecuted young student to public figure acting against Jewish society. In the St. Petersburg manuscript, immediately after he is ousted by the rabbis, he left his place in the land of Galilee, and he declared, I am the Son of God, and believe in me in my miracles which I shall show you. And every vain and irresponsible fellow gathered around him. 38 in the Monk manuscript. 36 This is the medieval Hebrew version, in Morris F. Stein, Tales of St. Ebar, Philadelphia. Jewish Publication Society of America, 1967, 246-50. 37 On this concept in the theory of the novella C. Benno von Wies, Novelli, Stuttgart. Metzler, 1963, 15 ff. John M. Ellis, Narration in the German Novelli, Theory and Interpretation. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1979, 4. 38 Deutsch, New Evidence, 184. 118. Eliasif. Published by Samuel Krauss, he hounds his mother until she tells him the truth about his birth, and finally after much tormenting she told him the truth that he is Jesus son of Pandora and he is the son of a menstruate woman. And he left off his mother, saying, if I am the illegitimate son of a menstruate woman, one will act like the illegitimate son of a menstruate woman. And immediately he secretly went to the temple, for the ineffable name was carved on the foundation stone of the temple. 39 in the Higger version, as he heard that it was made known that his mother was a harlot and he was a bastard and the son of a menstruate woman, immediately he left and fled to Jerusalem, and in the temple on the foundation stone, which is the rock which the patriarch Jacob anointed in oil, there were the letters of the ineffable name. 40 similar accounts appear in all the other versions of this group as well. In other words, the narrative turning point in which the story goes from being the biography of a child conceived in sin to the account of decisive historical events occurs at the moment in which the young man learns his true identity. This is the cause, the motive, for his very next act, stealing the ineffable name from the temple and using it for illicit and subversive purposes against the Jews. At this precise point, the protagonist is transformed from an innocent child into the ultimate villain who changed the face of Jewish history. In this sense, the Wendepunkt of Toledat issue is not merely a narrative turning point typical of a novella, but a historical turning point as well, and the authors of all the versions of the text were very well aware of its weighty significance. The hypothetical question of how a different turning point would alter the plot is one of the fundamental issues in the theory of the novella. If the protagonist had acted differently, if he hadn't decided to slaughter his favorite hawk to prepare a meal for his beloved who loved him only for his hawk, how would the story and his life be different? If he had not raised his eyes to the top of the tower and seen the young wife of the rich old man imprisoned there, would his life have taken a totally different course? The alternative narrative or course of events creating itself in the mind of the reader or listener of the story is a major aesthetic component in the theory of the novella. This issue is especially pertinent in respect to the turning point in Toledat issue. How would the story have unfolded if Jewish society, the schoolboys, the rabbis in the Bet Midrash, had not taunted the young man as they did? After all, he removes the ineffable name of God from Judaism, from the temple, because they expelled him from the Jewish collective. He flees to the Upper Galilee after being shamed in public as the illegitimate son of a menstruate woman, and only then, when the word that Jesus was a bastard was made known, he left the Upper Galilee, and stole to Jerusalem, and entered the temple and learned there the holy letters and wrote down the 39 Krauss, on Nouvelle, 8. 40 Higger, the story of Jesus. 144. Toledat Yeshub, both narrative as polemics and self-criticism. 119. Name. 41. Any such hypothetical question always contains an element of criticism. Here it implies that if the Jews had treated Jesus better, not only the plot of a story but perhaps the entire course of Jewish history might have been different. Charisma and polemics. The direct outcome of the turning point that drives the plot of the story is thus the theft of the ineffable name. With this act, Jesus goes from a wretched, taunted child to a powerful charismatic leader. According to the theory of the novella, this crucial point in the narrative also holds the meaning of the tale. Indeed, interpreting a novella often relies on the definition of the turning point. In our case, however, the importance of the theft of the holy name carved on the foundation stone of the temple does not derive solely from its function in terms of plot development. It can also be said to be the most original episode in Toledat Yeshua, and nearly the only one that does not have a source in the gospel narrative. The only other episode that meets this description is the battle in the sky between Jesus and Judas Iscariot, but the two scenes are linked by the role of the ineffable name, a subject discussed at greater length below. Whereas all the other episodes in the book, the virgin birth, Jesus' wanderings, the miracle, love's acts of healing, recruitment of the disciples, persecution by the Pharisees, Jesus being brought before Pontius Pilate or Queen Helena, the crucifixion, and the resurrection, are drawn in one way or another from the Gospels. There is no mention, or even hint, of the theft or use of the ineffable name in the New Testament. It is therefore the most creative and imaginative episode in Toledat Yeshua, fashioned virtually out of whole cloth. 42. As both its role in the plot and its originality indicate the importance of the episode, it must be key to any interpretation of the text. In order to understand its meaning, let us look at the two early versions of the story from which it is absent, the Geniza fragments and the St. Petersburg manuscript. In one of the Geniza fragments, John the Baptist is brought before Joshua ben Parachia and Marianus the elder to be questioned. 41. The Wagenseil version, in Orolimer, ed. Jews and Christians in Western Europe, and Counter between Cultures in the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, 5 volumes, Tel Aviv, The Open University, 1997 in Hebrew, 4:394. 42. Almost. Because of the fragmental story in the Talmud, b. Shabbat 104b, J.K. Shabbat 12:4. He who cuts upon his flesh. It is a tradition that Rabbi Eliezer said to the wise, did not Ben Sida bring witchcraft from Egypt in a cut which was upon his flesh. They said to him, he was a fool, and we do not bring proof from a fool. On this, and full analysis of the text see Schaeffer. Jesus in the Talmud, 15-21, as well as the important evidence on this by Celsus, having been brought up in obscurity, he, Jesus, went as a hired laborer to Egypt and there acquired experience of some magical powers. Thence he returned, proclaiming himself a god on account of these powers. Morton Smith, Jesus the Magician, San Francisco, Harper and Row, 1978, 81. 120. Eliasaph. And he said to John, these are the books of witchcraft that were found in the hands of your disciple Jesus. If you tell us the truth we will let you go, and if not, you and Jesus will be executed with a double-edged sword. John replied saying, Masters, Jesus wrote these books. I have been a prisoner since the days of Tiberius Caesar and I have never seen these books, but he and his 11 disciples wrote them and used them to deceive people. 43. In another fragment, it is Jesus who is questioned. They said, the sorcerer's books in your hands, are they new or old and belong to Balaam? And in Egypt you found them. He said to them, they are of Balaam, to do magic with them. And why did you use them, and do evil to all of creation? The books in your hand, if you tell us whose they are, and if not, we will kill your carcass to the beasts of the field. The books are not old and not ancient and not Balaam's. He said, they are John's, he gave them to me. 44. In the fuller text preserved in the St. Petersburg manuscript, the scene is described thus. And Jesus dealt in magic and witchcraft and deceived people. For he had books from the sorcerers of Egypt, and he delved into them always. They said to him, these books in your hand, are they new or old? He said to them, Masters, the writings are old and ancient. They are from Balaam son of Beor, and I found them in Egypt, and they cure with incantations all ailments, wounds, and sores. They said to him, tell us the truth where you found these books, and you teach and instruct people in them, and they deceive the world. Tell us the truth, and if not, we will kill you. He said to them, these books are not ancient and not old, and I did not find them in Egypt, but John my master gave them to me, and he taught them to me. Our Joshua answered and said to John, these books that were found in the hands of Jesus your disciple, where did you find them? If you tell the truth, you will be saved, and if not, you and Jesus your student will die a horrible death. John answered and said to them, the books are from my masters. Jesus wrote them and copied them, for I was imprisoned, and the Emperor Caesar imprisoned me, and he copied them and did not show them to me, and he and his 12 disciples know them and rose up and deceived the world. 45. From the fragmentary texts in the Geniza documents, and even more clearly from the early St. Petersburg manuscript, we can see Toledat's its near obsessive preoccupation with the sources of Jesus' magical powers. The rabbis Joshua ben Parachia and Marianus the elder threatened John the Baptist with the death penalty for himself and Jesus, not because of anything they have done, but if they do not tell the truth about the source of the books from which Jesus learned to do witchcraft. The texts that have survived suggest 3 possibilities. He learned sorcery in Egypt, from which he brought back the writings. He learned it from his teacher, John the Baptist, for he made it up and wrote the books himself. The first option. 43 Daniel Boyarin, a revised version and translation of the Toledat Yeshua fragment. Tarbis 47, 1978 251-52. 44 Deutsch, New Evidence, 185. 45 Deutsch, Ibid, 184-86. Toledat Yeshua, both narrative as polemics and self-criticism. 121. Attributes the books to a foreign source, Egypt, and the Gentile prophet Balaam ben Beor. The second attributes them to John the Baptist, perhaps alluding to the splinter Jewish sects, such as the Essenes, with whom he fraternized in his early life. In the third option, Jesus himself is the source of his knowledge, and the books are new and do not belong to any earlier tradition. All 3 alternatives appear in various forms in Jewish sources on magic from late antiquity and the early Middle Ages. 46 Here, in the rabbi's interrogation of John the Baptist and Jesus, any of them can serve the same fundamental purpose, to present Jesus' powers as witchcraft or black magic. Whether the source of the writings is external, NAL, Egypt, internal, e.g., the Essenes, or personal, Jesus himself, makes no difference. Whatever their origin, they describe acts of evil magic aimed to deceive. Scholarship contains considerable discussions of the debate between Jewish scholars and early Christians over whether Jesus' powers derived from the fact that he was the Messiah and the Son of God, or whether they were merely magic tricks, a controversy already evidenced in the New Testament, in Talmudic sources, and among the first Christian theologians. 47. However, less attention has been paid to the question of how the Jewish community in the Middle Ages contended with the Christian claim that Jesus' powers were divine rather than magical. While the early versions of Toledat Yeshua clothed the argument in narrative garb, they add little to the New Testament narrative, and when the devil was cast out, the dumb spake, and the multitude marveled, saying, it was never so seen in Israel. But the Pharisees said, he casteth out devils through the prince of the devils. Matt 9:33-34. Indeed, the Gospels contain many references to this controversy in which Jesus' followers regard his acts as miracles while the Pharisees see them as sorcery. 48. 46. On these general observations see the discussions in two recent surveys, Gideon Bohaf, Ancient Jewish Magic, A History, Cambridge University Press, 2008, and Yuval Harari, Early Jewish Magic, Research, Method, Sources, Jerusalem, The Bialik Institute, 2010. In Hebrew. 47. Compared to the discussions by Morton Smith, Jesus the Magician, is of Hermes, Jesus the Jew, the historian reading of the Gospels, New York, Macmillan Publishing, 1973. Markham J. Geller, Joshua B. Parahia and Jesus of Nazareth, Two Rabbinic Magicians, Ph.D. Dis, Brandeis University, 1973, Deutsch, Toledat Yeshuin Christianize, Schaeffer, Jesus. In the Talmud, and the amazing discussion in John P. Meyer, A Marginal Jew, Rethinking the Historical Jesus, 4 volumes, New York, Doubleday, 1994, 2:646-873. 48. In Acts 4:5-12, after the apostles heal a sick man, they are questioned by the Pharisees and asked how they did so. They answer, by the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, whom ye crucified, whom God raised from the dead, even by him doth this man stand here before you whole. Neither is there salvation in any other, for there is none other name under heaven given among men, whereby we must be saved. This is confirmed in the Talmudic tales, where the acts of healing are also performed by means of the name of Christ. The use of the ineffable name in Toledat Yeshua sounds very much like a response to the claim in the New Testament. It alone has such power, and even Jesus himself performed his miracles by means of the ineffable name, and not his own name, as the apostles claim. Naturally, according to New Testament doctrine, Jesus had no need to invoke any name at all as he himself was the source of power. 122. Eliasif. On the other hand, the large majority of versions of Toledat Yeshua which do describe the theft of the ineffable name add another narrative motif which casts the significance of the debate, and perhaps also the function of the whole work, as a polemical text, in a new light. In order to clarify this point, let us consider a typical passage from Mark. And there came a leper to him, beseeching him, and kneeling down to him, and saying unto him, If thou wilt, thou canst make me clean. And Jesus, moved with compassion, put forth his hand, and touched him, and said unto him, I will, be thou clean. And as soon as he had spoken, immediately the leprosy departed from him, and he was cleansed. And he straightly charged him, and forthwith sent him away, and said unto him, See thou say nothing to any man, but go thy way, shew thyself to the priest, and offer for thy cleansing those things which Moses commanded, for a testimony unto them. But he went out, and began to publish it much, and to blaze abroad the matter, insomuch that Jesus could no more openly enter into the city, but was without in desert places, and they came to him from every quarter. 1:40-45. Similar accounts appear in the other Gospels as well. Several points in these verses are relevant to the interpretation I am proposing here. The first is the total absence of any reference to the means by which Jesus performed the miracle. The text states merely, "I will," and nothing more. There is no attempt whatsoever to explain the source of Jesus' power, the miraculous, or magical mode he employed, or even any queries or puzzlement regarding this issue. The many tales of similar miraculous deeds almost invariably pose the natural question, where does the person who says "I will" and it is done get his power from? But the more acts of this nature that occurs without any explanation, the greater the mystery surrounding the individual who performs them. If Jesus were holding a book of some sort, if he called on some ancient tradition of magic, such as Balaam van Beter, as in the Janaiza versions of Taladat Yeshua, there would be no mystery. And I believe that is precisely what the Gospels sought to do, to heighten the aura of mystery that emanates from the incredible, remaining inexplicable. It might be argued that there was no need for an explanation because the source of Jesus' power was obvious. He was the Son of God, and therefore had divine powers and was capable of bringing about whatever he wished. But even if that is a valid contention, a question that belongs to the realm of theological interpretation of the New Testament and is thus outside the scope of this discussion, it has no relevance to the point I am making. The connection between Jesus' divinity and its manifestation in the real world through miracles would still remain shrouded in mystery and incomprehensible to any one who heard these stories. Our focus here is not on theological commentary or the miracles themselves, but on the general public, the believers who heard the stories and responded emotionally, not intellectually. 49. These stories should be compared with tales of healing via the name of Christ, such as the Talmudic legends discussed by Schaeffer, Jesus in the Talmud, 52-62, or the significant testimony of Epiphanius, Bishop of Cyprus in the second half of the 4th century, who tells the story. Taladat Yeshua, both narrative as polemics and self-criticism. 123. In the verses above, Jesus goes on to instruct the former leper not to tell anyone about his cure, but he does the exact opposite. He went out, and began to publish it much, and to blaze abroad the matter. Could Jesus have been unaware that this would happen? That the more he demanded that the man keep the act a secret, the more he would be tempted to reveal it. In addition, he tells him to make an offering before the priest for his cleansing. To the best of our knowledge, offerings could be sacrificed before a priest only in the temple, and the miracle was performed in the Galilee. In other words, the former leper was told to make the long pilgrimage from the Galilee to Jerusalem, parting a sacrifice with him the whole way, and he was not expected to tell anyone why he was doing it. And when he eventually reached the temple, would it not have been natural for him to relate the circumstances of his cure and explain why he was asking to offer up a sacrifice? Jesus must have been fully aware of what would happen, and therefore deliberately gave these instructions to the leper so that his deed would be known not only in the Galilee, in the provinces, but in the religious and administrative center of Jerusalem as well. In this manner, Jesus emerged as a charismatic figure. Both his character and his deeds were surrounded by an aura of mystery that defied explanation, in speculation as to the source of his power among the growing audience who heard the stories about him. And on the whole, the spread of these miracle tales was tacitly encouraged by Jesus and his followers themselves. Another episode which appears in different versions in each of the first three Gospels, provides further support for this interpretation of the evolution of Jesus' charisma. And when he was come into his own country, town, he taught them in their synagogue, insomuch that they were astonished, and said, Whence hath this man this wisdom, and these mighty works? Is not this the carpenter's son? Is not his mother called Mary? And his brethren, James, and Joses, and Simon, and Judas, and his sisters, are they not all with us? Whence then hath this man all these things? And they were offended in him. But Jesus said unto them, A prophet is not without honor, save in his own country, and in his own house. And he did not many mighty works there because of their unbelief. Matt 13:54-58, and similar accounts in Mark 1:1-6, Luke 4:16-30. Of Joseph, a Jew who, before converting to Christianity, healed a man possessed by a demon. In Tiberias, he took water in his hand and sprinkled it before the man stricken with madness, making the sign of the cross and saying, In the name of the crucified Jesus of Nazareth, go out. Demon, and he was healed. And because he returned to his senses and his right mind, he often thanked the man and God, for he understood that he had brought him redemption. See Z. Reuben, Joseph becomes and the attempts to convert the Galilee to Christianity in the 4th century CE, Cap Edra 26, 1980-110, in Hebrew. Such stories provide clear evidence of the distinction between the miracles in the Gospels and those performed by means of the name of Jesus. The stories of Jesus' own miracles are cloaked in a heavy shroud of religious mystery. This mystery is virtually absent from the tales of the later miracles where the source of power is explicit. 124. Eliasif. The story offers a clear explanation for why Jesus did not perform miracles in his own town of Nazareth, because there was no mystery about him in the place where he had been known from birth as a flesh and blood human being. In the town where everyone saw him as a normal child playing in the local streets, the power and charisma that derived from an aura of mystery were impossible. This is an extremely telling passage as it provides information by way of the negative. It demonstrates that it was the mystery surrounding the young man who appeared out of nowhere and performed such extraordinary deeds that was the force which drew so many people to him. There could be nothing enigmatic about him in the town where everyone saw his mother wipe his nose and his bottom. Another figure who performed miracles and is often compared to Jesus, in terms of both time and the nature of their deeds, is Honi Hama-Agel, the circle drawer who could bring rain. He stood before a crowd of believers, uttered a prayer, and no rain came. Then he drew a circle in the dust, and addressed God contentiously, invoking the great name. With many people looking on, he admonished God when the rain was too weak or too strong. Honi was a transparent figure. He showed his audience what he did and how he felt. But it is impossible to imagine Jesus acting in the same way. His deeds were invariably shrouded in mystery and utterly baffling. 50. Consequently, Honi was not a charismatic individual. There is no evidence that he attracted a circle of disciples or followers. Instead, he was simply called on when he was needed. 51. In contrast, Jesus and his disciples thoroughly understood the power of awe-inspiring mystery in creating the charisma of a religious leader, and they made full use of it. It was this charisma with which the medieval Jewish society was forced to contend. The rabbis could not ignore the hundreds of written and oral sources that documented Jesus' miracles, nor the fact that he succeeded in drawing hordes of Jews and Gentiles to him, exposing the magic powers behind Jesus. Acts in Taladat Yeshua, whether he learned the secrets of witchcraft in Egypt AC. According to some versions, or he acquired his powers from stealing the ineffable name. According to others, had a clear objective, to dismantle Jesus' charisma. His attempt to perform miracles in Nazareth was doomed to failure because of the absence of the element of the familiarization and mystery, revealing that the 50 Judah Golden, on Honi the Circle Maker, a demanding prayer, in idem, studies in Midrashic and related literature, Philadelphia, Jewish Publication Society of America, 1988. 331 to 36 Mayer, a marginal Jew, 536, presents an important observation which supports my argument. In his opinion, Jesus is a miracle worker, performing miracles by his own power. The pagan sorcerers and Talmudic rabbis perform these miracles by activating supernatural power by means of prayers, holy names, etc., and conclude that stories of this type cannot in the strict sense be called the stories of miracle worker on the charisma of Honi and other holy men. See William Scott Green, Palestinian Holy Men, Charismatic Leadership and Rabbinic Tradition, ANRW 19.2, 1979 619 to 47. 51 on this aspect, charisma as leadership, of the charisma of Jesus. See Martin Hengel, the charismatic leader and his followers, trans. James C. G. Greig, New York, Crossroad, 1981. Taladat Yeshua, both narrative as polemics and self-criticism. 125. Source of his power was witchcraft would have the same effect. He would lose the awe-inspiring aura of mystery stemming from divinity, and would become a regular human being performing magic tricks of the sort that anyone clever enough to learn the secrets of sorcery could imitate. Jesus did not demonstrate heavenly power, but merely contemptible earthly manipulations laid bare in the text, by means of Judas' actions in the battle in the sky, which are aimed at stripping Jesus of his bogus powers. I believe this explains why most stories in the New Testament so emphatically ignore the question of the source of Jesus' powers, whereas Taladat Yeshua seeks repeatedly, almost desperately, to insist that they come from pagan witchcraft or the theft of the ineffable name of God from the Jews. Taladat Yeshua cannot be understood without recognizing the great narrative effort invested in the attempt to dismantle Jesus' charisma. Clearly, the authors of the text regarded this attribute as one of the major reasons for the threat Christianity posed for the Jews. The ineffable name. As we have seen, the large majority of versions of Taladat Yeshua contend with the menace of Jesus' charisma with the help of the motif of the ineffable name, which appears here for the first time in connection to Jesus' actions. Even if the reasons for the choice of this motif are not entirely clear, the fact remains that it is employed extensively throughout the text, beginning with its theft by Jesus. With it he performs miracles, recruits disciples, convinces Queen Helena that he is the Messiah, and eludes the rabbis. It is given by the rabbis to Judas Iscariot, who uses it in the battle in the sky to defeat Jesus, and then given to Simeon Kepha, who uses it to prove he is a faithful apostle of Jesus. The striking contrast between the absence of reference in the New Testament to the source of the power that enables Jesus to perform miracles and the insistence in Taladat Yeshua that each of his inexplicable acts is carried out by virtue of the ineffable name is an indication of the importance of this motif. It suggests that for the authors of Taladat Yeshua, it was one of the major, and perhaps the most significant, change they felt compelled to introduce into the gospel narrative. The Talmudic tale in which Jesus brought witchcraft from Egypt by means of scratches on his flesh 52 indicates that the sages were not yet making use of the ineffable name in their struggle against Christianity. All versions of the story In Tannaitic and Talmudic sources say only that the secret of Ben Stida's power was the witchcraft he brought from Egypt. In this period, there is no mention whatsoever of any connection between Jesus and the ineffable name. However, 52 above, note 42, 126, Eliasif. It is interesting to consider the testimony of Epiphanius, Bishop of Cyprus in the second half of the 4th century, who relates the story of the Jew Joseph, as he heard it from his mouth. Joseph succeeded in expelling a demon from the body of a raving Jew running naked through the streets of Tiberias by invoking the name of Jesus and holding a cross up in front of him. Afterwards, because the possessed Jew returned to his senses, he often thanked the man, Joseph, and God, for he understood that he had brought him redemption. He published the name of Joseph in the city, and so his name was known to the Jews for this miracle. A rumor spread throughout the city saying that Joseph opened the Geniza book's treasury, found the ineffable name written there, read it, and performed great miracles with its aid. And indeed it was true, but not as they believed. He found copies of the Gospels translated into Hebrew in the secret archives, and they were the real source of his power. 53 In other words, as early as the second half of the 4th century, the Jews accused the Christians of performing miracles by means of the ineffable name they stole. Nevertheless, we can assume that neither Epiphanius, nor Joseph from whom he heard the story, had any inkling that the same accusation was directed at Jesus himself. Had this been the case, they would not have hesitated to report this falsehood as well. Thus, both early rabbinical literature and the story of the events in Tiberias AP appear to demonstrate that the use of the ineffable name was only attributed to Jesus in a later period. It would, in fact, appear to have been a synthesis of two traditions alluded to in these earlier sources. Jesus stole a device of witchcraft by hiding it in his flesh, the Talmudic tradition, and that device, which he used to perform miracles with, was the ineffable name, the Tiberian tradition. Like other narrative motifs in Toledat Yeshua, the key theme of the ineffable name therefore had its roots in the late antiquity, but took shape and became central to the epic biography of Jesus only in the Middle Ages. It is not surprising to find the ineffable name in Jewish folklore and mystical literature in late antiquity and early Middle Ages. It appears frequently in Jewish traditions as a magical device employed to perform supernatural acts. In sources from as early as the Second Temple, in Talmudic and Midrashic literature, and in the Jinnic period. 54 It was used to bring rain, to heal the sick, to stave off enemies, and to cross large geographical distances. Almost invariably, these were acts performed by culture heroes in a given society, people who were considered holy, righteous, or wise, and were done for the good of the community. That is to say, they were acts of what is known as white magic. 53 The quotation and its source, in note 26, above. 54 Ephraim Urbach, the sages, their concepts and beliefs, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, 1987 124-34, Herman Lieberecht Strack and Paul Billerbeck, Kommentar. Zum Neuen Testament AUS Talmud und Midrash, 6 volumes, Munich, Beck, 1922-1961, 4:52735. Joshua Trachtenberg, Jewish Magic and Superstition, New York, Jewish Publication Society of America, 1939, 78-103. Toledat Yeshua, Folk Narrative as Polemics and Self-Criticism, 127. The only problem with applying this definition to the miracles in Toledat Yeshua is that Jesus was not a legitimate figure in Judaism, and he obtained the ineffable name by stealing it. Nonetheless, he performed his miracles by making use of the legitimate device of the ineffable name, and the acts themselves were of a positive nature. He healed the sick, made the barren conceive, and brought the dead back to life. However, his primary objective in doing these things was to establish himself as the Messiah and the Son of God, which is by definition a negative goal. This ambiguity regarding the classification of Jesus' acts as black or white magic raises a fundamental question: why did the authors/tellers of Toledat Yeshua choose to present the ineffable name as the source of Jesus' power instead of retaining the original depiction of him as a sorcerer utilizing the witchcraft he brought from Egypt? The earlier explanation makes it much easier to present him as no more than a magician calling on demons and black magic for his own purposes. Consequently, the decision to alter this aspect of the story could not have been trivial. Attributing the power of the ineffable name to Jesus has enormous literary and ideological significance. The illegitimate use of magical techniques, particularly the ineffable name, was a subject of considerable interest in Jewish folklore as early as the Rabbinic period, 55, but drew greater attention throughout the Jewish community in Babylonia in the Rabbinic period, the very time and place in which I contend that Toledat Yeshua was produced. The first story in the scroll of Agam from the mid-11th century is a familiar legend relating to Ar-Agaron the Babylonian, and in the days of these saints, descended one of the dearest ones, a greatly beloved man, from the land of the Baghdadites, head and father, from the lineage of Yoab. His name was Agaron. Before his departure from the land of his birth, his father owned a grindstone for his subsistence, and the mule which turned it, the lion came and devoured it. At that time Agaron was away. When he returned to the place, he could not find the mule. In place of his mule, he brought in the lion and subdued it, forcing it to turn the grindstone for him. When his father became aware of this, he approached him, screamed at him, raised his voice, and said unto him, "What have you done? You brought in the lion, you sought to subdue its strength, though the Lord made him a king, to walk erect. You have deployed him in your labors, to serve you. Now, I swear, you will not stand before me, you shall go out into exile, and for 3 years, you shall make amends for your silly acts." 56. According to the calculations of Agam, the author of the scroll, Ar-Agaron left Baghdad for southern Italy shortly before the time of his family ancestor, Ar-Shabbatiyah, who lived during the reign of the Byzantine Emperor Vasili, 867 to 886 CE, that is, around the year 800. Again, this is the time and place to which I ascribe Toledat Yeshua. Here too, Ar-Agaron refers to a magical technique which 55 Urbach, the sages, 112 to 13. 56 The recent edition and translation of the scroll of Agam in Robert von Pfeil, History and Folklore in a Medieval Jewish Chronicle, the Family Chronicle of Agam Ben Paul Tayal. Leiden, Brill, 2009, 238 to the power of 11. 128. Eliasib. Immediately afterward is revealed to be the ineffable name. In a famous response, the later Babylonian scholar Ar-Hi-Jaon, early 11th century, relates to the power of the ineffable name, providing further evidence that the Jewish community in Babylonia in the Rabbinic period was concerned with the issue of its legitimate and illegitimate use. 57 Toledat Yeshua, like the scroll of Agam, unreservedly recognizes the power of the ineffable name to perform miracles, and even speaks of the severe punishment incurred by its illegitimate use. The difference between the texts lies in the person invoking this power. In the scroll of Agim of /AZ, it is a revered religious leader who heard in his youth and subsequently went on a journey of repentance. In Toledat Yeshua, it is Judaism's great foe who was seeking to undermine the very foundations of Jewish religion. This comparison with the legend of Ar Agaron the Babylonian may help us understand why Toledat Yeshua chose to attribute Jesus' power to perform miracles to the ineffable name. Miraculous events occur even when Ar Agaron and other rabbis mentioned in Babylonian sources make illegitimate use of the ineffable name, since there is no question that it is an expedient means of changing reality, whether for better or worse. Had the creators of Toledat Yeshua endowed Jesus with a different power that enabled him to perform forbidden miracles, the text would have implied that witchcraft was as potent as the sacred Jewish name. They would not have wished to acknowledge such a possibility and popularize it by means of their text, whether written or oral. Indeed, as we have seen, the whole story centers on the motif of the protagonist's magical power, which is both crucial to the narrative turning point and drives the development of the plot. If all these events were products of some pagan witchcraft, a sin of which Jesus had earlier been accused, the authors of Toledat Yeshua would be recognizing the power of black magic, and that they were undoubtedly reluctant to do. That being said, the shaping of a central motif is invariably intricate, and does not lend itself to a single straightforward reading. The same is true for the choice of the ineffable name as the literary and ideological leitmotif in Toledat Yeshua. The narrative development of the episode describing the theft of the ineffable name demonstrates the complexity of this issue. The leaders of the Jewish community created a sophisticated shield around this sacred power designed to prevent its theft and illegitimate use. Nonetheless, Jesus managed to break the secret code of Judaism, to put his hands on the only sacred force whose efficacy was not in doubt, and to employ it for his own purposes. In order to achieve his objective, he hid the ineffable name in his flesh. That is, for the short time between the theft and the removal of the parchment from the cut in his thigh. It was part of his body. Thus, only by suffering the obligatory agony could he penetrate the protective barrier guarding the holiest and most secret of Jewish 57c. As an example, Robert Brody, The Geneem of Babylonia and the Shaping of Medieval Jewish Culture, New Haven and London, Yale University Press, 1998, 144-45. Toledat Yeshua, both narrative as polemics and self-criticism. 129. Forces. In this manner, he succeeded in removing the ineffable name from the temple, from the bastion of Judaism. In other words, the text is saying that Christianity took its power from what it stole from Judaism. It has no validity of its own, but is merely the illicit use of the sacred principles of Judaism. The argument that Christianity is Beru's Israel is thus fraudulent at the core, as it is nothing but thievery and lies, and like other acts of this sort, it will be exposed and punished. Indeed, the rest of Toledat Yeshua, from the narrative turning point on, is an attempt to show the illegitimate use of the sacred power and how Judaism restored it to its proper place. Clearly, then, the choice of the ineffable name as the means by which Jesus performed his marvels was anything but a trivial decision. In Toledat Yeshua, the ineffable name is a metonym for the Jewish perception of Christianity. Its source is pure Judaism, but its actions are tainted. Nothing could represent this contradiction better than the ineffable name. The message is clear. The Christians make use of the most sacred power, the name of God, for the basest of purposes, worshipping a false Messiah and establishing a new religion that strips Judaism of its values. It exploits Judaism to achieve material goals, to spread itself among the nations, the way Jesus gained believers. On the other hand, Judaism only calls on the ineffable name when its survival is threatened, when it is given to Judas Iscariot. Judaism thus conceives of itself as spirit in contrast to flesh, as holy in contrast to profane, as the original in contrast to a fraudulent imitation. This might be a narrative response to the classic Christian argument that the Christians are Israel in spirit while the Jews are Israel in flesh. The use of the ineffable name as a narrative device is fundamental and symbolic. It is a strong ideological contention presented not in the form of polemic, debate, but in the form of narrative. The strength of the text lies not in any convincing ideological or intellectual arguments, but in its emotional impact. Using the popular idiom to summarize an episode in the simplest terms, that is, to say something like they stole the ineffable name from us, with all the historical, theological, social, and emotional connotations of such a statement, would undoubtedly have influenced the thinking of large segments of Jewish society much more than any polemical or ideological discourse. This feature lends further credence to my contention that the folkloric nature of the text may help explain why the creators of Toledat Yeshua chose this literary form to voice their arguments against Christianity, which was posing an ever-growing threat, from polemics to self-criticism. Since the beginning, scholars have justifiably considered Toledat Yeshua to be a polemical text. However, analysis of its narrative structure, the literary characterization of the main character, the choice of the leading leitmotif and the 130 Eliasif development of the plot, all demonstrate that there is more to this work than meets the eye. From the perspective of medieval Judaism, the story of Jesus would also appear to have served as a sort of test case that helped to put a fine point on criticism of some of the major aspects of Jewish life and society. We have already considered two such narrative themes, Jesus' childhood and the ineffable name. As we have seen, according to the text, Jesus' experiences in his childhood and youth and his going astray as a young man were not necessarily the result of the sinfulness he was born with, but the product of the odious social cloud he was under from birth as the illegitimate son of a menstruate woman. The constant taunts from his young friends who heard the mean gossip at home, the unflagging suspicion with which he was treated by his teachers and the ridicule of the people around him forced the boy out of Jewish society and culture. It is impossible to ignore the harsh criticism of Jewish social norms contained in the detailed descriptions of a child driven out of the Jewish nation against his will. No matter how deserving or exceptional their gifts, young men had no chance of standing out and advancing in religious or social circles if the slightest propriety was attached to their family or he did not belong to the social elite. In a set of early versions of Toledat Yeshua, Jesus' gifts made him especially worthy of rising to the very top of the religious and social ladder, but he was held back by his family history, for which he himself was not to blame, and therefore had no prospects in the Jewish world. Jesus' own critical remarks evoked a similar response. When he exposed the corruption of his fellow judges, they kicked him out, vilifying him and his family. Here, too, censure of the Jewish establishment is shown to be voiced by someone who does not belong to it, who comes from outside, from the remote periphery, Nazareth, looked upon as foreign and disreputable by the religious and social elite. A close reading of these portions of Toledat Yeshua inevitably reveals the sharp criticism of the norms in Jewish society that elevated family background, social status, and genealogy over talent, integrity, and wisdom. This interpretation of Taladat Yeshua reinforces my contention regarding the group that produced the text. The novella-like interest in the erotic, a beautiful young wife, a man who seduces her cuckolded husband, the night of love making, as well as social criticism of the Jewish community which judged a young man by the deeds of his forefathers and his family status rather than by his own talents and accomplishments, would have been typical of certain circles in particular. Moreover, in terms of both language and content, the text was clearly meant for the broad sectors of a society that suffered most from the attitude of the religious and social elite. 58. All these features lead directly to the students in 58. So describes Salo Baron the historical social reality in the Babylonian juridical system. In the 9th-10th century, here the top-heavy, self-governmental structure itself had serious drawbacks. Some judges abused their power, conniving the rich and oppressing the poor under jurisdiction. We also posses responsum by Hygion in which he cursed, with characteristic Taladat Yeshua, both narrative as polemics and self-criticism. 131. The Babylonian yeshivot, like youngsters in any closed male society, they were charged with sexual energy. In addition, many of them came from the poorer and weaker sectors of Jewish society and from the periphery, and were therefore treated as inferior to their peers from wealthy, prestigious families. And like young people everywhere, they would have been critical of their teachers and social leaders. Thus, the narrative structure, social criticism, and appeal to the general public all suggest that Taladat Yeshua was the work of in or out the circles. Oy Yeshiva students in Babylonia. We have already discussed at length the motif of the ineffable name as the element that drives the plot of Taladat Yeshua. However, if we consider it not as part of the narrative plot, but from an external, critical perspective, it may lead us to perceive the text not as a story about the past but, as proposed above, as an example meant to hold a mirror up to basic beliefs of Judaism. In both his personality and his actions, Jesus displayed what were thought to be the identifying signs of the Messiah. He was bound to a family that traced its lineage back to the house of David. In his birth and youth he fulfilled many of the biblical prophecies about the Messiah, as the text of Taladat Yeshua demonstrates repeatedly. And he performed the miracles expected of the Messiah, healing the sick, making the barren conceive, resurrecting the dead, exorcising demons, turning inanimate objects into living creatures, and flying in the air. It was for these reasons that he attracted so many believers, as we lean from messianic traditions. But all of these signs were bogus. Granted, he was descended from the house of David, but he was born in sin, the illegitimate son of a menstruate woman. And while he had magical powers, he acquired them illicitly, by stealing the ineffable name. However, these facts were unknown to the public, and consequently multitudes followed him, believing the signs to be genuine. Here, too, the religious criticism is conspicuous. The text is saying to its read, ERS or listeners, let us consider the story of Jesus as a test case. Suppose someone obtains the signifiers of the Messiah through deceit or by some other illegitimate means, convincing whole Jewish communities to believe in him. How can we tell if he is the real Messiah or a false one? How can we, common folk, know if the charismatic man standing before us and exhibiting all the signs of the Messiah was really sent by God or is a charlatan and a fraud? Indeed, questions of this sort were actually raised in this very period of time. 59. The case of Jesus. Vigor. Those judges of Sodom, highwaymen, and robbers who help wealthy creditors seize the Household furnishings of poor debtors. In an enthusiastically religious age, using mainly a religious nomenclature, such discrepant social and political forces often resulted in sectarian division. See Baron, A Social and Religious History, 5:178. 59 Baron, Ibid, 192-94, tells of Severus, a Syrian who in the year 720, abused a Jewish girl in Samaria, was caught by the Jewish crowd, given to the authorities, and they returned him to the Jews for trial and crucifixion. He claimed that he is the Messiah, and thousands of Jews believed in him. His followers were considered by the rabbis as mamzerim, and thus were not allowed to return to Judaism. He also describes in detail the messianic fervor in that time and 132. Eliasib, related in such detail in Taladat Yeshua, demonstrates that by applying the criteria laid down by Judaism, even a man who is the illegitimate son of a menstruating woman and an artful thief may be welcomed as the Messiah. Perhaps, then, the signs of the Messiah that have been accepted in Jewish tradition for centuries are inappropriate or inadequate. Proof, says the text, can be found in the case of Jesus, which illustrates the danger of similar situations arising in the future. Moreover, in order to smuggle the ineffable name out of the temple, Jesus makes a cut in his thigh, copies the tetragrammaton onto a piece of parchment, and hides it in the cut. In other words, to achieve his goal, he combines the sacred and the profane. The ineffable name, which is the essence of holiness and purity, is placed within his physical body, the essence of the earthly and impure. When he seeks to become the leader of the nation by presenting himself as the Messiah, he uses the ineffable name to heal the sick, the lame, the possessed. This, too, he does not for their benefit but for his own purposes. Again, the holiest and of means is employed to achieve the basis of material, egotistic objectives. The ultimate instance of combining the pure and the impure occurs in the episode of the battle in the sky between Jesus and Judas Iscariot. Both rise into the air with the help of the ineffable name, and there Judas urinates on Jesus or sprays his seed on him or sodomizes him, depending on the version, thereby defiling him and bringing him down. Whatever act Judas performed, he did so with his sexual organ while holding the ineffable name. That is, the conjunction of the pure and the impure is explicit, deliberate, and incontrovertible. The goal is a worthy one, to strip Jesus of his power, but it is achieved by wrongful means, by mixing the material and the spiritual, the ignoble and the exalted, the profane and the sacred. It is difficult to imagine a more blatant depiction of the theme of the thin line between the pure and the impure than that which appears throughout the narrative of Taladat Yeshua and reaches its climax in the scene of the battle in the sky. The text offers striking descriptions of the crossing of boundaries and the lack of clear borders between the profane and the holy, raising questions about the parameters of the sacred and how it deals with the impure, about where to draw the line between material reality and spiritual essence. According to the story, the sacred may be defiled in order to achieve a lofty aim, but does it still remain sacred? After Judas defiled the ineffable name, is it still holy? I phrase these issues as questions because the episodes in the Taladat Yeshua do not supply the answers, but merely leave them open and unresolved. What we have here is a typical liminal state in which the protagonists, and consequently the reader or area, on pages 177 to 205. On Severus see also Wasserstrom, between Muslim and Jew, 54, ESP. Note 30. Most important and relevant testimony of these events are by the Karaite al-Kirkazani. In Yaqub al-Kirkazani on Jewish sects and Christianity, EDS Bruno Chisa and Wilfred Locke. Wood, Frankfurt AM and New York, Peter Lang, 1984. Taladat Yeshuv, both narrative as polemics and self-criticism. 133. Listener, is caught in the middle, neither here nor there or both here and there. They hold the ineffable name in their hands, but their flesh is at the basest level. Is it possible to find a connection between the three subjects of criticism outlined above, Jewish society, the Messianic tradition, the liminal state, and the reality in which Taladat Yeshuv was created? I believe it is. To do so, we must return to my contention regarding the time, place, and social context in which the work was produced, the world of yeshiva students in Jewish Babylonia in the 8th century. Existing evidence regarding the educational practices and social relations in the Jinnik yeshiva points to an expansion of religious edu cation and an effort to draw broader circles of the population into the yeshiva. Young students from all levels of society began to arrive, including boys from the periphery and from families with no social standing. 60 then, like now, those youngsters would not have grown up with the same privileges as their peers. From the social elite, and even within the yeshiva they would have continued to occupy a lower status whatever their individual talents. 61 This confusing and discriminatory condition appears to resonate clearly in the description of Jesus' painful experiences as a child in his school. Only someone who has felt the pain of social rejection because of his family status or parentage could describe this distress with such sensitivity. Criticism of the Messianic tradition was also associated with the same social and historical context. Historical evidence shows that Jewish Messianic movements emerged in the East in this period, attracting mass followings. Descriptions of their rise and fall is remarkably similar to the story of Jesus. A man from a lower class background claiming to be descended from the house of David declares himself the Messiah and proves it by performing miracles. He draws in thousands of believers, despite the opposition of local Jewish leaders. 60 The narrative of Taladat Yeshuv sounds almost as an echo of the historical situation described by Baron. So describes also Wasserstrom, between Muslim and Jew. 33 The social situation in the Jewish community in Babylon in that time, though few solid conclusions can be established concerning the precise profile of the Jewish community in the 8th century, its occupational and class-differentiated pluralism seems beyond dispute. 61 In the history of the people of Israel in the Middle Ages, Tel Aviv, birth, 1969 in Hebrew, Chaim Hillel ben Sasson describes the social structure in the Babylonian yeshiva in this period. The yeshiva held classes in the Mishnah and Talmud for the boys, most of whom were sons of the yeshiva scholars. These institutions made an interesting attempt to establish leadership on erudition and study, while basing its continuity and authority on the principles of hierarchy and genealogy. In other words, the yeshiva students were seen to occupy an ascending ladder of rank and title, with lineage determining one's place on the ladder. In each of the yeshiva, status was passed down within the scholars' families. The father bequeathed his fixed status in the yeshiva to the son or close relative deemed most worthy of being his heir in terms of ability and degree of family relationship. Whenever Rav Sherer Jayon, a member of one of the Jinnik families, referred to a Jayon was not from these elite families, he employed a derisive phrase, such as not from these scholars but from the merchants, 49 to 50. For the level of studies and income of the many students from the periphery, see Brody, the Janim of Babylonia, 43 to the power of 48. 134. Eliasif, who pronounce him to be a false Messiah and do everything in their power to Stop him. Finally, he is tortured to death. There can be no doubt that word of such events in the periphery reached the Jewish community in the Babylonian capital and aroused considerable concern. As I have shown, Taladat Bansara, which originated somewhat later in the same place, deals extensively with the issue of false messiahs. It seems more than likely, therefore, that the young men in the yeshiva, who did not represent the religious or social elite but rather the broader and unprivileged sectors of the communities, were also preoccupied by the problem of how to recognize a false messiah. The case of Jesus, and many others like him in their own time, illustrated that Jewish tradition did not provide sufficient tools to cope with this dilemma. Criticism of tradition and the contemporary leaders who represent it is typical of adolescents everywhere, who are at the stage in life when they must learn to deal with the real world and assume social responsibility. The cardinal expression of this social and historical situation is the blurring of borders between the sacred and the profane. Transitioning between the two domains is a universal feature of human society, and is especially salient for a young yeshiva student. Holding the Holy Scriptures in one hand, he satisfies his natural urges with the other. Indeed, masturbation and homosexual relations are common in any isolated male society. It is hard to imagine a young Torah scholar whose sleep was not disturbed by this liminal state. In this context, the specific historical milieu is particularly relevant. As noted at the beginning of this article, the time and place in which I contend that Taladat Yeshua originated was characterized by rare social and religious openness, with a free exchange of ideas between the different religions and sects, public debates, and forthright criticism and controversy. It seems unlikely that this discourse stopped at the door of the yeshiva, that the young students did not take an active part in it, at least to some extent. Such an atmosphere of openness, the recognition that other truths may also be valid, that the leaders and worshippers of other faiths are not sorcerers or frauds but intelligent people, would have been a difficult test for these youngsters, as young people always tend to be fervent and extreme in their beliefs. This, again, would typically produce a liminal state of confusion, of seeking one's way, of seeing the virtues in more than one opinion, or belief without the capacity to choose between them. The sense of uncertainty, aroused by the complexity and diversity of reality, inevitably places a heavy burden on young people on the personal, social, and religious level. It blurs the borders between right and wrong, between pure and impure, between good and evil. I believe the overriding significance of Taladat Yeshua lies in this confusion. In this liminal state, most versions conclude with the episode of Simeon Kephas, the learned Jew sent by the rabbis to stand at the head of the Christian hierarchy and institute new rules to separate it once and for all from Judaism. Nothing could better exemplify the liminal state than this scene, which puts an end to the Taladat Yeshua, both narrative as polemics and self-criticism. 135. Link between Judaism and Christianity. Simeon Kephas is a Jew who becomes a Christian and yet remains a Jew. He establishes principles that benefit Christianity, and yet his aim is to benefit Judaism. He is a Jewish sage who becomes the foremost scholar of Christian theology. Could anything be more liminal? The choice of this episode for the conclusion of Taladat Yeshua demonstrates that the incertitude has not been dispelled, that the indeterminacy between right and wrong, between the sacred and the profane, which lies at the heart of this work, remains an open, bleeding wound. The final episode in the text, in which a Jewish scholar becomes the driving force of Christianity, palpably indicates that the ambivalence, the indistinct borders, remain unresolved, both in the narrative
You're not trash talking.
itself and in historical reality. The Taladat issue in the context of Jewish-Muslim debate. Philip Alexander. The Taladat issue and the Muslim world. What functions, if any, might the Taladat issue have served in Jewish A/W///W debate? To the best of my knowledge, this question has not often been raised. But if it makes sense, then it has the potential to open up a whole new front in our search to contextualize this puzzling work. The setting in which the Taladat issue is normally placed is Jewish-Christian debate. It is seen as a Jewish anti-gospel, showing some knowledge of the canonic Christian Gospels, which was composed in order to counter Christian claims about Jesus. Thus, when William Horbury, in his groundbreaking 1970 Cambridge doctorate, raised the question as to why Jews in the Islamic world read the Taladat, he constructed an answer, largely in terms of demonstrating that Jews living under Islam could have had continuing knowledge of and contact with Christianity. He notes, for example, that the Taladat could have gained a new lease of life among Jews in the Middle East and Persia with the arrival of Christian missionaries from the West in the 19th century. The Jewish-Christian controversy is unquestionably the original and primary setting of the Taladat, and there can be no doubt, as we shall see, that Jews continue to encounter and combat Christianity within Dar al-Islam. But this is surely not the whole story. The Taladat issue inevitably acquired a significant secondary setting in Jewish MWS///W relations, a setting which would have accorded it interest and relevance, even if Christianity had not remained a significant presence in the Muslim world. My thesis is simple. The fact that Jesus and his mother became massively important figures in Islam raises the question of where the Taladat issue stands in relation to the Muslim gospel, and this question must throw some light on the circulation of the Taladat among Jews in the Muslim world. The dynamics of the Taladat's reception in the Muslim East cannot have been the same as in the Christian West, because in the East it competed not with one, but with two Gospels. 1 William Horbury, A Critical Examination of the Taladat Issue, Ph.D. Dis, Cambridge University, 1970, 206. 138. Philip Alexander. Copies of the Taladat from the Muslim world. The evidence that the Taladat did circulate among Jews in the Muslim world is clear. First, we have 5 Aramaic fragments from the Cairo Geniza, Cam. Bridge, T.S. Miscellaneous 35.87, T.S. Miscellaneous 25.88, T.S.N.S. 298.56, Jewish Theological Seminary, New York, 2529, Adler 2102. Second, we have, also from the Cairo Geniza, a number of versions of the Taladat in Judeo-Arabic, e.g. Cambridge, TSNS 264.24, 298.49, 298.55, 298.57. Third, we have at least 5 Yemenite manuscripts in Hebrew ranging in date from the 16th to 19th centuries. Cambridge or 557, Sassoon 152 and 902, JTS Adler 4180, Jerusalem JNUL 4 degrees 15 Joel 326. Fourth, we have a group of texts from Iraq and Persia. One of these is a Hebrew version of the Taladat completed in Baghdad in 1846, Sassoon 793, 2 others are in Judeo-Persian, both probably dating to the 19th century, one a JTS fragment from Bukhara, published by Krauss, the other a manuscript described by Fischel. 2. This list may not be exhaustive, but it is probably sufficiently representative to allow us to draw some tentative conclusions. 1. 4 languages are involved: Aramaic, Hebrew, Judeo-Arabic, and Judeo-Persian. The Aramaic is easily explained since it is by common consent the original language in which the Talagat was composed. It is interesting to note, however, that Aramaic Zions continued to circulate until quite late. The Geniza copies are all medieval. Aramaic texts would have been readily accessible in the Middle Ages only to scholars, as would, to a lesser degree, those in Hebrew as well. The rendering of the Talagat into the vernaculars, Judeo-Arabic and Judeo-Persian, testifies to this, and shows a desire to disseminate the work more widely. 2. 3 distinct geographical regions are involved: Egypt, the Yemen, and Iraq/Persia, which shows that the propagation of the Talagat in the Muslim world was widespread. 3. Knowledge of the Talagat persisted over a long period of time. The dates of the extant manuscripts range from the early Middle Ages to the 19th century. Indeed, it seems fair to conclude that, although its popularity may have waxed and waned, the Talagat in one form or another would have been available to Jews in the Muslim world from the rise of Islam to the present day. 4. The number of copies of the Talagat from the Islamic world is quite impressive. True. When we compare the numbers of Eastern and Western manuscripts, the Western heavily predominate, though chance always plays a part in what survives. The ratio probably reflects accurately enough the greater relevance of the Talagat in Christendom. Nevertheless, the number of copies from the Muslim world is by no means negligible, and this, combined with the range of space and time that 2 Samuel Kraus, Das Leben Jesu nach Jihadisken Quellen, Berlin, S. Calvary, 1902, Repair. Hildesheim, Holmes, 1977, 140-41, Walter J. Fischel, Being Judisk versus Toldat J.E. Schuhandschrift, MGWJ1Z, 1934, 343-50. The Talagat issue in the context of Jewish-Muslim debate. 139. Cover suggests a work that was rather well known and popular, which brings us back to our opening question of what purpose it would have served in this setting. The Talagat and the Christian gospel in the Muslim world. Before turning to the question of the Talagat issue and the Muslim gospel, it is important to remind ourselves that Christianity did not suddenly collapse in Asia and North Africa in the wake of the first Muslim conquests, only to be reintroduced as an arm of colonialism by European missionary activity in the 19th century, as popular perception would have it. While the existence of the Muslim gospel would, on its own, I would argue, have ensured some sort of continuing role for the Talagat among Jews living under Islam, even if Christianity had faded away. Christianity did not, in fact, disappear, so the primary setting of the Talagat in Jewish-Christian debate continued to apply. What happened was that a second front opened in which the Talagat found itself playing a new role in defining Judaism over against Islam. It got caught up in the trialogue between the Abrahamic faiths. The emergence of an interested third party, one that held political power, altered the whole dynamic of the primary debate between Jews and Christians. Even after the triumph of Islam in Asia and North Africa, Christianity remained a very visible presence. The political power of Christianity was rolled back all the way to Tours in 732, and to the gates of Vienna in 1529, but this did not necessarily mean the collapse of Christianity as a religion within the Muslim world. On the contrary, Christianity survived and, occasionally, even flourished. In certain regions, such as Egypt, Syria, and Mesopotamia, Christians remained. A substantial proportion of the population down to the 14th century, when widespread pogroms perpetrated by Muslims on the Christian communities in their midst shattered the churches and precipitated the rapid decline of Christianity, a decline that has continued, despite the intervention of European Christian missions over the last 2 centuries, down to the present day. During the first 5 or 6 Islamic centuries, however, Christianity remained a force to be reckoned within the Muslim world. Christians had adopted the Arabic language and played a significant part in administration, culture, and science. We know of Christians holding prominent positions in the Umayyad, Abbasid, and Mamluk bureaucracies, the most famous being, perhaps, John of Damascus. This Christian Arab culture and the contribution it made to the spectacular flowering of the Muslim world in its heyday, mid-8th to mid-13th centuries, has not, as Sidney Griffith reminds us, received anything like the attention it deserves. What we think of as Islamic civilization in the Golden Age was by no means monolithically Islamic. Many streams fed into it: Indian, Persian, Jewish, and 140. Philip Alexander, Christian. Of these tributaries, perhaps the most explored is the Jewish, but the Christian was at least as large and as important. Again, as Griffith comments, while educated Westerners may have heard something of Sac Adiajayon, Judah, Halevi, Abraham ibn Ezra, and Moses Maimonides, few, even among Christian medievalists, will recognize the names of Yunan ibn Ishaq, Theodore Abu Qurra, Amr al-Basidi, Yahya ibn Cadt, Bar Hebraeus, or al-Musitaman ibn al-C Asl. 3. So Jews living under Islam would have remained all too aware of Christianity, which in some regions in the early period would have still been, numerically speaking, the dominant faith. The continued preoccupation of Judaism with Christianity, even after the rise of Islam, manifests itself in various ways, but perhaps none is more striking than Jewish eschatology. The rise of Islam led to a revival of apocalyptic speculation in the East Mediterranean and the Middle East. The fin de cycle mood began to set in before Islam emerged, but it undoubtedly received a boost when the new faith burst onto the scene. Apocalypticism swept across the region, affecting Christianity, Judaism, Zoroastrianism, and eventually Islam itself. For from our point of view, the curious fact to note is that while Christian apocalypticism registered the rise of Islam, and was inclined to identify the new Arabian prophet with the Antichrist, Jewish apocalypticism on the whole did not. The most important Jewish apocalyptic scenarios seem still to have seen Christianity as the main eschatological foe of the Jewish people, whom the Messiah would have to defeat. The Antichrist remained Armilus, the king of Edom. This is what we find in Sac Adia's influential 8th book of his beliefs and opinions, in Sefer Zerubbabel, in Tefillat Shimsi on Ben Yohei, and other works. It is true that here and there we find attempts to paint the Ishmaelites into the picture, but only in a half-hearted sort of way. The enemy remains the old enemy, Christianity. Of the texts of the apocalyptic revival, the most pertinent for present purposes is Sefer Zerubbabel, because of its explicit denigration of Mary and Jesus. While this work may have originated in the early 7th century, just before the Muslim invasion of the Middle East, there seems little doubt that it continued to circulate. 3. Sidney H. Griffith, The Church in the Shadow of the Mosque, Christians and Muslims in the World of Islam, Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press, 2008. 3. It is interesting to speculate on the psychology of this neglect. there was undoubtedly an element of shame at the loss of the heartlands of the Christian faith, a shame which Christendom violently attempted to expunge with the Crusades. But there were also more practical reasons. While great Judeo-Arabic texts were translated into Hebrew and so made available to Jews in the West, few Christian Arabic texts found their way into Western languages, and so remained locked out of the intellectual development of the politically dominant form of Christianity. For on this apocalyptic movement around the time of the rise of Islam, see John C. Reeves, Trajectories in Near Eastern Apocalyptic, Leiden, Brill, 2006, Paul J. Alexander, The Byzantine Apocalyptic Tradition, ed. Dorothy Deff, Abrahams, Berkeley, University of California Press, 1985, said Amir Ajamand, Islamic Apocalypticism in the Classical Period, in the Continuum History of Apocalypticism, eds. Bernard J. McGinn, John J. Collins and Stephen J. Stein, New York, Continuum, 2003, 380-413. The Toledat issue in the context of Jewish-Muslim debate. 141. And undergo reworking for some time after the Muslim conquest. This continued fixation with Christianity even after it had lost political power is curious. Does it suggest that the new religion of Islam was regarded as more benign? Does it imply that Jews expected that Islam's reign would be temporary, that Christianity would recover lost ground and that Jewish-Christian hostilities would recommence as before? It is hard to say. One thing is, however, clear, the continued presence of Christianity in the Muslim world, and Judaism's continued concern as to its intentions, make Jewish interest in the Toledat issue in principle not hard to explain. It would be wrong, however, to think that absolutely nothing had changed. Though Judaism remained, as before, in dispute with Christianity, the rise of Islam profoundly altered the dynamics of this debate. It did this in two ways. First, Jews in Muslim lands were no longer under the constant, grinding press, sure to limit the public expression of their faith. The field of engagement between Jews and Christians was suddenly leveled. Both sides found themselves holding the same status as al-Himma. Christianity must suddenly have lost its attractiveness to socially aspiring Jews, and Christian attempts to coerce Jews into the church must have stopped. The odd thing is that the new freedom towards Christianity which the Jews gained under Islam does not seem to have led to indifference but rather to a fresh appetite for debate. As Daniel Lasker points out, the earliest systematic Jewish anti-Christian treatises that we have were written in Arabic in the first few centuries of Islam. 5. Lasker may mistake the position, if he means to imply that there was no Jewish-Christian debate before the Islamic period. That is manifestly not the case. It is becoming abundantly clear that there was an intense Jewish-Christian dialogue going on right throughout the Talmudic period, the impact of which on the formation of rabbinic theology, and on rabbinic literature, Midrash and Talmud, was profound. 6. And, of course, if the Toledat issue originated in some shape or form in late antiquity, as many would argue it did, then it is relevant to the question, because it has clear anti-Christian intent. The debate in late antiquity was curiously asymmetrical. On the Christian side it was open and noisy. The Jews are identified as the opponents and directly attacked. On the rabbinic side it is much more muted, and often seems to be at its most intense where Christianity is not explicitly named. This silence, I have argued, was basically a loud silence, an apologetic ploy that allowed the rabbis to assert prior ity they were the older faith, the true heirs of Moses, they had no need to take. 5. Daniel J. Lasker, The Jewish Critique of Christianity Under Islam in the Middle Ages. Hawaier 57, 1991 121-53. 6. See the essays in the exegetical encounter between Christians and Jews in late antiquity. eds Monographia and Helen Sperling, Leiden, Brill, 2009. 142. Philip Alexander. Cognizance of the Younger, Upstart. 7. This silence may, however, have been reinforced by a fear of speaking out too strongly and explicitly in a Christian world. Where Islam made the difference was that Jews felt they could now go public with their objections to Christianity, and compose formal, anti-Christian treatises that could be put, so to speak, into the public domain. There was a second way in which the rise of Islam changed the dynamics of the Jewish-Christian debate. Islam was not simply a referee, it was itself deeply interested in the points at issue, and took a distinctive view of them, sometimes agreeing with one side, sometimes with the other. This raised the possibility of theological alliances between two of the parties against the third. It was, then, not only Islam's leveling of the playing field but also its own direct engagement with the issues that changed the modalities of the Jewish-Christian controversy, and ensured that it did not go cold. The Quran itself set the tone. It constantly and directly disputes both Judaism and Christianity. It is endlessly putting both Jews and Christians right. It set up a trialogue which was to continue right through the Middle Ages. Subsequent Muslim rulers, in the spirit of the Quran, show considerable appetite for disputation, sometimes within the social set. King of the Majlis. 8. This manifest Muslim interest seems to have sparked off competition between Christian and Jewish intellectuals to impress their Muslim overlords, a competition resembling the rivalry between siblings to gain the attention of a parent. 9. At the same time, we should not overestimate how outward-looking this debate was. Religious apologetics and polemics have a complex and subtle dynamic, which is not always well understood. The default scenario is that they are addressed to the members of the other faith. What seems to be happening is that the polemicist attempts to use the power of argument to persuade the members of the other faith to acknowledge the error of their ways, and embrace the polemicist's point of view. But in reality the polemic seldom reaches this implied audience. Take, for example, the Jewish anti-Christian treatises of the early Islamic period. These are, indeed, in Arabic, but they are in Judeo-Arabic, and, at a stroke, inaccessible to Christian or Muslim intellectuals. The exception that proves the rule may have been the Karaites who regularly used Arabic script. That may be simply an index of the fact that they, on the whole, at least in the early Middle Ages, engaged more directly than rabbinites with the dominant Islamic culture, and were more outward-looking. But why compose elaborate? 7. See my essay The Parting of the Ways from the Perspective of Rabbinic Judaism, in Jews and Christians, The Parting of the Ways AD 70-135, ed. James D. G. Dunn, Tübingen. Moore Seebeck, 1992 1-25. 8. Lazarus Yafet, Mark R. Cohen, Sasson Sumi, and Sidney H. Griffith, eds. The Majlis, Interreligious Encounters in Medieval Islam, Wiesbaden, Harasowitz, 1999, especially, the article by Cohen and Sasson, Interreligious Majlis in Early Fatimid Egypt, on pages 128-37. 9. A vivid image suggested to me by Ora Leimer. The Taladat issue in the context of Jewish-Muslim debate. 143. Polemics in such a way that it would hard for the other side to read them. The Reason is that apologetic/polemic has often as much, if not more, aimed at an internal audience, with reassuring oneself and one's fellow believers that the faith can be defended against attack, and with establishing a distinctive identity. There is no better way to define a theology than by setting it in opposition to alternative points of view, whether real or imaginary. 10. This need for reassurance argues uneasiness and insecurity. It suggests an attempt to deny the attractiveness of the other faith. How could this have applied to Jewish-Christian relations in the early Islamic period, when Christianity no longer had the power to coerce acceptance, nor offered obvious social advantages? The answer may be simple. In the relatively benign conditions which existed under early Islam, open and free conversion to another faith once again became a real-life choice. The Muslim rulers were indifferent if a Jewish subject became a Christian or vice versa. Conversion between dhimmis was not really seen as conversion in Islamic law. It is perhaps no accident that we have evidence of such conversions. The most pertinent for present purposes is the Kisat Muyadalat al-Uskov / the first known systematic Jewish anti-Christian treatise, composed in Arabic possibly in the mid-9th century. 11. The author was a Christian priest who converted to Judaism, and wrote the Kissa in order to explain himself to his former co-religionists. The work was later adapted into Hebrew as the Sefer Nestor HaKomer, in which the unnamed original priest was seemingly identified with Nestorius, the great theologian of Syriac Christianity. The lifting of the deadening hand of Christianity, whether in its Orthodox Chalcedonian or Jacobite or Nestorian forms, allowed diversity to emerge within Christianity. In the Muslim world, the generally laissez-faire attitude of the early Muslim authorities in religious matters may have encouraged diversity also within Judaism. This was, of course, the time when the major split between Rabbanism and Karaism occurred. There are grounds for thinking that Karaism has deep roots within Judaism, going back to anti-rabbinic, priestly trends in the Talmudic period, but it is interesting that these trends only seem to crystallize into an organized anti-rabbinic movement under early Islam. Linguistic evidence suggests that the first Arabic versions of the Taladat Yeshua were done in the 9th century. That would put them in the same time frame as the earliest systematic Jewish anti-Christian polemics. These translations should be seen as part of a new, open 10. This internal audience is very clear in some polemical treatises, e.g. Maimonides' Epistle to the Yemen. But even in this case the Islamic opponent remains an ultimate target, in that Maimonides is surely furnishing the community with arguments which will not only reassure them, but which they can turn on their opponents, as occasion arises, in public debate. Some polemics have an implicit third party in view, either the uncommitted public or the authorities. Much early Christian apologetic, while having Judaism ostensibly in view, has one eye firmly fixed on the Roman authorities and is obliquely arguing that Christianity is not subversive of the state. 11. Daniel J. Lasker and Sarah Stromsa, The Polemic of Nestor the Priest, Kisat Muyadalat al-Uskov and Sefer Nestor HaKomer, 2 volumes, Jerusalem, Bensby Institute, 1996. 144. Philip Alexander. Jewish engagement with Christianity, within the broader context of the religious diversity and sectarianism engendered by the rise of Islam. 12. There is one form of this sectarianism which may have a particular relevance for the present discussion. It has been claimed that the early Islamic period saw the resurgence of Jewish forms of Christianity. The evidence is confused and contested, and if the claim is correct, it is not at all clear whether we are talking about the re-emergence into the light of day of an unbroken Jewish Christian movement going all the way back to early Jewish Christianity, which effectively disappeared from our historical record in the 5th century, for a new Judaism movement, that is to say, a movement generated from within the mainline churches which stressed the Jewish roots of Christianity and adopted certain Jewish practices and beliefs. The history of the church is littered with such Judaizing movements, sparked into life by the fact that mainline Christianity never repudiated its Jewish heritage. It is therefore all to see in the Christian scriptures. And it is hardly surprising if some Christians, from time to time, wonder whether the older form of the faith possesses not only greater antiquity but also greater authenticity. Jewish or Judaizing Christianity would be thoroughly at home in the sectarian milieu of early Islam. The newfound religious freedom and the stimulus the new faith gave to innovative religious thinking could easily have encouraged the emergence of such hybrid religious identities. A pointer in this direction may be found in the work of Joseph Mary on the cult of the holy man in medieval Syria. Mary gathers evidence that it was common for Jews, Muslims, and, indeed, Christians, to participate in each other's religious festivals and venerate each other's saints. 13 like languages in contact, the natural evolution of religious communities in everyday contact, if they are given half a chance, is towards religious syncretism, especially at the level of the common folk. It takes enormous effort on the part of the religious authorities on all sides to counter this tendency, to keep their flocks separate, to police the boundaries between them. If there was, indeed, an upsurge of religious promiscuity in the early Islamic period, and if that promiscuity was firming up into sectarian forms of Jewish or Judaizing Christianity, then we have an obvious context in which an Arabic translation of the Talmud would have had work to do. As a text of popular appeal, an anti-hagiography capable of being circulated orally, it could have played a part in reminding Jews of their distinctive identity, of where their true allegiance lay. 12.1 allude here to John Wansbrough's use of the phrase the sectarian milieu to capture the religious situation under early Islam. Wansbrough, The Sectarian Milieu, Oxford University Press, Oxford, 1979. 13 Joseph W. Mary, The Cult of Saints Among Muslims and Jews in Medieval Syria, Oxford. Oxford University Press, 2002. Mary concentrates on the 11th to 16th centuries, but there is evidence for similar religious promiscuity earlier. The Taladat issue in the context of Jewish-Muslim debate. 145. It is important to note the popular character of the Taladat issue. This becomes obvious when we compare it with other anti-Christian Jewish works of the early Islamic period. I have already mentioned the anonymous Kizat Muyadalat al-Uskar. From only slightly later comes the C. Ishran Makala of Daud ibn Marwan al-Muqammas, the first Jewish anti-Christian polemicist whom we know by name. 14. The contrast with the Taladat could not be more sharp. The Cheese $A and the C. Ishran Makala are basically theological, even philosophical works. The Taladat is a narrative, which offers an alternative to the gospel story. Lasker and Strumsa, to be sure, detect a vulgar tone in the Kissa, a tendency which becomes more pronounced in the Nestor. They find echoes here of the Taladat, which they actually suppose the author of the Kissa may have used as a source. 15. But this is rather misleading. There are no close verbal parallels to the Taladat in the Kissa, and in reality the two works are poles apart in genre. The Taladat has folkloric elements. It was clearly intended for popular consumption, and was, so it seems, passed down by the fireside, maybe at times by the women of the house. Nonetheless, it is in many ways a sophisticated work, which shows close Knowledge of the Gospels. It is a clever parody, and we should not be fooled into thinking that, because of its surface simplicity and vulgarity, it is pure folk tale. Its authors uneducated sons of the soil. It is satire, with a large dose of the verb less, and it is no more the product of an untutored mind than Pantagruel or the letters of obscure men. But the desire to reach out to ordinary folk is palpable in the form of the work, and that is suggestive of its Sitz im Leben. So far we have established that if a re-emergence of Jewish/Judaizing Christianity occurred in the early Islamic period, it would have been thoroughly at home in the sectarian milieu of the time, and would provide a plausible and specific context that the Arabic versions of the Taladat Yesha could have been meant to address. But where is the evidence for the existence of Jewish/Judaizing in Christianity at this time? The debate has raged around Shlomo Pines' claim that the long and unusually detailed critique of Christianity in the Tafit Dalah al-Mubawat of the Mutazilite Islamic scholar, Cabd al-Jabbar, C935-1025, who spent the latter part of his life in Riyadh, a few miles southeast of present-day Tehran, relies on Jewish-Christian sources. Pines' attempt to establish that Jewish Christianity lies behind the anti-Christian polemics of the Tafit extends over several detailed articles, though he never produced a final, definitive thesis before he died. 16. He argued that Cabd al-Jabbar's critique of Christianity is unusual within the context of early Muslim anti-Christian polemic. He noted that certain aspects of it have a strong Jewish-Christian ring, such as the claim that 14 Sarah Strumsa, David IBN Marwan al-Muqammas S 20 chapters Karat Ishran Makala. Leiden, Brill, 1989. 15 Lasker and Strumsa, The Polemic of Nestor the Priest, 14 and 21. 16. The articles are conveniently collected by Guy Strumsa in the collected works of S.H. Lomo Pines Volume 4, Studies in the History of Religion, Jerusalem, Magnus Press, 1996. 146. Philip Alexander. Since Jesus came to confirm the Torah of Moses, his followers are at fault for not observing it, for that, since Jesus spoke Hebrew, they should never have given that language up. He analyzes the gospel quotations in the Tafit, and shows that while some of them conform to the Peshitta and some to the Old Syriac Gospels, others do not. Some of the non-aligned quotations may betray the influence of the Diatsaron, while others may reflect the Hebrew Gospel, i.e. the Gospel according to the Hebrews or some similar Judeo-Christian scripture. Pines argues that these diverse aspects of Cabd al-Jabbar's critique of Christianity can be neatly unified by the single hypothesis that he has drawn on a Jewish-Christian source, probably originally composed in Syriac. If this is the case, then the implications are clear. The most plausible way that this source could have reached Cabd al-Jabbar was in Arabic translation, probably transmitted directly to him by members of a Jewish Christian group. But this means that these Jewish Christians must have been around in his time. Pines finds a refer to just such a group in Cabd al-Jabbar's statement that a sect of them, the Christians, who are the elite, believe that their Lord is a Jew, the son of a Jew, born from a Jew, and that his mother is a Jewish woman. The wording here is suggestive. It seems to deny the divinity of Christ, and possibly also the virgin birth. Pines is clear that his Jewish Christian group not only believed that the Mosaic commandments were still binding on Christians but that, though they accept him as a prophet, they denied his divinity. He notes that Sac Adiot appears to know of a Christian sect which equally did not believe in the divinity of Jesus, but regarded him simply as a prophet, though Sac Adiot's group also, apparently, believed in the abrogation of Torah. A further implication of Pine's hypothesis is that since his putative Jewish Christian community had access to early Christian, including Jewish Christian sources, it was probably not, on the balance of the probabilities, a spontaneous Judaizing movement, but rather, somehow, a lineal descendant of early Jewish Christianity. Samuel Stem strongly attacked Pine's 17. He argued that Cabd al-Jabbar critique of Christianity is nowhere near as unusual as Pine supposed. Pines had missed significant Islamic parallels, and several of the elements which he identified as Jewish Christian are widespread in Islamic tradition. There is no doubt that Pine's position is highly speculative, and falls some way short of proof. But Stem's counterattack also has its weaknesses. He fails to do justice to the cumulative character of Pine's argument. He fails to note that finding Islamic parallels to some of Cabd al-Jabbar's ideas does not solve the problem of origins, but simply moves it elsewhere. His assumption that because, as everyone knows, Jewish Christianity disappeared centuries before the Islamic era. Cabd al-Jabbar 17. Samuel M. Stem, quotations from apocryphal Gospels in Abd al-Jabbar, JTS 18. 1967 34-57, idem, Abd al-Jabbar's account of how Christ's religion was falsified by the adoption of Roman customs, JTS 19, 1968 128-85. The Talagat issue in the context of Jewish-Muslim debate. 147. Cannot have relied on Jewish-Christian sources begs the question, and rules out a priori the possibility that it may actually have survived or revived. Interest. Ingley, Pines and Stem both agree that the JT probably betrays knowledge of the Talagat. Or Stem Cabd al-Jabbar drew directly on the Talagat. But this is problematic. The Talagat, as we shall see, would have been as offensive to Cabd al-Jabbar as it would have been to any Christian, and the parallels between it and the JT would surely have to be much stronger than they are for it to be plausible that he relied on it as a source. Pines is typically more subtle. He suggests that the parallelism arises from the fact that the Talagat was aimed at a Jewish Christian version of the Gospel. The parallelism is, consequently, indirect and coincidental. The suggestion that the Talagat was shaped to refute a specific Jewish Christian view of Jesus is intriguing, and may explain the rather puzzling fact that the divinity of Jesus does not figure more prominently in it. Though the issue is implicit, the Jewish Christian group attacked may not have believed that Jesus was divine. All this is highly suggestive. The jury is still out on the Pine-Stem debate, but it raises important questions and points to several further lines of research. 18. Above all, it reminds us just how confused the religious situation became in the early Islamic period. Jewish Christianity scuffs the borderlines, and it may have engendered polemic from the establishments on both sides aimed at reaffirming the differences. The Talagat issue would have had an obvious function in a context where some Jews were drawn to Christian ity, not in an Orthodox but in a Jewish form that did not hold to a hyperstal ogi. A Jewish anti-gospel could have served the purpose of deterring potential converts, an anti-gospel which does not directly take issue with the supposed divinity of Jesus, but rather focuses on denying his claim to prophethood and labeling him as a sorcerer who tried to lead Israel astray. The circulation of the Talagat in the Middle East and North Africa is inevitably bound up with the fate of Christianity under Islam, and we would expect that the work would drop out of view in the post-medieval period. From the late Middle Ages onward, Christianity was decimated in the Muslim world, and went into precipitous decline. Its ecclesiastical organization was destroyed, its life disrupted, its members killed, scattered, or oppressed. It had neither the leisure, nor resources, nor the freedom to engage in proselytizing or in intercommunal debate. 19. Certainly it no longer offered an attractive alternative to Judaism, which also suffered severely under Muslim rule. This decline of Christianity seems to be mirrored in our record of Jewish interest in the Taladat. There is evidence of continued copying of the work in the Yemen in the early modem. 18. For a thorough discussion, see Gabriel said Reynolds, a Muslim theologian in the sector. Ian Milieu, see Abd al-Jabbar's Critique of Christian Origins, Leiden, Brill, 2004. 19. Philip Jenkins offers an interesting overview and analysis of the decline of Christianity in the Arab world in the lost history of Christianity, the 1,000-year golden age of the Church in the Middle East, Africa, and Asia, and how it died. New York, Harper 1, 2008. 148. Philip Alexander. Period. But that might be explained by the presence across the straits of the Christian Kingdom of Ethiopia, with its strong trading links with Southern Arab. BIA. The contrast with Christian Europe is striking because it is precisely at this period that Jewish interest in the Taladat seems to be at its most intense. 1. Might predict a resurgence of interest in the Taladat with the arrival of European Christian missions in the Middle East in the 19th century. Organizations such as the London Society for Promoting Christianity Among the Jews, now the Church's Ministry Among Jewish People, the CMJ, established in 1809, were interested not only in the Jews of Europe but also in more remote communities. The London Society, for example, mounted a mission to the Falashas in Ethiopia, whose existence had been reported to an incredulous Europe by James Bruce, the Ethiopian traveler. This mission provoked a counter-mission from the Jews of Europe to save their endangered brethren from the clutches of Christianity, a counter-mission supported by Israel Hildesheimer and the Alliance Israelite Universelle. 20. But I know of no evidence that this raised any interest in the Taladat issue in Ethiopia, though one wonders if it might explain the copying of the Taladat in neighboring Yemen. Claims have been made that the Taladat was already known in Ethiopia at an earlier date, but they are unsubstantial and remain under research. 21. One of the earliest of the Christian missions to the Muslim world, and one that pioneered the principles of many that were to come, was mounted by Anthony Norris Groves. Groves' party, which included John Kitto, later to become a Mau's Bible scholar, F.W. Newman, the brother of John Henry Newman, and a socially well-connected Englishman, John V.C. Parnell, settled into Baghdad in 1830-31. It is, of course, immediately tempting to link their presence there to the printing of the Taladat in Baghdad in 1846, were it not for the fact that Groves's mission was a disaster. It got caught up in a local plague which carried off Mrs. Groves, and seems to have been abandoned in 1833, leaving no lasting community. Groves turned his attentions to India where the going was easier. 22. Similar comments can be made about the more colorful Christian missionary Joseph Rule, 1795 to 1862, whom E. Brower back in 1930 suggested may have been responsible for renewed interest among Middle Eastern Jews in the Taladat. P. Rule, the son of a rabbi, was particularly interested in Jews and got absolutely 20. The story is well told in Emanuel Tevis and Semite, Jacques Feidlovich, and the Jews of Ethiopia, London, Valentine Mitchell, 2007. 21. For Taladat issue in Ethiopia, see Horbury, A Critical Examination, 214, 211, and 3, and See 219 for some remarks on the missionary activity by Henry Aaron Stem. 22 Timothy C.F. Stunt, Anthony Norris Groves in an international context, a reassess. Meant of his early development, in the growth of the Brethren movement, national and international experiences, eds Neil T. R. Dixon and Tim Grass, Carlisle, Paternoster Press. 2006, 22340. 23 C. Fischel, Dean Judis versus Tolda Jessica Handschrift, 340-49. The Talagat issue in the context of Jewish-Muslim debate. 149. Everywhere, from Ethiopia and the Yemen to Bukhara. He mounted a one-man crusade against the Islamic world. But he was no more successful than Groves. It is a well-known feature of missionary literature in the 19th century that colorful tales and much piety often conceal the fact that few converts were being made. The real impact of these missions was small. The exception that proves the rule was the bishopric of Jerusalem, established in 1841 by the Church of England and the Evangelical Church of Prussia, the first incumbent of which was a converted Rabbi Michael Solomon Alexander. The missionary activities around the Jerusalem bishopric were more successful because it was backed by able political power. It built up institutions, some of which have survived down to the present day, and its preaching to the Jewish community was reinforced by social and educational work. There are grounds for thinking that it unsettled the Jewish leadership of the old yeshiva, but that doesn't seem to correlate with any increased copying or printing of the Talagat Yeshiva. In short, while there is some evidence of a revival of interest in the Talagat among Jews in Muslim lands in the 19th century, and it is almost certainly a direct result of the new challenge of European Christian missions, it is muted, partly because these missions were generally unsuccessful, and partly because the Jewish communities were religiously isolated, inward-looking and traditional, with little appetite or interest in responding on their own account to Christian claims. The Talagat Yeshu and the Muslim Gospel. Let us now turn to the question of the Talagat and the Muslim Gospel, and begin by reminding ourselves of some of the key elements of the Talagat 9's view of Jesus and his mother. The Talagat, of course, exists in numerous versions, and one of the most vexing problems it poses is how to model this diversity. Its textual complexity mirrors that of the Christian lives of Jesus, especially if we include not only the 4 canonical Gospels but all the other Gnostic and Apocryphal Gospels as well. This diversity shows just how alive the tradition was, how constantly it was being reworked, and interest in it renewed. Its genre is also a problem, and affects how we read it. There are clearly elements of folklore and burlesque in it, which counsel against taking it all too literally. It belongs to a long tradition of polemical satire. Yet at its heart lie 3 fundamental claims about Jesus which are common to all the versions, and are clearly meant in deadly earnest. First, there was no virgin birth. Jesus was born out of wedlock, he was a mamzer, and the story of the virgin birth was concocted as a way of covering up this shameful fact. The versions differ considerably as to the degree to which Mary was culpable. In some she is tricked and raped, and comes across 150. Philip Alexander as a rather tragic figure. In others the portrait is much more hostile and she is complicit in adultery. Second, Jesus was not a true prophet but a charlatan and a sorcerer who led Israel astray, and it was on that charge that he was tried by the Sanhedrin and put to death. Curiously, there is no attempt to deny that he performed miracles. He healed the lame and raised the dead. The explanation of this is that he achieved these genuine miracles through the power of the ineffable name, the secret of which he managed to steal from the Even Shediyah, the foundation stone of the world. The implicit charge here seems to be that Jesus was a sorcerer, though that does not sit easily with his use of the ineffable name. Sorcery is more commonly associated with the use of demonic powers, Shedim, but this nicety does not seem to trouble the authors of the Toledot. 24. Third, Jesus was really and truly put to death, but there was no resurrection or ascension into heaven. The missing body in the tomb is explained by a story about someone removing it and burying it elsewhere, where it was discovered 3 days later, and ignominiously displayed in public. There is, to be sure, much more than this in the Toledot, even in its most minimal forms. Some versions carry the story down to the history of the early church, to the parting of the ways between Christianity and Judaism, but these 3 claims form the core message of the text. Let us now compare this with the Muslim Jesus. This needs to be done with care, because Jesus is a highly complex figure in Islam who is used, as in Christianity, to illuminate and validate many different points of view. Different pictures emerge depending on whether we look at the Quran, or the Hadith, or the Qisas, Al-Anbiya / or Sufi, or Adab literature, or the theological writings of heterodox sects such as the Nasiris. Of all the prophets before Muhammad, Jesus is the one who receives by far the most attention. Tariq Khalidi in the Muslim Jesus speaks of Islam's love affair with Jesus. 25. The bedrock on which this rich. 24. While I still think that the Toledot issue does mean to brand Jesus as some sort of Magian, it is possible to argue that magic is not the central charge, but rather using the undoubted power of the divine name to lead Israel astray. Jesus was guilty of mischief. It is not clear whether the mere pronunciation and use of the tetragram was in itself seen as a capital offense. In the discussion of magic in Babli Sanhedrin, the conclusion seems to be that a magician is one who does miracles through the power of Shedim. See Philip S. Alexander, The Talmudic Concept of Conjuring, Ahizat and the Problem of the Definition of Magic, Kishav, in Creation and Recreation in Jewish Thought, Festschrift in honor of Joseph Dan on the occasion of his 70th birthday, eds Rachel Elliott and Peter Schaefer, Tübingen, Morsiebeck, 2005. 7-20, and it is interesting that this is not the Toledot's view of the miracles of Jesus. Its position is all the more remarkable because already in the canonic Gospels Jesus is accused of invoking the power of demons to do his miracles. Luke 11:14-23. It was a very ancient charge. Morton Smith, Jesus the Magician, London, Gollancz, 1978, sees the Toledot as continuing this accusation, but the parallelism is not as clear-cut as he supposes. 25. Tariq Khalidi, The Muslim Jesus, Sayings and Stories in Islamic Literature, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, 2001. This is, to date, the largest collection of Jesus stories. The Toledot issue in the context of Jewish-Muslim debate. 151. Tradition rests is, however, the Quran. This devotes long and carefully crafted passages to Jesus and his mother, which merit and have received close reading from both traditional and modern commentators. 26. The Quranic view of Jesus can be defined by the following 5 points. First, Jesus was virgin born. Quran 3.45-47, Behold, the angels said, Oh, Mary, Allah gives you glad tidings of a word from him, by Kalamatin Minhu. His name will be Christ Jesus, the Son of Mary, held in honor in this world and the hereafter, and one of the company of those nearest to Allah. He shall speak to the people in childhood, by El Mahdi, 27 and in maturity, and he shall be one of the company of the righteous. She said, O my Lord, how shall I have a son, when no man has touched me? He said, even so, Allah creates what he wills. And when he has decreed a plan, he has but to say to it, be, and it is. 28. Second, Jesus was a true prophet, and the truth of his prophecy was established by clear signs, i.e. miracles. Quran 3.48-49, Allah will teach him, Jesus, the book and wisdom, the Torah, and the gospel, and appoint him, and from Islamic sources. See the earlier collection by Emerson Palacios, Logia e Grafadu. Many Jesu apag Muslimicos scriptores, asceticos precertum, usitata, Patrologia Orientalis 13. 1919 335 431, and 1926 531 to 624. It is not impossible that Islam may have created its own counter-narrative to the canonical Gospels, its own Talagat issue, and that this lies behind the Gospel of Barnabas. But the Gospel of Barnabas is a very late work, first attested in the 16th century, and its sources and origins remain deeply obscure. It is, however, still invoked by Muslim apologists today as preserving a more accurate account of the life of Jesus than the canonic Gospels. 26. The bibliography on Jesus in the Quran is now vast. In addition to Khalidi, the Muslim, Jesus c. e.g., N.O. Littman, Jesus in pre-Islamic Arabic inscriptions, the Muslim world. 40, 1950 16-18, Ike Razanan, the portrait of Jesus in the Quran, Reflections of a Biblical Scholar, the Muslim world. 70, 1980 122-33, Kenneth Cragg, Jesus and the Muslim. London, Allen and Unwin, 1985, Sidney H. Griffith, The Gospel in Arabic, An Inquiry into its appearance in the first Abbasid century, or CHR 69, 1985 126-67, Neil Robinson, Christ in Islam and Christianity, the representation of Jesus in the Quran and the classical Muslim commentaries, London, Macmillan, 1991, Jane Damon McAuliffe, Quranic Christians, and Analysis of Classical and Modern Exegesis, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1991. David Thomas, The Miracles of Jesus in Early Islamic Polemics, JSS 39, 1994 221-43. Tariq Khalidi, The Role of Jesus in Intra-Muslim Polemics of the First Two Islamic Centuries. In Christian Arabic Apologetics during the Abbasid period, 751-258, EDS Khalil Samir and Jürgen Nielsen, Leiden, Brill, 1994, 146-56, Jeffrey Parinder, Jesus in the Quran, Oxford. One World, 1995. 27 Literally in the Cradle. Yusuf Al, The Meaning of the Holy Quran, Beltsville, MD. Amana Publications, 1989, 139 Note 388, takes this metaphorically for childhood and sees an allusion to the gospel story of Jesus teaching in the temple, Luke 2, a story which may also be alluded to in the Talagat Yeshua, but it is more likely that the reference is to the infant Jesus in his cradle miraculously speaking to the people. CQ 19.29-30, but she, Mary, pointed to the babe. They, the people, said, how can we talk to one who is a child in the cradle? Put Elmada. He, the infant Jesus, said, I am indeed a servant of Allah, he has given me revelation and made me a prophet. Some of the infancy gospels also represent Jesus speaking from the cradle. 28 See also Q 19.16-26. Quotations of the Quran and the verse numbering are based on the translation of Yusuf the meaning of the Holy Quran, which is adequate for my purposes. 152. Philip Alexander, Apostle, Razielin, to the children of Israel, with this message I have come to you with a sign from your Lord, Vayayidin min Rabbikum, in that I make for you, out of clay, as it were, the figure of a bird, and I breathe into it and it becomes a bird by Allah's leave, and I heal those bomb blind, and the lepers, and I quicken the dead, by Allah's leave, and I declare to you what you eat, and what you store in your houses. Therein is a sign for you, if you believe. Quran 5.110. Then Allah will say, O Jesus, son of Mary, recount my favor to you and to your mother. Behold, I strengthened you with the Holy Spirit, Mirahai el-Qudsi, so that you spoke to the people in childhood, Hud el-Mahdi, and in maturity. Behold, I taught you the book and wisdom, the Torah, and the Gospel. And behold, you made out of clay, as it were, the figure of a bird, by my leave, and you breathe into it, and it becomes a bird, by my leave, and you heal those bomb blind, and the lepers, by my leave. And behold, you bring forth the dead by my leave. And behold, I did restrain the children of Israel from violence to you, when you did show them the clear proofs, and the unbelievers among them said, this is nothing but evident magic. Siran Mu'minun, 29. In a famous hadith, Muhammad says that of all the earlier prophets he is closest to Jesus, and the Quranic commentator Ibn Kathir calls him the seal of the Israelite prophets. 30. Third, Jesus was not the Son of God. Quran 4.171. O people of the book, commit no excesses in your religion, nor say of Allah but truth. Christ Jesus the son of Mary was no more than an apostle of Allah, Rasulullahi, and his word, wa kalimatuhu, which he bestowed on Mary, and a spirit proceeding from him, wherein minhu, so believe in Allah and his apostles. Say not Trin. Ity, Galathatan. Desist, it will be better for you. For Allah is one God, Lord, be to him. Far exalted is he, above having a son. The same point is made again and again in the Quran, often apparently dragged into contexts where it seems to have little relevance. 31. And yet, it should be noted that this did not prevent high Christologies from emerging in later Islamic thought, within the mystical tradition, see especially Ibn Rabbi 32, and among heterodox Islamic groups. 29. See also Q2.253, Q19.27 to 34, Q57.27. 30. Brannan M. Wheeler, Prophets in the Quran, An Introduction to the Quran and Muslim Exegesis, London, Continuum, 2002. Sahih Muslim 30.5835, Abu Hurairah reported Allah's Messenger, may peace be upon him, as saying, I am most akin to Jesus Christ among the whole of mankind, and all the prophets are of different mothers but belong to one religion, and no prophet was raised between me and Jesus. Sahih Muslim 30.5836, Abu Hurairah reported many a hadith from Allah's Messenger, and one is that Allah's Messenger said, I am most close to Jesus, son of Mary, among the whole of mankind in this worldly life and the next life. They said, Allah's Messenger, how is it? Thereupon he said, prophets are brothers in faith, having different mothers. Their religion is, however, one, and there is no apostle between us and Jesus Christ. 31. CQ 5.17, 5.73 to 75, 5.116, 6.100 to 102, 9.30 to 31, 10.68 to 70, 17.111, 18.4 to 5, 19.88 to 92, 21.26 to 29, 37.149 to 59, 39.4, 43.81 to 82, 112.1 to the power of fourth. 32 C. Andreas de Souza, Jesus in Ibn Arabi's Fusus al-Hikam, Islama Christianate, 1982. 185 to 200 further, Eve Marque, Leiwan al-Safa etle Christianisma, Islama Christianate, 1982 129 to 58. The Talagat issue in the context of Jewish-Muslim debate. 153. Such as the Nasaris. A good example of this can be found in the Trinitarian Ism of the Nasari theological treatise the Kitab al-Usus, Book of Foundations. Composed no later than the 13th century, but extant now in an 18th century MS. In the Bibliothèque Nationale, Fonds Arabe 1449, vols 1 to 179. The influence of Christian ideas on this text are obvious. It offers a veritable fusion of Christian and Islamic theology, and it reminds us just how porous the theological boundaries between Islam and Christianity could be. 33. The seeds of this high Islamic Christology are found in the Quran itself in the highly suggestive references to Jesus as the Word and Spirit of God. 34. Fourth, Jesus did not really die, nor was he buried, but he ascended direct into heaven. Quran 4.156 to 159. They, the Jews, rejected faith. They uttered against Mary a grave slander. Wakalahim si ala Maryam abutanan si Islam. They said, in boast, 6 we killed Christ Jesus the son of Mary, the apostle of Allah, but they killed him not, nor crucified him, but so it was made to appear to them. Walakin Shabihalahum, and those who differ therein are full of doubts, with no certain knowledge, but only conjecture to follow, for of a surety they killed him not. Nay, Allah raised him up, Rafasiyahu, unto himself, and Allah is exalted in power, and wise, and there is none of the people of the book but must believe in him before his death, and on the day of resurrection he will be a witness against them. There has been much debate whether Muhammad is here embracing a docetic view of the death of Jesus. Certainly one way of understanding his words is to suppose that at the last moment God substituted for Jesus some sort of simulacrum which was crucified in Jesus' place, but there can be no question of Muhammad being a full-blown docetus. His Jesus is a fully human, flesh and blood Jesus. 35. What Muhammad may be doing here is quite deliberately cutting out the central claim of the Christian gospel. If there was no death, then there was no atonement. This was not an inevitable move. He 33. Medir M. Bar Asher and Aryakovsky, The Nasari Salahi Religion, Leiden, Brill, 2002. The presence of Christian ideas in later Islamic theology is hardly surprising. Many Christians converted to Islam, either out of conviction or under pressure. Conversion is a complex phenomenon. Some converts mark their conversion by exaggerated rejection of their former faith and public hostility to it. Others seek an accommodation with their former faith and attempt to retain elements of it, fused with their new faith. Much of what is commonly called heterodox Islam in the Middle East represents a significant fusion of Christian and Islam ideas. The once vast Christian presence in the Middle East did not totally vanish. Its spirit lived on in heterodox Islam. 34. As Khalidi rightly remarks, if some modern Western Christian scholars warn us against attaching overdue importance to the Quranic epithets of Jesus as Word and Spirit of God, In the Sufi texts, these two epithets are absolutely central to the structure of his image. Indeed, the great Sufi master Ibn Arabi, d. 638-1240, invents a new honorific for him, the seal of the saints, Khatam al-Awliya, the Muslim Jesus, 4142. 35 Mahmud Ayub, towards an Islamic Christology, 2. The death of Jesus, reality or illusion. The Muslim World 10, 1980-91 to 121. 154. Philip Alexander could have accepted the death of Jesus, but portrayed him as a righteous martyr, like some of the other prophets. 5th, like Enoch and Elijah in earlier Judaism, Jesus' escape from death is bound up with the role assigned to him by God at the Eschaton. This second coming of Jesus is, possibly, alluded to in the Quran at 43.61, and Jesus shall be a sign for the coming of the hour of judgment. Therefore have no doubt about the hour, but follow me, this is a straight way. 36 But under the direct influence of Christian eschatology, this role was elaborated in Hadith. Jesus will descend to the white minaret on the east side of Damascus and join the Mahdi in the wars against the Antichrist, Al-Masih ad-Dajjal. He will kill the Antichrist and lead both Jews and Christians to accept Islam. 37. The sources of the Jesus traditions in the Quran have been much debated. I am inclined to take a traditional view of the origin of the Quran, and to see it as indeed the work of Muhammad, as against the more radical theories. 38. My principal reason for this is the strong discontinuity I perceive between the Quran itself and the earliest tafsir tradition. The Quran is famously elusive, and much of this elusiveness seems to have been as puzzling to the early Mufassirun as it is to us today. I find this very hard to explain if, as my late colleague Norman Calder argued, the Quran and tafsir grew side by side. So, for the sake of the present argument, I am assuming that the sayings in the Quran were indeed composed by Muhammad in the Hijaz in the early 7th century, and the text we now have reasonably faithfully represents that early work. The surahs about Jesus and Mary include those traditionally assigned to both the Meccan and the Medinan periods of his life. If this is the setting of these Jesus traditions, then the question arises as to where Muhammad got them from. There clearly are Christian sources, but what can they be? The Quran is full of echoes of the Gospels, but there is no clear evidence of an Arabic rendering of the Gospels to which Muhammad could have had access, and it is more likely his knowledge of Christianity came from oral tradition, perhaps conveyed primarily by converts to Islam among his first followers. The famous miracles of the animation of the clay birds and Jesus speaking from the cradle show that Muhammad knew apocryphal traditions about the life of Jesus. These stories are paralleled in the Arabic infancy gospel, which probably goes back to a pre-Islamic Christian Arabic source, in turn derived from Syriac. 39 There is also a question as to the form or forms of Christianity Muhammad would have encountered in the Hijaz. Mecca was both. 36 So Yusuf Ali translates, but the Arabic at the beginning of the verse is highly elusive and obscure. Wa'anahu nun lisafeta. 37c. Example Sahih Muslim, Kitab al-Fitan, ch 9, 41.6924, and ch 18, 41.7015. 38c. John Wansroth, Quranic Studies, Sources and Methods of Scriptural Interpretation, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1977. 39 Arabic Infancy Gospel 36 and 46, cf. Infancy Gospel of Thomas 2. The Talagat issue in the context of Jewish-Muslim debate. 155. a center of pilgrimage and an important caravan city, on a trade route that ran from the Yemen up to Syria. It was not by any means closed to the outside world, and tradition has it that Muhammad himself led caravans up into Syria, where he was said to have come in contact with Christian monks. But Mecca was far away from the great centers of Christian orthodoxy, and that its Christianity should have had unorthodox features is widely accepted as probable. Attention has focused on the Muhammad's possibly Docetic view of the death of Jesus, which I have already mentioned. Muhammad was also in contact with Judaism, though the form this Judaism took is also problematic. Note, for example, his famous claim, hard to explain, that Jews call Uzair, Ezra, a son of God, apparently in the same way as Christians call Christ son of God, Q 9.30. It is obvious from a close reading of the Quran that Muhammad was fully aware of Jewish rejection of Jesus, and was carefully positioning himself over against that as much as he was positioning himself against Christianity. Some references are deeply suggestive. As we saw, when Jesus presented to the Jews clear signs of his prophethood, they reject them, saying, "This is nothing but evident magic." Sirun Muganuri, Q 5.110. Exactly. The same phrase is used again in the same context at Q 61.6. Mary is treated with a reverence and delicacy worthy of the most pious Christian. There is clearly an attempt to defend her honor against those who would impugn it. Obviously the Jews, who are accused of uttering against her a grave false slander. Q 4.156. The charge is not specified, but it takes little imagination to see it as the claim that Mary had been unchanged caste, and that Jesus was born out of wedlock. Now I am not suggesting that these are direct allusions to the Taladat issue, though the possibility cannot be ruled out that later Muslim commentators in elaborating these passages do know some version of the work. The accusation of sorcery is, as I have already noted, alluded to in the Gospels themselves, and the unchastity of Mary is implicit in the Talmud, b. Shabbat 104b. But it cannot be denied that these Quranic references constitute the framework within which Muslims see the Taladat down to the present day, and they are the reason why it is as offensive to them as it is to Christians. Muhammad's views on Jesus illustrate graphically how carefully he positioned himself vis-a-vis both Judaism and Christianity. He entered with gusto into the Jewish-Christian debate, but he did so in a way that avoided him decisively taking sides. Instead he steered a middle course, zigzagging, so to speak, between the other two faiths, and negotiating a distinctive Muslim identity. It is a measure of his success that many within the two older traditions were inclined to see Islam as a heretical version of their own faith. My point can be graphically, if rather simplistically, represented by the following grid, in which Judaism is represented by the Taladat. 156. Philip Alexander. Jesus in Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. Jesus was Christianity, Judaism, Islam. Virgin bomb. Yes. No. Yes. Son of God. Yes. No. No. A true prophet. Yes. No. Yes. A worker of miracles. Yes. 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 Truly died on the cross. Yes. Yes. No. Buried. Yes. Yes. No. Raised from the dead. Yes. No. No. Ascended to heaven. Yes. No. Yes. Will return to earth. Yes. No. Yes. It is hardly surprising, given their prominence in the Quran, that the figures of Jesus and Mary should have retained an important position within Islam right down to the present day, and, as a direct result, for either a Christian or a Jew to convert to Islam means adopting not just a new attitude towards Muhammad, but also towards Jesus. A lively polemic was waged throughout the Middle Ages between Judaism and Islam, which mirrored the debates between Judaism and Christianity and Islam. We should see these debates always as triangular, as a trialogue between Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. We should never consider the relationship between any two of the protagonists without considering their relationship to the third, even when the third party is not mentioned. They are often there as an unseen presence, and should not be ignored. Islam posed a real threat to Judaism. Jewish scholars in Muslim lands were well acquainted with it, would have been able to read the Quran, and would have known the Muslim views of Jesus. Islam was attractive to Jewish scholars, such as Sac Atiyah and Maimonides hugely admired the Islamic intellectual tradition, and the circle of Jewish Sufis in Egypt, led by members of the Rambam's family, had a very positive attitude towards Islamic religious practice. Add to this the constant danger that some zealous Muslim ruler, ignoring the status of the Jews as Hamas, would take it into his head to force conversion on the Jews within his domain. Diamond Suit. On the Muslim side, in the great debate with Judaism, Islamic apologists increasingly adopted the weapons which Christianity had used to prove itself over against Judaism. They appealed, for example, to the Jewish scriptures to prove that Muhammad was foretold, often applying to Muhammad key Christian proof texts for the messiahship of Jesus. A detailed refutation of this approach can be found in Maimonides' epistle to the Yemen. The debate with Islam must increasingly have seemed to Jewish apologists like a rerun of the earlier debate with Christianity. It is also pertinent to note how prominently Christology figures in the trialogue between Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. The ditheistic and even Trinitarian tendencies in both Judaism and Islam should warn us not to the Talagat issue in the context of Jewish-Muslim debate. 157. Separate the theologies of the three traditions into watertight compartments, and they suggest that the Talagat may have had work due not only against Christian ity and Islam, but even against some forms of Judaism itself. The interplay of ideas was remarkably dynamic. There have been scattered claims in the past that some Muslim apologists before the Modem period knew the Talagat. William Forberry collects most of the suggestions that had been aired by the time he wrote his dissertation. They include Waf ibn Munabiv, a well-known tradent of Isra/Eliade, and possibly a Jew, who died around 730, Al-Ya'az in the 9th century, see Abd al-Jabbar in the late 10th, see above, and Samuel ibn Abbas, who was certainly a convert from Judaism, in the 12th. The references, it must be said, are suggestive rather than clear-cut, but, while it is difficult to prove that any of these Muslims knew the Talagat itself, I know of no manuscript of it in Arabic script. There can surely be little doubt that they knew the broad position it adopted, and even some of the traditions to which it attests. 40. No one has been really looking for this kind of evidence, and I suspect this handful of references is only the tip of the iceberg. It should be borne in mind that Muslim apologists were precluded by the Quran from using the Talagat as a weapon against Christianity. Here an interesting contrast can be drawn with early pagan anti-Christian polemics. In the early centuries of the church, pagans used Jewish rejection of Jesus as an argument against the truth of Christianity, and Celsus seems to have known some of the traditions incorporated into the Taladat. But this line of attack was not open to Muslim apologists, because the Quran had chosen to adopt a conspicuously respectful attitude towards Jesus. Summary and conclusions. Texts like the Taladat Yeshua, with its sharp, polemical tone, arise in situations where a community is under pressure and fighting for its identity, striving to draw boundaries, and to resolve confusion. Jews in the Arab world found themselves in just such a situation in the first few centuries after the rise of Islam. The emergence of the new order shook the old certainties, social and religious, blurred the boundaries between the faiths, and provoked religious controversy. The fight against the old enemy, Christianity, had to be renewed, but there was now a new enemy to be confronted in the shape of Islam. The Taladat originated as an anti-Christian tract in Aramaic in late antiquity. Its place of origin was probably the Galilee. The circles in which it originated may not have been rabbinic, though traditions similar to those it contained were known to the rabbis. 41 It gathered 40 Horbury, A Critical Examination, 206-19. 41 It has, perhaps, not been emphasized enough that the lack of correlation between the Taladat Yeshua and the Talmudic traditions about Jesus is as important as the overlap. It raises the possibility that the Taladat may not be in origin a rabbinic text. There are Jesus traditions. 158. Philip Alexander. Together stories about Jesus, Mary, and the early disciples that had been circulating among Jews, some from at least the 2nd century, and, with one eye on the Christian Gospels, wove them into a Jewish anti-gospel. A version of this text was taken east where it was heavily reworked, and where it doubtless played a role in Jewish-Christian debate in late Sasanian Babylonia. The rise of Islam, far from making it redundant, gave it a new lease of life. It was translated into Judeo-Arabic, possibly in Egypt, and, along with more philosophical polemics, served once again to buttress a distinctive Jewish religious identity, not only against Christianity, but now also against Islam. With the precipitous decline of Christianity in the Muslim world from the 14th century onwards, it would inevitably have lost some of its appeal, because its usefulness in dialogue exclusively between Judaism and Islam is nowhere near as great as its usefulness in trialogue between the Abrahamic faiths, but it was sparked back into life in the 19th century with the arrival from the West of aggressive Christian missions bent on making Jews in the Middle East followers of Jesus. In this short paper I would claim to have done no more than outline and hypothesis. To substantiate it would require much painstaking and detailed research. The recensions of the Taladat that emanate from the Islamic world, especially those written in Arabic, would need to be examined to see if they betray distinctive elements that could be related specifically to their Islamic milieu. Muslim Jewish polemics would have to be scanned to discover if Jesus has a significant part to play in them. In particular, do Muslim views of Jesus and Mary in Quran, Hadith, Tafsir, and the other genres of Arabic literature contain anti-Jewish elements which might be aimed at rebutting the Taladat Yeshua, and so betray a knowledge of that work, or the traditions it contains. This research has barely begun and its outcome remains as yet unclear. What cannot be denied is that the Taladat Yeshua distances Judaism not just from the Christian gospel but from the Muslim gospel as well, and this means it plays a more complex role in the Islamic world than it does in the Christian West. In rabbinic literature which are absent from the Taladat, and vice versa, and those which are paralleled often contain important differences. In this context 2 points gain in significance. 1. The Taladat was popular among Karaites, and they may have played a role in transmitting it. This might suggest that they did not regard it as a rabbinite work. 2. There seems to have been an attempt in the Yemen to collect the rabbinic traditions about Jesus from the Talmud and other rabbinic sources, and weave them into a distinctively rabbinic anti-gospel, or very critical examination, 216-18. Whoever did this may have recognized that the Toledat Yeshuv was not a kosher rabbinic composition. The presence of named rabbis, e.g. Shimon ben Shada, in some Toledat traditions does not invalidate this claim, any more than the presence of rabbinic names in the Aramaic incantation bowls or the Hikalit literature turns these into rabbinic compositions. Hanged and Crucified, the Book of Esther and Toledat Yeshu Asterisk. Suri Katan Gribitz. Introduction. In an Aramaic poem composed in Byzantine Palestine in the late 5th century, Haman, the antagonist of the Purim story, converses with various other doomed biblical characters, Nimrod, Pharaoh, Amalek, Sisera, Goliath, and Zerubbabel, Ethiopian. These men's punishments are recounted in the poem's rhyming dialogues, and throughout the many stanzas Haman asserts that the other men's violent fates were deserved, while his execution, hanging from the gallows, was unjust. But then Jesus chimes in, do you really believe that you alone were crucified? I too share your lot. 2. Jesus does not stop by likening Haman's death on the gallows to his own crucifixion. He describes his death in gruesome detail, nailed to a cross, my flesh slashed at handbreadth length, I am the son of one who carried wood, a carpenter, pierced with nails, my limbs clamped into place, a barley eater is better off than me. This is the end of the pierced 1. Disgraced in every town. 3. In addition to the physical pain of crucifixion, the nailing, the piercing, the slashed flesh, the clamped limbs, Jesus alludes to. Asterisk thanks to Peter Schaefer for encouraging me to pursue this subject and for helpful feedback on this article, to Michael Mearson for his help locating specific manuscripts and references in them, to Gabriel Wasserman, who pointed me to many sources, and on whose translations of Rabbeinu Avigdor and Abraham Frankel I rely below, and to John Gager, Simi Chabel, Shira Billet and Jonathan Gribitz for reading earlier drafts. 1. The poem appears in Joseph Yahalom and Michael Sokoloff, eds, Jewish Palestinian. Aramaic Poetry from Late Antiquity, Jerusalem, Israel Academy of Sciences and Humanities. 1999, 204-19. For various interpretations of the poem's tone and details, see the footnotes in Yahalom and Sokoloff as well as Joseph Yahalom, Poetry and Society in Jewish Galilee of Late Antiquity, Jerusalem, Bensby Institute, 1999, 57-59, Oferman's Manor, Camivales. Ambivalence and the Christian Other in Aramaic Poems from Byzantine Palestine, in Jews. In Byzantium, Dialectics of Minority and Majority Cultures, eds Robert Bonfile et.al., Leiden. Brill, 2011, 831-45, Menahem Kister, Jewish Aramaic Poems from Byzantine Palestine and their setting, Tarbiz 76, 2008 161-62, and 302, Haggett Sivan, Palestine in Late Antiquity, Oxford University Press, 2008, 152-55.1. Read the poem's tone as mocking and interpret it as a biting parody. 2. The translation of this poem is problematic at various places. I have provided here the translation in Sivan, Palestine, 152-53. 3. Sivan, Gibbet, 160. Suri Katan Gribitz. The embarrassment such a death caused him, paralleling the humiliation Haman endured as he paraded Mordecai around the streets of Shushan as a hero, and, later, his hanging on the gallows. Despite the dramatic, violent imagery and the emotional self-pity, Jesus' words contain a glimmer of self-mockery, too. In the middle of describing his execution, Jesus alludes to the irony of his situation. Lashed by rods, of woman bomb, they called me Christ. Jesus admits his man birth and his tortured death, and exclaims, ironically, that despite all this he was, foolishly, called Christ, the Savior. Read or performed on Purim, this poem presents Jesus as a latter-day Haman. Or just like the antagonist of the book of Es. There, who is presented, on the one hand, as threatening the very existence of the Jews, and, on the other, as a fool who meets his all too deserved and shameful. And at the gallows, Jesus is presented at once as an enemy of biblical proportions, and also as the object of derision in this Purim poem. In the end, both men are humiliated and hanged, and the poet beseeches God to revive these miracles, and bring, now, in these days salvation to beloved children, just as once it was in Shushan the capital. 5. This poem is an early and particularly evocative example of the association, in the minds of Jews, between Haman and Jesus, but it was not the last. Another parody, more widespread and enduring, links these two characters as well. In many versions of Toledat Yeshuv, a set of Jewish parodies of Jesus' life, refer incest to Haman and the Book of Esther are subtly intertwined into the narrative of the life of Jesus. In this article, I explore the ways in which Toledat Yeshuv employs tropes and images from the Book of Esther, and then I place these literary allusions into their broader social historical context, in which the holiday of Purim was linked with anti-Christian polemics and practices. It is my contention that a careful study of these literary allusions within their proper context permits us better to understand the aims of Toledat Yeshuv and its authors, as well as the way in which the text were received by subsequent readers. The Book of Esther was simultaneously regarded by its Jewish readers as a factual historical narrative of events in the Persian Empire and as a parody of that empire and its leadership, and, later, as a prototype for Jewish triumph over their enemies. 6. The Toledat Yeshuv author's allusions to the book of Esther suggest their intention to create a work of a similarly dual genre, an accurate account of Jesus' life, and a mockery of it. The link between the two texts is not merely one of genre. However, the argument of Toledat Yeshuv is more clearly discerned as well when, for on the poem's liturgical use, see Yahalam and Sokolov, Jewish Palestinian Aramaic Poetry, 204 ff. 5-7, Palestine, 148. 6. See for example Harold Fish's analysis of the Book of Esther as history and parody in Poetry with a Purpose, Biblical Poetics and Interpretation, Bloomington, IND, Indiana University Press, 1988, 8-14. On medieval Jewish interpretations of the story of Esther, see Barry Dodd. Walfish, Esther in Medieval Garb, Jewish Interpretation of the Book of Esther in the Middle Ages, Albany, SUNY Press, 1993. Hanged and Crucified, the Book of Esther and Toledat Yeshuv, 161. Attention is paid to the allusions to Haman and the Book of Esther. Just as Haman posed a serious threat to the Jews during Persian times, Jesus and, by extension, Christianity, also represented an existential danger to new generations of Jews. The narrative of Toledat Yeshuv appears to insinuate, but Haman was ultimately defeated, and so too, the authors imply, Jesus and Christianity would be as well. Toledat Yeshu thus functions simultaneously as a polemic against Christianity, and as a story of encouragement to those Jews for whom Christianity appeared to be an insuperable threat. Moreover, Toledat Yeshu's incorporation of elements from the Book of Esther might also reveal the text's communal function. I thus conclude my analysis with a tentative suggestion about the use of Toledat Yeshu as a liturgical or performative text on Purim or at another time in the Jewish calendar. Toledat Yeshu and the Book of Esther. It should be emphasized that I do not intend to argue that the Book of Esther is the only, or even the most important, text to which Toledat Yeshu alludes. Toledat Yeshu is filled with quotations and references to many biblical passages and stories, e.g. the story of Joseph, the relationship between Moses and Jethro, Moses' miracles, scattered verses from Psalms, Isaiah, etc., as well as rabbinic ideas, laws, and characters, e.g. humility in front of one's teachers, laws of Nida and Mamzer, the figure of Shimon ben Sheda, and post-rabbinic features. Legends about Shimon bar Yitzhak bar Avon's son Elhanan, the schism between Nestorius and the Christians. Rather, the Book of Esther serves as one of many texts upon which Toledat Yeshu draws in its presentation of Jesus' birth, life, and death, and interpreting these specific allusions yields fruitful results that further our understanding of the text as a whole. While the allusions employ specific motifs from the Book of Esther, they are also intended, I argue, to trim a broader association between the two stories of Jewish endangerment and eventual triumph. Finally, my argument about Toledat Yeshu's use of tropes and imagery from the Book of Esther is not limited to a specific manuscript or manuscript group. As I will demonstrate, allusions to the Book of Esther appear in all Toledat Yeshu manuscripts I have examined from the different manuscript groups in Aramaic and Hebrew, though the allusions are not the same in each version. There are several references to the Book of Esther in each text. 7.1 use. 7.1 have consulted the following manuscripts: Cambridge 35.87, Adler JTS 2529.1, Cam. Bridge 35.88, Cambridge 298.56, Adler JTS 2529.2, St. Petersburg NL 105.9, JTS 6312, ST. Petersburg 274, Strasbourg BNU 3974, New York JTS 2221, Cambridge 557, New York JTS 1037, London Sassoon 793, Leipzig BH 17, Ox. Cod. Hebrew 2407, Harvard 57, Philadelphia 361, and Amsterdam HSROS 442.1 have not checked the Yiddish and Arabic manuscripts. 162. Sari Katan Gribitz. Toledat Yeshu as a generic term for the various manuscripts that are available. Below, see my footnotes for the particular manuscript that one cite in each case. Just as the Aramaic poem above links Haman and Jesus through their similar deaths, so too Toledat Yeshu draws a parallel between Yeshu's crucifixion and the hanging of Haman. Toledat Yeshu, however, goes beyond simple analogies between hanging and crucifixion and preserves a tradition about Haman's hanging found in an Aramaic Targum of the Book of Esther and other Midrashic col. Lekayans. 8 in Toledat Yeshu, Yeshu is crucified on a cabbage stalk. 9 for example. In Strasbourg BNU 3974, each tree upon which Yeshu is hanged breaks, until a cabbage stalk is brought and he is hanged on it instead. 10 the text reads, when they brought Yeshu to be hanged on a tree, it would break, because the ineffable name was with him, And when the fools, Yeshua's followers, saw that the trees broke beneath him, they thought that this happened because of his righteousness, until they brought him the stalk of a cabbage. For when he was alive, he knew that it was the custom of Israel to hang him, and he knew that he would die, and at the end they would hang him on a tree. So he arranged through the ineffable name that no tree should accept him. But to the stalk of cabbage he did not say the ineffable name, for it is not a tree but a plant, and so he did not consider it an option for his crucifixion. Thus he rose to heaven, on a cabbage stalk. The image of trying to find a proper tree on which to crucify Yeshua resembles a tradition in the second Targum of Esther, in which various trees, the vine, wild fig, olive, palm, citron, myrtle, oak, pomegranate, give excuses for why they cannot be used for Haman's hanging. 11. For example, the vine declares, I am unable to bear that he be hanged on my top, because from me wine is taken for oblations, and the olive tree chimes in, I would not be able to bear it, if he were hung on my top, because from me the oil for the lampstand is taken dash. And the pomegranate tree argues, were he to be hung on my top, I would not be able to bear it, because the righteous are compared to me. Finally, the cedar suggests that Haman and his 10 sons be hung on the same cedar gallows that 8. Bernard Grossfeld, the Targum Shini of the Book of Esther, a critical edition based on MS Sassoon 282 with critical apparatus, New York, Sefer Herman Press, 1994, 66-67. I am. The 2 Targums of Esther, translated, with apparatus and notes, Collegeville, Minnesota. Liturgical Press, 1991, 180-83. A number of midrashim contain parallels of the Haman story. Avagurian 7, p41f, Panamacharim 2, p77, S. Rav. 9:2, Ag. S7:9, p60, Ag. S514 p58, Yal. Chim. Number 1054. For a comparison of the versions, see Grossfeld, the 2 Targums of Esther, 213-16, Table 12. 9. Much has been written on this peculiar detail of the cabbage stalk, for 2 interesting pieces and more bibliography, see Hillel 1. Newman, The Death of Jesus in the Toledat Yeshuv. Literature, NJTS 50, 1999 59-79, and Michael Mearson's article in this volume. 10 parallels are found in JTS 2221, Cambridge 557, JTS 1037, Sasson 793, Leipzig BH 17. Ox. Cod. At 2407, OPP at 4145, Harvard 57, and Philadelphia 361. 11. David Weil notes this parallel between Toledat Yeshua and both Midrash Esther Rabbi and the Targum Shini as well. See his article Counter History and Jewish Polemics Against Christianity, the Sefer Toledat Yeshua and the Sefer Zerubbabel Jewish Social Studies 6, 1999. 135. Hanged and Crucified, the Book of Esther and Toledat Yeshua. 163. Patient prepared for Mordecai. 12. In Midrash Esther Rabbah, it is not the cedar on which Haman is hung but a mere thorn bush. These 2 passages from Toledat Yeshua and the second Targum of Esther are far from identical. Yeshua uses magical means, the ineffable name that he stole from the temple and sewed into his thigh, to avert his crucifixion, causing each tree to break beneath his body's weight. In the end, though, rather than being speared, Jesus is hanged in the most humiliating fashion, on a cabbage stalk. In The Haman episode, it is not Haman who outwits the trees, as in the Jesus tale, but the trees that cleverly avoid being desecrated with Haman's body. It is the cedar tree, or the thorn bush, finally, that finds the perfectly ironic solution, to hang Haman on the gallows he himself built. Despite the differences, the stories share a common theme, the difficulty of identifying a tree to hang the culprit. While the particular trees are different in the two cases, in both narratives, the type of tree used is of utmost importance to highlight the added humiliation of their deaths. This trope of tree selection links the two stories and, thus, Haman and Jesus. 13 Indeed, the version preserved in one Yemenite manuscript of Toledo, Yeshuv, Jerusalem JNULB 32-4 equals 15, explicitly connects these two narratives of tree selection. The text explains that they stood to hang him, Jesus, on a tree, and that evil one cursed all the trees so that they would not accept him, as Haman the Agagite did, and each tree upon which they hung him broke on. Immediately, 14. 12 Grossfeld, the Targum Shini, 66-67, idem, the two Targums of Esther, 180-83. The stories about Haman and Jesus might be loosely based on Jotham's parable in Judges 9. There, Jotham tells a parable to the citizens of Shechem about trees that try to appoint a king for themselves. They approach the olive tree, but the olive tree does not want to relinquish its oil in order to rule over the others. The fig tree, too, does not want to give up its fruit, and the vine refuses to give up its wine. Finally, the tom bush, hardly a tree, agrees to become king if the rest take refuge in its shade. If not, they will all be consumed by fire. 13 S. Ivan discusses another Purim poem that associates Haman with Jesus and alludes to these parallel traditions about the trees. The poem is found in Yahalam and Sokolov, Jewish Palestine. In Aramaic poetry, 183-87, Hayat 29. In the poem, each tree refuses to give its wood for Haman and Jesus hanging/crucifixion. See the discussion in Sivan, Palestine, 149-50. 14 Emphasis added. In addition to this particular manuscript's explicit reference to Haman, the Aramaic Targum of Esther might reference Jesus as well. A peculiar turn of phrase in the second Targum of Esther's account of the disputing trees, at least as it is preserved in certain manuscripts, makes reference to Ben Pandora, a name used for Jesus in Toledat Yeshu and elsewhere. After begging Mordecai, in vain, to spare his life, Haman begins lamenting and weeping for himself in the midst of the palace garden, crying, "Listen to me, you trees and plants, which I have planted from the earliest times." Grossfeld, the two Targums of Esther. 180. Perhaps the image of Haman praying and weeping in the garden is an allusion to Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane, e.g. Luke 22:39-46. Before the parable of the trees begins, the NAR injects a line that is difficult to translate. Devar Haim Data Bae Lemizak Eli Alexandria. Devar Pandur, Itkan Chukulan Beetsu Etza, Grossfeld, the Targum Shini, 66, translation. And notes in item, the two Targums of Esther, 180-81. The references to Alexandria and Pandora are problematic, and have been interpreted in various ways, as Grossfeld points out. One interpretation reads Haman's desired destination not as Alexandria, Eli Alexandriae, but 164. Sant Katan Grivitz. Beyond the conf-lated details of the executions of Hainan and Yeshuv, Toledo, Yeshuv's language and terminology describing its central characters also recall the Book of Esther and associated traditions. For instance, Taladat Yeshua refers to Yeshua as Yeshua Harisha, perhaps a play on the name Hamar Harisha. This name is not actually used in the book of Esther, but it appears in rabbinic literature and frequently in post-classical midrashim. 15 in one manuscript, Sasson. 793, Yeshua is called Hadarur Yeshua and Yeshua Hadarur, perhaps in allusion to the phrase Arur Haman used to describe Haman in the Palestinian and Babylonian Talmuds and other rabbinic texts. 16 The phrase Arur Haman was also appended to. Rather, according to a variant reading, understands Alexandria, MS Sasson 282, as a nasalized version. The Greek isidra, a vestibule, or covered hall, that is, an exedra. In such an exedra, musicians would sit and play their drums so as not to hear the hanging of the person outside. Pander, in this reading, refers to musical instruments. In this case, Haman expresses his wish to be in such a room, rather than to be the one hanged. Another interpretation reads the phrase, as the son of Hamdatha wanted to go up to Alexandria, Egypt, where the son of Pandora, that is, Jesus, was. While the first explanation is more often understood as the correct, original meaning, it is telling that certain manuscripts preserve a reading that is most easily deciphered as a reference to Jesus. Beyond associating Haman's death with Jesus, there is another subtle allusion to the relationship between Haman and Jesus in the Targum Sheni. When Haman is introduced into the text of the Targum at 3:1, his full genealogy is traced all the way back to Esau, who was already associated with Rome and Christianity by the time of the Targum's composition. The Targum might allude to the idea that Haman and Jesus/the Christians are related not only metaphorically but also genealogically. See Grossfeld's discussion of Hanan's genealogy in the two Targums of Esther, 140, 143-44, and 211. On the identification of Esau with Rome and Christianity, see Gershon Cohen, Esau as symbol in early medieval thought. In his collection of essay studies in the variety of rabbinic cultures, Philadelphia, Jewish Publication Society of America, 1991, 243-69, Gunter Stemberger, Die Verteilung in der Rabbinisken Literatur, in Anruhen 19.2, eds Hildegard Temporini and Wolfgang Hasse. Berlin/New York, Walter de Gruyter, 1979 338-96, Carol Bacco's modification to Cohen's Analysis in Ishmael on the Border, Rabbinic Portrayals of the First Arab, Albany, SUNY Press, 2006, 63-64, and Burton Vysotsky's analysis of Esau and Edom in Leviticus Rabbah. Vysotsky, Golden Bells and Pomegranates, Studies in Midrash Leviticus Rabbah, Tübingen. Morsabek, 2003, 154-72. 15 Yeshua Harisha appears in the majority of Taladat Yeshua manuscripts that I consulted, including Strasbourg BNU 3974, JTS 2221, Cambridge 557, in the Aramaic fragment Cam. Bridge 35.87, it is Yeshua Ursha, JTS 1037 and Ox. Con. At 2407, OPP at 4145, Call. Yeshurasha, and Sasson and Leipzig BH 17 Harisha and Philadelphia BA 361. Both of these. For rabbinic references to Haman Harisha see, Y Megillah 1:60,4/4, Y Megillah 3:64, 1/1, B. Megillah 10b, B Pesahim 117a, Masikate Sophrim 21:2, Exodus Rabbah 31, Leviticus Rabbah 11, 13:15, 27:28, Ruth Rabbah, Esther Rabbah 6, 10. Lamentations Rabbi 333. The epithet Haman Hara is used in the book of Esther at 7:6. The epithet Harisha asterisk is also used for some other characters deemed evil in rabbinic literature, for example, Balaam, e.g. M. Avot 5:17. B. Birahat 1%, Avot the Rabbi Nathan 8 chapter 1, in which the snake and Titus are also called. Harisha 1, Tumas Rufus, B. Baba Butra 10a, Nebuchadnezzar, B. Birahat 55 bf, Esau B. Gideon 66b, Nimrod, B. Haggadah 13a, Adrian, YP 720, 1/1, but it appears particularly associated with Haman as early as this literature, but certainly later even more so. 16. The Palestinian Talmud mandates, in the name of Rav, that the lines Arur Haman Arurim Manav must be recited on Purim, Y Megillah 3:5.7. Genesis Rabbah 49:1 seems to indicate that the line "Cursed is Haman" was declared each time Haman's name was read from the Book of Esther on Purim. The term Arur is also used to describe Haman in B. Megillah 7b. Hanged and Crucified, the Book of Esther and Toledat Yeshiv. 165. The famous Payat Shoshanat Yaakov, which was recited in many communities on Purim after the recitation of the Book of Esther. 17. Similarly, the way in which Toledat Yeshu describes Miriam, Yeshu's mother, reminds the reader of the main character in the Purim story. Miriam is introduced at the beginning of the NAR. Prativ in JTS 222 Los Yepa to \AR Vetavat Marat, nearly identical words used to depict Esther's beauty in Esther 2:7, Yepa to AR Vetavat Marat. 18. In addition to commenting on Miriam's beauty in a way similar to the description of Esther's beauty, one manuscript also identifies Miriam as belonging to the tribe of Ben Jamin, like Esther, Esther 2:5. 19. Both women are described as Bitulat, virgins. 20. Additional tropes from the Book of Esther, letter sending, fasting and praying for 3 days before approaching a royal figure, are also employed in the text of Toledat Yeshiv. In the longest Aramaic fragment of Toledat Yeshiv, Cambridge 35.87, Tiberius Caesar asks John the Baptist and Yeshua about their occupations. The men answer that they are the sons of God, they heal the sick, resurrect the dead, even cause virgins to conceive. To demonstrate his magical abilities, Yeshua causes the Caesar's daughter to conceive and even promises to custom make the embryo male or female according to the Caesar's request. During the 9 months of pregnancy, Pilate keeps the two men, Yeshua and John the Baptist, bound, and the Jews find themselves in a great deal of distress at the prospect that Yeshua's miracle will come to fruition and Israel's accusations against him will be proven false. Our Joshua ben Perea sends letters to all of the provinces in which the Jews dwell declaring a 3-day fast, and the people follow the rabbi's instructions for fear that Jesus' miracle will occur and they will suffer potentially devastating consequences. In another manuscript, Leipzig BH 17, the Jews are instructed by Queen Helen to reveal the cross on which they 17 on the Payat Shoshanat Yaakov. See Avraham Brink PS article 44 Asher Hina Yah. Toldota Hashel Biraka Mikliatet. HTTP URL. Access 23. February 2011. 18 Ox. Con. At 2407. OPP at 4145. As Yefat to ARU Yefat Mar at Strasbourg BNU 3974. As Yafamar at, perhaps a contraction of the longer phrase, the text is ambiguous enough that the description could compellingly be applied to either Miriam or Joseph grammatically and conceptually, but given the reading of JTS 2221 and the sentence structure, I am inclined to Read it as a description of Miriam. Leipzig BH17 has Yepot to AR and Amsterdam HSROS 442. Uldreich proclaims that Esther was Yepot Mar Admi Od. 19 Amsterdam HSROS 442. Uldreich notes that Miriam was from the tribe of Benjamin in the same sentence that it mentions Miriam's beauty. 20 Esther is described as a Bitulah along with all of the other girls vying for the king in Esther 2:3, a term certainly associated with Miriam, e.g. Philadelphia 361. The term Bitulah also refers to other women in the Bible, to Rebecca in Genesis 24:16, who is also identified as beautiful like Esther and Miriam, women of Yach Gilead in Judges 21:12, Tamar in 2 Samuel 13:2, Abishag in 1 Kings 1:2. Other references use the term to refer to a category of women, rather than to specific characters. I am not arguing that the term is reserved exclusively for Esther and Miriam, but that the term, because of its association with both women, links them. In this way, too. 166. Sarit Katan Gravitz had crucified Yeshua years earlier or faced death. 21 Arjuda the elder is chosen for the task of identifying the 3 pieces of wood, but before he agrees to uncover the place of their burial, he makes a request of the queen, give me 3 days, and I will fast and pray to God. At the conclusion of the 3 days, the text describes how the rabbis came before the queen, Vayahi Bayam Hashlashi, and led her, through seemingly magical means, to the exact spot of Yeshua's cross. Our Joshua ben Pereya's actions, sending letters and declaring a fast to last 3 days, and our Judah the elder's steps, fasting and praying for 3 days. Prior to appearing before the royal figure, allude to Esther's actions as well as Mordecai's communication with the Jewish people. At the end of chapter 4 of the book of Esther, prior to Esther's unannounced visit at the king's palace, Esther declares a 3-day fast in order to evoke God's sympathy, Esther 4:16. Esther, like our Judah the elder, appears before the king on the 3rd day, Esther 5:1, Vayahi Bayam Hashlashi, precisely the same language used in the story of the finding of the cross. 22 later, Mordecai sends letters to all of the Jews in the empire informing them about Haman's downfall and encouraging them to fight back on the day intended to mark their destruction, Esther 8:8-11. Other elements of Toledat Yeshua's narrative might also invoke or evoke as texts of the narrative of the book of Esther, especially in conjunction with the clearer allusions, though these next examples are not as direct as the parallels discussed above. The beginning of Toledat Yeshua narrative resembles the book of Esther's first few chapters. After brief introductions, both texts open their narratives with highly sexualized scenes. In Toledat Yeshua, Yeshua's conception entails a detailed story of rape or adultery, depending on the manuscript. 23 AC. According to Ms. Strasbourg BNU 3974, for example, Miriam, in a state of ritual impurity and betrothed to Yohanan, is raped by Joseph in the middle of the night, and thereby conceives Yeshua. In the book of Esther, the king hosts a party and requests the presence of his wife, Vashti. Rabbinic sources explain that he asked that she arrive naked. 24 Vashti refuses the king's invitation, a fatal decision, and the king conducts a search for a new queen. Despite obvious differences in details, in both texts the women, Miriam, according to all but one manuscript. 21 In many versions of Toledat Yeshua, as in the book of Esther, a woman is in a position of royal power. Strasbourg BNU 3974 explicitly states that Queen Helen ruled Israel, while Esther is married to King Ahasuerus. Though subtle, The parallel female royal figures also connect with the story of Esther. See Leipzig BH 17, Ox. Cod. At 2407, OPP at 4145, Cambridge. 557, and JT 1037, in which Queen Helen governs the entire land. 22. The phrase Vayahivaim Hashlashi occurs a few other times in the Hebrew Bible as well. Genesis 34:25,40:20, Exodus 19:16, 2 Samuel 1:2, 2 Kings 3:18, but the context of the book of Esther provides the closest parallel to the scenario described in Toledat Yeshua. 23. Most manuscripts depict the rape scene, though the Huldreich version presents Mary as promiscuous. 24b Megillah 12b. Hanged and crucified, the Book of Esther and Toledat Yeshua. 167. And Vashti, decline aggressive sexual maneuvers but ultimately do not succeed. Vashti is killed, Miriam is raped. What happens next in the two narratives is also similar. Yeshua, as a child, is described passing the gate of the synagogue or house of study, where the rabbis sit. At the gate, he acts disrespectfully to the rabbis, causing them to publicize the identity of his real father and thus setting Yeshua on his path toward heresy. 25. The text elaborates on Yeshua's insolence, rather than walking bent over, with his face covered. Yeshua strides proudly, standing up impudently and not greeting any of the rabbis, as the text deems appropriate. Most egregiously, according to the text, Yeshua recites Halak Ha from Mesikate Nezikin / Yeshua not only acts disrespect fully, but through his behavior he challenges the authority of the rabbis. 26. The rabbis declare that Yeshua is violating the rabbinic prohibition that declares, 1. Who expounds halakha before his teacher deserves the death penalty, foreshad, owing his death and claiming that Yeshua deserved his crucifixion because of his disrespect for rabbinic authority. The Book of Esther also provides a story about characters who act disrespectfully of authority, and even conspire to depose that authority, at a gate. Immediately following Esther's entry into the royal palace, as the king's new companion, Mordecai is described sitting at the palace gates. Esther 2:21. There, he overhears two men, Bigthan and Teresh, conspiring to kill the king. The conversation is reported and both men are hanged for their plot. Esther 2:23. Both texts tell similar stories, but from different vantage points. In the former, Yeshua's threat to the rabbis' authority at the gate of the house of study, their palace, is presented as the reason for his eventual death, hanging, and crucifixion, while in the latter, the king's eunuchs also threaten the king's authority through their assassination plot, which they reveal in front of the king's palace gates, and therefore are killed, also by hanging. I would propose that the accumulation of these parallels serves not only to highlight specific motifs, but also to relate the overall narrative themes of it. 25. The passage is from Strasbourg BNU 3974, while other manuscripts place the scene in Bari. Thus locations such as the market, e.g. Leipzig BH 17 and Ox. Cod. At 2407 OPPF. 4145. For the Sanhedrin, Harvard 57, several manuscripts do not include a section on Yeshua's sins. 26. In several manuscripts, e.g. Strasbourg BNU 3974, Yeshua reverses the hierarchy between himself and the rabbis by referring to the biblical story of Jethro and Moses. Who was the teacher and who was the student? Jethro, or Moses, asks Yeshua. Yeshua describes how Moses was considered the most illustrious of prophets and the greatest of all sages, indeed, Tudor. Anami declares that no greater prophet arose in Israel, and yet Jethro was older and taught Moses the ways of the world when he imparted to his son-in-law the details of a system of judges. Thus both man, Jethro, and Moses were each other's teachers and students, blurring the hierarchy between instructor and instructed. Yeshua uses this interpretation of scripture to declare that he has the authority to teach the rabbis even though he is their student's teacher. Just as Moses was Jethro's teacher. Just as Jethro was able to teach Moses and the reverse, so, too, according to Yeshua's reasoning, Yeshua does not only need to lean from the rabbis but is also able to teach his rabbis halakha and thus act in a less than deferential fashion towards them. Yeshua's disregard for social and religious hierarchy is interpreted as dangerous and one of the causes of his downfall. 168. Sari Katan Gribitz. Book of Esther to Taladat Yeshua. The presentations of Jesus as a Haman-like figure and the devout Jews as comparable to Esther and Mordecai allude to the gravity of the threat Taladat Yeshua's authors perceived in Jesus, and, by extent, Zion, Christianity. Haman sought physically to destroy the Jews, young and old, babies and women, as the book of Esther puts it, Esther 3:13, 8:5. Jesus, of the canonical Gospels, of course, desired nothing of the sort. But for Taladat, Yeshua's authors, we might surmise, the Jewish community was at risk. Christian ity, like Haman, represented an existential threat to Judaism, whether because of the threat of Christian violence, or, ironically, because of the allure of Christianity. On the one hand, Jesus' followers, the Christians, seem to be destroying Judaism through hostility. The Jewish community is often threatened with death because of their unwillingness to accept Jesus. On the other hand, Jesus' followers blur the lines between Judaism and Christianity by attracting unwitting Jews to the Christian faith, another form of danger to the Jewish community that posed a threat to the survival of the Jews as Jews. 27. In both cases, however, the authors of Taladat Yeshua were determined to battle the threat or draw of Christianity through polemicizing against the faith and, especially, its central figure, Jesus. The parallels relating to the Jews' sense of insecurity, especially the dissemination of letters and the three-day fast, highlight this association. The link between the story of Christianity's founding and the story of Purim has a dual nature. It at once reflects the sense of Christianity's threat felt by the authors, and is a tool of the polemic. The readers are meant to associate the two enemies. However, the association with the threat of Haman implies that the threat is not insuperable. Rather, the Taladat Yeshua authors seem to be suggesting, the peril of Christianity has been or can be overcome just as Esther, Mordecai, and the Jews of Shushan triumphed over Haman and his evil plot to decimate the Jewish people. 28. The text takes seriously the presence and power of Christianity, and offers a satirical counter-narrative that might have emboldened those readers who lived in a Christianized Roman Empire, and, later, in Christian Europe. A scribal error in one manuscript reveals that the allusions to the Book of Esther 27. Some versions of Taladat Yeshua provide an antidote to this second type of threat. A narrative is constructed in which Paul/Simon Peter works as a double agent to finalize the parting of the ways between the two religions. Different versions of this narrative are found in Strasbourg, BNU 3974, JTS 2221, Cambridge 557, London Sasson 793, Leipzig BH 17, Ox. Cod. At 2407, OPP at 4145, Harvard 57, Philadelphia 361, and Amsterdam HSROS 442. John G. Gagers. Article in this volume discusses this tradition extensively. 28. One form of triumph proposed in some Toledat Yeshu manuscripts is the final schism between the Jews and the Christians, brought about by Paul. Another, less explicit form of victory is the uncovering of Jesus' true life story as it is recounted in Toledat Yeshu itself. Some of the account is told in earnest, as the historical biography of Christianity's central figure. But the true story itself, Toledat Yeshu's authors propose, is laughable and highly ironic in its details, proving even more emphatically that Jesus and the religion that emerged from him are not to be taken seriously by Jews. In addition, the connection between the Book of Esther and Toledat Yeshu reinforces the farcical picture the authors of Toledat Yeshu paint of Jesus. Hanged and crucified, the Book of Esther and Toledat Yeshu 169 probably did play such a role of encouragement. In one section of the text, when the Jews attempt to separate fully from Christianity and pray to God, asking for sufficient strength in their hearts to act bravely in challenging times, the scribe refers, mistakenly, to God as the God of Esther / upon noticing his error, the scribe crossed out the word Esther and replaced it with Israel / 29 even though the final text does not contain an explicit reference to or citation of the book of Esther, the story of the Jews' persecution and eventual victory during the time of Haman was apparently so present in the mind of the scribe as he copied the text of Toledat Yeshu that he accidentally referred to his God not as the God of Israel but as the God of Esther, Purim and anti-Christianity. The scribe's mistake, confusing the God of Israel with the God of Esther, is not surprising. Toledat Yeshu's allusions to the Book of Esther are best understood in a broader historical context, in which the paradigm of the Purim story was applied to present circumstances. The celebration of Purim oftentimes included anti-Christian practices, and the figure of Haman frequently became a prototype for Christian villains. The association between Haman, Jesus, Purim, and anti-Christianity can be found as early as the late 4th or early 5th century, and extends in various forms through the medieval period and beyond. The association between Purim and anti-Christianity, thus, was common to the numerous historical contexts into which the compositions of Toledat Yeshu fit, regardless of the precise dating of the various traditions in and the numerous versions of Toledat Yeshu. 30. 29 Jerusalem Skokin 04088, Wage and Sale. 30 The dating of Toledat Yeshu's traditions and versions has been the subject of much debate. Estimates range from the 2nd century to the 9th century or later. See Samuel Krause, Das Leben Jesu nach Judas Quellen, Berlin, S. Cavalry, 1902, Repair. Hildesheim, Olms, 1994. William Horbury, A Critical Examination of the Toledat Yeshu, Ph.D. Disc, Cambridge University, 1970, Riccardo Disani, La Tradizione Testuale del Toledat Yeshu. Manuscritti. Edizione Stampa Classificazione, La Racina Mensi di Israel 50, 1984-83-100, idem, 2. Vangelo del Ghetto, Rome, Newton Compton, 1985, Jakob Deutsch, Asterisk Toledat Yeshu in Chris. Tienais, Reception and Response to Toledat Yeshu in the Middle Ages and the Early Modern Period, Ma Thesis. The Hebrew University of Jerusalem, 1997 in Hebrew, idem, New Evi. Hints of early versions of Toledat Yeshu Tarbiz 69, 2177-97, in Hebrew. See also the brief summaries in Newman, The Death of Jesus, 59-63, and Daniel Stock Ben Ezra, in an Scient list of Christian festivals in Toledo Yeshiv, polemics as indication for interaction, HTR 102, 2009 483-85, and Michael Sokolov's linguistic analysis of the Aramaic fragments, in his article in this volume. I follow Peter Schaefer with regard to dating the Toledo Yeshiv collection. See his article in this volume, in which he identifies the earliest written form or recension of a composition called Toledo Yeshiv to somewhere between the 7th and 9th centuries, and cautions against assuming an earlier dating based on isolated traditions. Moreover, I do not imply that the association between Purim and anti-Christianity in late antiquity and the 170 Sari Katan Grivets. Haman was a particularly appropriate biblical villain to compare with Jesus, because of the similarities of their recorded punishments, hanging and crucifixion, and they hanged Haman on the gallows, Esther 7:10, and they crucified him, Mark 15:25, John 19:18. These acts, after all, appear very much the same. In both cases, the victim dies while hanging upright in public. Moreover, crucifixion is often referred to as a type of hanging in Roman and Christian sources. There does not seem to have been much of a distinction in late antiquity. 31 Beyond the visual and conceptual similarities, a verbal association appears in Greek and Latin renditions of Haman's death, in which Haman is depicted as crucified. 2 As early as the Septuagint, Esther 7:9, 1617, and Josephus, AJ 11.246, 261, 266, 267, 280, the term stored is used to describe Haman's hanging. 33 In Latin sources, 2. Haman's execution is translated as in the language of crucifixion, cruciem in Jerome's commentary on Galatians. Medieval period manifested itself in the same ways at all times. This would be too simplistic an argument and would ignore changing historical, cultural, and polemical circumstances. See, for example, Catherine Cookman-Appel's compelling analysis of visual depictions of the hanging of Haman in Jewish medieval manuscripts from the 1260s to 1270s and the way in which the artists invoked and subverted Christian imagery of the tree of life and the tree of Jesse that was particular to those very decades in order to convey historically specific polemical messages. Cookman-Appel, the tree of death and the tree of life, the hanging of Haman in medieval Jewish manuscript painting, in between the picture and the word. Manuscript studies from the Index of Christian Art, and Kulam Hurricane, University Park, PA, the Pennsylvania State University Press, 2005, 187 to 208. What I do argue, though, is that from late antiquity through the medieval period, Purim was associated, in various ways, with anti-Christian sentiment and that Toledo Yeshua's allusions to the Book of Esther were invoked and interpreted by authors and readers within their particular contexts. For example, the references to Esther might have resonated differently to those in early medieval Lyon, in a climate of relative Jewish freedom, and to Jews in later periods, particularly in the more violent times of the Crusades and especially the 13th century. The relationship between Jews and their Christian neighbors was continuously evolving and changing. At times, the invocation of the story of Esther and Haman might have alluded to the sense that Jews were overcoming the pressures of Christianity, while at other times the same references might have reflected a longing for such triumph or hope for eventual success and salvation, as unlikely as it seemed at those difficult moments. Though beyond the scope of this paper, it would be interesting to plot each current manuscript's allusions to the Book of Esther and see if any chronological or geographical patterns emerge in the way in which Haman and the story of Purim are invoked within the texts of Toledat Yeshuv. 31 Livy 1.26, d. 48.13.7, Ulpianus Libro Septimo de Officio Proconsulis, d. 48.19.38. Paulus Libro Quinto Cententurum, see Meerson's article in this volume and the discussion in Cogmanapel, The Tree of Death, 187 and 191. 32 The deaths of Haman and Jesus can also be connected linguistically through references in the Hebrew Bible and the New Testament. In the book of Esther, Haman is hanged al-ha'ets, that is, on a tree, wood, or gallows, also wood. Esther 7:10, Jesus, too, dies on a wooden cross. In fact, in Galatians 3:13, Paul quotes the verse from Deuteronomy 21:23, cursed is he who hangs on a tree, al-ets / in reference to Jesus' crucifixion. The same Hebrew word, ets, is used to describe the manner of Jesus' death and Haman's hanging. Both are hung al-ets. To readers familiar with these biblical passages, the association is clear. 33 TCG Thornton, The Crucifixion of Haman and the Scandal of the Cross, JTS 37. 1986 421. The Greek otopog is a cross or instrument for crucifixion. Hanged and Crucified, The Book of Esther and Toledat Yeshuv. 171. 313, Crocem and Crocai in the Vulgate's translation of the Book of Esther at 517, 8:7, 925. Examples appear also in Paulinus of Nola, Lucarius of Lyons, Isidore of Seville, Rabanus Morris, Sulpicius Severus. 34 Thus the two forms of death penalty, hanging and crucifixion, were conflated such that Haman is described as crucified, and, eventually, associated with Jesus' death on the cross. A medieval piet recited on the fast of Esther, the day preceding Purim, cap. Tours the image poetically in 4 short words, Lahem Beninav Nitlut Slavim, the belligerent one, Haman, and his offspring were hanged crucified. 35 An early modem Yiddish alternative title of Toledat Yeshuv, Maze Toll, the story of the hanged one, encapsulates the opposite phenomenon, that is, presenting Jesus as hanged, like Haman, rather than Haman crucified, like Jesus. 36. As early as the 5th century, there is evidence of anti-Christian rituals formed by Jews on Purim inspired, perhaps, by earlier traditions linking Haman and Jesus through the image of crucifixion. 37 In 408, Emperor Theodosius II banned the Jews from burning an effigy of Haman on Purim. 38 The law reads, the governors of the provinces shall prohibit the Jews, in a certain ceremony of their festival Aman in commemoration of some former punishment, from setting fire to end burning a simulated appearance of the Holy Cross, lest they should associate the sign of our faith with their rebels. They should restrain their rights from bringing Christian law into contempt. They will certainly lose what has been permitted to them up until now unless they refrain from unlawful actions. 39. The text of the law indicates that certain Jews, how many, we do not know, but enough to garner the attention of the emperor, performed a ceremony to commemorate Haman's hanging that entailed reenacting the scene of his death. Whether the Purim ritual only appeared anti-Christian because the burning of the effigy resembled the burning of a cross, or whether it was actually intended to ridicule and offend Christianity is unclear. A few years before Theodosius' decree, Socrates, the 5th century Byzantine historian, records a similar such occurrence in a Syrian town called Mestre. He writes thusly in his Historia Ecclesiastica, 7:16. 34 Thornton, Ibid, 421 to 22. 35. The title of the poem is Bim Mispark, authored by the otherwise unidentified me. Shulam. The poem can be found in Seder Avidat Naira El. Western Ashkenazic version, ed. Seelig Mon Bar, Rodelheim, 1868, 621. 36. See Michael Stanislavski's article in this volume. 37. In my presentation of the material, I rely exclusively on primary sources. Scholars have been too creative, in my opinion, in reconstructing Purim celebrations based on a few scattered references. On this phenomenon, see Elliot Horowitz's historiographical remarks in the right. To be reckless, on the perpetration and interpretation of Purim violence, Poetics Today 15. 1994 9-54, and item. Reckless writes, Purim and the Legacy of Jewish Violence, Princeton. Princeton University Press, 2006. 38. Horowitz, The Right to be Reckless, 24. 39. Latin text and translation in Thornton, The Crucifixion, 423. 172. Sarif Katon Grivitz. Sometime after this, the Jews renewed their absurd and impious practices against the Christians, and were punished, again. At a place called in Mesper, situated between Chal, Cis and Antioch in Syria, the Jews were amusing themselves in their usual way with a variety of sports. In this way they indulged in many absurdities, and at length, impelled by drunkenness, they were guilty of scoffing at Christians and even Christ himself. In derision of the cross, and those who put their trust in the crucified one, they seized a Christian boy, and having bound him to a cross, began to laugh and sneer at him. But in a little while, they carried away their fury, and they scourged the child until he died under their hands. 40. According to Socrates, the Jews amused themselves by crucifying a Christian boy and burning him to death. Though Socrates never mentions the holiday of Purim, he accuses the Jews of drinking, a ritual certainly associated with Purim. 41. Given the description in the Theodosian rescript, it is possible to imagine a similar CIR. Stands here, Socrates accuses the Jews, in their drunken revelry, of reenacting something that resembles a mock crucifixion. Socrates heightens the stakes by describing the victim not as an effigy of Haman confused for Jesus but as an actual young Christian boy instead. Socrates very well might be inventing the details. He seems to be most concerned with emphasizing the Jews' punishment, a theme with which he begins and ends the section, but this account reveals that, at least according to this Christian author, the Jews marked the holiday of Purim by engaging in anti-Christian behavior. 42. In another contemporaneous source, Evagrius Altercatio Siminis Iudiet, Theophili Christiani, 5 THC, the Jewish character, Simon, refers to Haman's crucifixion on Purim and the annual Jewish practice of celebrating his downfall, but denies, presumably because of accusations to the contrary, that such festivities equate Haman's death to Jesus' crucifixion. We know plainly that Haman, cursed by our ancestors, was crucified through his own offense. He had driven our race into ruin, and on the occasion of his death every year, we rejoice and hold festivals of prayer, which we have received by ancestral tradition. However, if Christ endured the yoke of this death and hung from the cross, why have we not heard this very fact from our ancestors or found any passage in our scriptures so that we would rejoice as if he were an enemy to our race? 43%. 40. Socrates, Historia Ecclesiastica 7. 16. Gunther Christian Hansen, Socrates Kirchhenge. Skip, Berlin, Akademie Verlag, 1995, 361. English translation in Eusebius, The History of The Church, from our Lord's incarnation, to the 12th year of the Emperor Mauritius Tiberius. For the year of Christ 594, London, Honsham and John Churchill, 1709, 377. 41 As early as rabbinic literature, e.g. B. Megillah 7b. 42 Socrates insinuates by the placement of this episode a connection with the murder and dismembering of another Christian, a teacher named Hypatia, renowned and admired for her philosophical genius, about which he writes in the section immediately preceding. The trope of the Jews killing or sacrificing a human is not uncommon, and functioned as stock polemics. Apollonius Milan, Apud Josephus, AG. AP 2.148, for example, accuses the Jews of sacrificing a Greek at the Jerusalem temple each year. See John M. G. Barclay, Jews in the Mediterranean. Diaspora, Edinburgh, T.N.T. Clark, 1996, 272. 43 For the text and translation, see William Varner, Ancient Jewish-Christian Dialogues. Athanasius and Zacchaeus, Simon and Theophilus, Timothy and Aquila, Introductions, Texts. Hanged and Crucified, the Book of Esther and Toledat Yeshuv. 173. Though the altercatio does not preserve a historical dialogue, the text might reflect the way in which Jewish Purim celebrations, whatever rituals they entailed, could have been interpreted by some neighboring Christians, and the ways in which such accusations were denied by Jews. Later texts attest to persistent fears concerning rituals commemorating or enacting Jesus' crucifixion on Purim among Jews during the medieval period. An 8th century Byzantine formula of abjuration reads, I next curse those who keep the festival of the so-called Mordecai on the first Sabbath of the Christian fasts, Lent, nailing Haman to wood and then mixing with him the emblem of a cross and burning them together, subjecting Christians to all kinds of imprecations and a curse. 44 According to this source, 2. Purim, the festival of the so-called Mordecai, was marked by hanging Haman and burning him along with a cross. During the season of Lent, when Christians prepared for the upcoming commemoration of the death and resurrection of Christ, with prayers, almsgiving, self-denial, the Jews had the audacity to busy themselves with dramatic performances, or parodies, of the crucifixion, as if the first time was not enough. Thus Haman is Christianized and Purim is presented as an anti-Christian festival, a day on which Christians were cursed by Jews, indeed, an anti-Lent. So far, all of our sources for anti-Christian behavior on Purim were written by those accusing the Jews of offensive behavior and blasphemy. A passing reference to the burning of Haman's effigy also appears in a fragmentary responsum from the Cairo Geniza, in the context of a discussion about Molech and B. Sanhedrin 64b. In this responsum, its Jewish author describes the intricate size of the ritual, confirming that some Jews did, in fact, hang Haman and bump him on the holiday. The young men make an effigy of Haman, and hang it on their roofs for 4 or 5 days. And on Purim they build a bonfire, into which they cast this effigy, while the young men stand around joking and singing, and holding a ring hung into the fire, waving it and jumping from side to side through the fire. 45. This passage confirms the act of performing Haman's hanging. Their intent may be surmised by texts such as the later commentary of one of the last Tosophists, Rabbeinu Avigdor of Vienna, 13 THC, who elaborates on the connection between Haman's hanging and Jesus' crucifixion in his exegesis of the verse in Dutter and Translations, Lewiston, New York, E. Mellon Press, 2004, 113. On the dating of the disputation of Simon and Theophilus, See Oscar Skersound and Readar Volvic eds, Jewish believers. In Jesus, the early centuries, Peabody, Massachusetts, Hendrickson Publishers, 2007, 569-70, c. Also Andrew S. Jacobs, Dialogical Differences, The Judaizing Jesus Circumcision, JECS. 15, 2007 291-335. 44 Thornton, The Crucifixion, 424, for the text, CPG 1:1457c. See also Jean Juster, Play. Juifstans Vampire Romain, Le Condition Juridique, Economique, Sociale, Paris, Paul Gittner. 1914, 1:115-19. 45 Louis Ginsburg, Genisa Studies. First article, Genic Responsa, JQR 16, 1904 652. The text is a 13th century fragment from a collection of Genic Responsa. 174. Suri Katan Grivitz. Anami 21:23, cursed is he who hangs on the tree. 46 Rabbeinu Avigdor justifies the commandment to curse Haman on Purim, found in rabbinic literature, by arguing, contra the usual interpretation of the biblical verse, that because Haman was hanged, he must be cursed according to the biblical verse. The Babylonian Talmud, the author reminds his reader, makes this clear, anyone who has not said cursed be Haman has not fulfilled the obligation of Deuteronomy 21:23. 47. Rabbeinu Avigdor then shifts his focus to Jesus. The Torah is teaching us that it is proper to curse a certain hanged man, who made himself into a god, for he was not hanged the way that most convicted criminals are hanged. For most are hanged on a tree, and God was concerned that their honor not be utterly disgraced, so he commanded, "Thou shalt not let the hanged man's corpse stay on the tree overnight." But this man, Jesus, was hanged not on a tree, but on a cabbage stalk, and concerning him, God commanded us a positive commandment to curse him any time that we need to mention him, and thereby to fulfill this positive commandment. And he was called Yeshua, which is an acronym for may his name and memory be blotted out. And anyone who mentions a wicked person, and does not immediately follow the name with a curse, violates a positive commandment, as it is written, let the name of the wicked rot. Proverbs 10:7, 48.
What up, Pim? How are you?
As opposed to all other criminals who
What's
are hanged
good,
on
son?
trees and removed before night, as per the biblical commandment, and are therefore not cursed, Jesus was hanged on a cabbage stalk instead of a
That's
tree
what I
and
do,
left
baby.
overnight, and thus he is hanged.
Thank you. Gotta get these
For an
fucking
impaled
streams
body is an
restarted.
affront to God, and must be cursed by
You enjoy
others.
that wake up routine. I'll be around.
49. The end result,
Excellent.
of course, is that there is a commandment, a biblical sanction, to curse not only Haman but also Jesus. Though Rabbeinu Avigdor does not specify that such cursing should occur on Purim, such a custom would make perfect sense to those who follow the logic of this kind of argument. Moreover, Rabbeinu Avigdor's discourse on Jesus' crucifixion on a cabbage stalk relies on the same tradition from Toledat Yeshua / here. Again, Toledat Yeshua is linked to the story of and practices associated with Purim. Beginning in the 5th century and continuing through the medieval period, the celebration of Purim was, as our evidence suggests, entangled with anti-Christian rituals, and Haman was often identified with Jetsus. Purim, with its increasingly carnivalesque features and reversal of social roles, continued to be a day for acting. 46 Avigdor ben Yitzchak HaKohen, Sefer Perushim Upisagim al HaTorah L'Rebbeinu Avigdor. Sarpetai, et. I Hirsch Kavitz, Jerusalem, Mikan Harry Kadem, 1996, 414. This is admittedly. A late source. I bring it here to illustrate one of the many ways that Haman and Jesus have been paralleled, not to suggest that this source preserves an older interpretation or introduces the association of the two figures for the first time. 47 Ibid. The commandment to curse Haman is found more explicitly in Bereshit Rabbah 49:1. 48 Ibid. The brackets within the text indicate that the text has been reconstructed according to printed editions and manuscripts. The last line refers to a passage from Bereshit Rabbah 49:1. 49 The section about Jesus' crucifixion on a cabbage stalk relies on the tradition from Toledo. Yeshuv. Hanged and crucified, the Book of Esther and Toledo Yeshuv. 175. How anti-Christian sentiments well into the early modem and modem periods. 4. Example, a 1705 document preserved in the Berlin State Archive depicts Jews celebrating Purim during Holy Week with masquerade, music, and the hanging of Haman, and the 1750 charter of Frederick the Great of Prussia urged the Jews to abstain from various practices that offended Christians, including all improper excesses in their festivals, particularly during the so-called Feast of Haman, or Purim. 50 Haman, mocked, hanged, burned on Purim, was perceived by many Jews during these times as a double or counterpart of Jesus. Moreover, Haman became a prototype for Christianity more generally in the medieval period. 51 Not only was Purim highly polemical, it also contained elements of hope and perceived strength. The Book of Esther, the story of the salvation of the Jews from the hands of the evil and dangerous Haman, and the celebration of Purim thus also symbolized the hope for triumph of the Jews over their present-day Christian enemies. Toledo Yeshua's use of tropes and motifs from the texts associated with the holiday of Purim, then, can be understood not as aberrant exceptions but as part of a
What up,
broader,
Pim? How are you?
widespread, and long-lasting historical trend. Let us end this historical section with one last vivid visual example that parallels in several ways Toledo Yeshua's use of allusions to the Book of Esther. In the Worms Mahzor, late 13th century, the hanging of Haman and his 10 sons is depicted almost identically to contemporaneous Christian images of Jesus and the tree of Jesse, and several other Mahzorim, e.g. the Dresden Reclave Mahzor, the Leipzig Mahzor, and the Ham Mahzor, depict Haman's hanging in ways that strongly parallel, and thus invert, Christian manuscript il. Illuminations of Jesus and the Tree of Life from the same period. 52 Haman is Vesug. Liconf with Jesus in these Jewish manuscript paintings, again reinforcing the association of the two characters in the imagination of the artists and then of those who used the manuscripts. Kogminapel interprets the message of these images in two ways. On the one hand, they invert the Christian anti-Jewish implications that the original images of Jesus held by presenting the scene as the humiliating denouement of Haman's plans. On the other hand, however, the violent illustrations also serve to dissuade Jews from accepting Christianity. Through demonstrating the violent punishment of Haman as Jesus, it is no longer 50 Horowitz, Reckless Rights, 39. One need not look to the medieval or modem period, however, for Purim's Kumivalesque character. Already the Babylonian Talmud records Rabbi's instructions that a person must get drunk on Purim until he cannot distinguish between cursed be Haman and blessed be Mordecai, and then recounts a story about two rabbis who became so drunk